And we are racing on Sunday for a 45-minute contest for the Gentleman's Challenge, their second race of the day. Getting underway a little earlier than scheduled, trying to get ahead of the timetable this morning. What a fabulous group of cars. It's John Hindhaugh and Bruce Jones in the Global Broadcast Centre. We are refreshed, we are ready to go, we are caffeinated, but frankly the excitement and the upward pressure on our blood pressure and heart rate from the coffee is as of nothing compared to the cars out on the circuit, Bruce.
Coffee never touched the sides, doesn't need to, because I've got some of my favourite cars out on my favourite circuit in the world. Very, very warm weekend, but right now this is the coolest it's been for any of the races thus far. Brilliant day of practice on Friday, racing and practice yesterday, right through to 11 o'clock at night. And all is cool out on the circuit right now. Gentleman's Challenge, Luc-Pierre Verquin leading the way in his Lister Nobly. That's the one with the Chevrolet engine. And look for John Spears giving chase in the blue and white striped Jaguar engine Lister Costin. So as it was yesterday, but track conditions absolutely tip-top perfect.
A little bit of shade from the opposite side as it's so early, a little before 9 o'clock in the morning. The weather today is set fair.
Problem for John Spears, running second, has run off on the exit of Pouhon. Early problem for one of the fastest drivers in one of the fastest cars, and he's done the right thing to pull off the circuit. Oh, there I was saying, what a glorious start to Sunday. Not for John Spears and his teammate Nigel Greensill, but that makes life a little bit easier for Luc-Pierre Verquin leading in his Lister Nobly.
And the start is under investigation. Already 21 degrees in the air, 28 degrees, no, 20 degrees, excuse me, on the track. That will only rise all day. There's a slight haze over the sun, but it's very, very pleasant this morning in a relatively quiet paddock this morning. We saw a number of spectators coming in, parking up at the local eateries, cafeterias and boulangeries that are open on Sunday. It's Francorchamps itself on the way in. There's a very good butchers and boulangerie just at the top of the road that do some excellent pastries, so I've been told. Across the line then at the end of the first racing lap of our Sunday, and it is Luc-Pierre Verquin in the Lister.
Formidable combination, looking at someone else who could challenge the number 37 Bram Bontrapp in the green Lister Jaguar Costin. He's fourth and he was rising up the order yesterday, but Luc-Pierre Verquin came out on top and today has got far more comfort. Look at the lead he has on the second lap, going up the Kemmel Straight to Les Combes, chased by a car that was out in a couple of races yesterday, Andreas Rollner in that fabulous Ferrari 275 GTP.
Getting more work.
Yeah, it certainly is. But what was the highest track temperature we had yesterday? Was it 46 degrees?
46, 47.
Okay, so these conditions are very, very different. And it took quite a while for that temperature to fall away yesterday evening. As I said, we were racing through to 11 o'clock at night and it was still perfectly warm when we came out of our TV truck. A little bit of action as Catesby Jones in the red Carrera goes through into Bruxelles, and a challenge from Volker Hichert in that white Bizzarini, getting up the inside, or trying to, for Bram Bontrapp, but Bontrapp's in the right position as they go down to what used to be known as Speaker's Corner. Again, this is the point at which they're thinking one thing, they're thinking Pouhon is coming up, or Mortimer, I'm going down to that. Double apex left-hander, and the flow of the circuit. And in behind Serge Kriknoff, one of the stars of yesterday's race, in his little Lotus 15. He'll be trying to get up with him. Doesn't have the grunt, but he certainly has the handling. He didn't get to finish yesterday, but certainly he's always a factor. Nigel Greensill is looking into the car. John Spears has brought it back. This is a car that should have been challenging for victory, but alas, their gun was spiked early.
One of two Bizzarini we have this weekend, the 5.3 5300 GT. This is the white one. There's a black one as well, and they were quick when they went. It didn't get a great start yesterday and almost goes off the circuit, scattering some of the gravel just on the right hand side at the exit of Pouhon 2, and now dropping down to the lower part of the circuit, and it'll be a little climb up to Blanchimont from here. As I say, both of those cars were quick yesterday. An awful start dropped that car well outside the top 10. It worked its way back. The black one that we'll see later on had the fastest lap of its race with the Hazeman boys driving it, wasn't it? And they but that again had issues early on. Bizzarini not as numerate in races as some of its competitors from that era, but an interesting story behind the Bizzarini name.
Well, like so many companies, they're founded out of discomfort and disagreement, and that was the case for Giotto Bizzarini, and he went away from the other Italian houses and he designed some classic cars, but very much in favour in historic racing in the last sort of 10 years. But as you said, not numerous at all, but they do seem to be coming out of the Goodwood. And you talk to people who race them, they go, well, there are two versions. You want the one with the rivets or not? Anyhow, you leave them to all of that nonsensical chat, but they make a great sound. They look, suitably vicious. But the way it's been driven, this white one with Volker Hickert, 2 laps running, he's hooked a rear wheel over the curbing into the gravel at Fagnes. Now, brilliant exit from Radion, and here comes the grunt.
Yeah, big V8, 5300 is the CC, of course, 5.3 litre. Little bit of aero on the front for cooling on that big engine, and you just see the bonnet on the right-hand side lifting at speed, actually, as that airflow's going underneath. The bonnet pin at the back holding it, it tilts from the back upwards. But an era when a good designer could pen a beautiful car like this number 88, beautiful design, and then go and take an engine from, well, wherever and slot it in, and all of a sudden you had a great race car or a great road car or a Grand Tourer.
Exactly so, and I just love the totally different shapes that could go racing. But again, you've got all the grunt in the Bizzarini there. In behind, plenty of grunt from the Jaguar engine, Lister Costin. What's catching the pair of them? The little car that doesn't have any grunt at all. And with all the ups and downs of Spa-Francorchamps, it's really struggling. But Serge Kriknoff drives it beautifully. The little Lotus 15, he's running third in his class. His class is actually being led by the race leader. It seems extraordinary. He's in E2 class, as is the Lister Chevrolet Nobly that Luc Verquin is leading the race in. But around the twistier parts of the circuit, of which, of course, at Spa-Francorchamps there are many, the little Lotus, it doesn't really bother with braking a great deal. That's where it gains. It gets to the straight, and then suddenly the cars in front look a little bit smaller as they pull away, but hanging in there. So let's go down the order. Luc Verquin leading by just half a second from Andreas Rollner, so a real battle for the lead of the race. We're looking at the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th places. Andreas Rollner, as I say, in 2nd place. 3rd place, Catesby Jones, the Porsche 904-6 Carrera. That he normally shares with Carlos de Quesada. Then he's 5 seconds off that lead battle, but really, really tight at the front.
In the morning sunshine, that soft light that is so beautiful at this time of the day, and then again in the evening. We had it yesterday as well. Temperatures coming up. Now, we mentioned that one of our real stars of the show is not out there. Let's find out why as we head to the pit lane. Here's Vincent. Good morning.
And unfortunately, it's the first retirement of the day for John Spears and this wonderful Lister Jaguar Costin. John, what happened?
We've got a gear selection problem. We think the synchromesh has sort of disintegrated maybe. So, really upsetting. It was going to be a great race, I think, today. And it's the second race in succession where I haven't made it to the end of the first lap. So, sadly, it happens in motorsport.
Unfortunately, that's the end of the race for the 88.
Well, that is disappointing on a number of levels, isn't it? For John, obviously, but also for us and everybody watching trackside and further afield.
Yeah, but we have got a lead battle, and we look at it right now, and certainly John would be in that, maybe even ahead of Luc Verquin. But I could already see on the opening lap of the race that he was falling away. He should have been right on the tail of the black Lister Costin. That's a Lister Jaguar. So let's get it right, Bruce. Not a Lister Jaguar, not a Lister Costin. It's the Lister Chevrolet Nobly. Nobly was the nickname, of course, because of its body shape, but it's being challenged by a car that certainly isn't Nobly, and that's the 275 GTB, the Ferrari driven by Andreas Rollner. But there was definitely a problem. You could see it on the first half of the opening lap for John Spears, and he did the right thing. He pulled to the side, let everyone through, and continued. But lots of races, this Ferrari, and having a huge amount of fun. Was out in the 60s endurance race yesterday, 2 hours of racing as the light faded, and was very much a factor in that.
Well, if that's known as the Lister Nobly, then surely the 275B is the Ferrari 275 Swoopy.
Swoopy or Smoothie?
Smoothie, or B standing for beautiful. I've really been switched on to that car this weekend, and I think as much as anything else, I've always liked that shape, that front engine shape of Ferraris. I think it's the dark green colour that's actually tipped me over into, if I sold everything I had and could live in it, maybe. No, I still couldn't afford one.
No, I think it's very important right now to affect things. Right, let's see. Car 73 in the pits. That's Laurent Jaspers, Belgian racer with his coupe. So that's well ahead of schedule. But again, I'm still astonished by the pace of this 275 GTB. It's beautiful. You think we talked about this yesterday. We think it looks like a classic GT to go gobble up continents. But the way it's being driven by the
sitting in third, you'll catch a glimpse of the bright red low-slung Porsche 9046, the Carrera. That's the American racer Catesby Jones, who's been having an absolute ball this weekend in that bright red 904. Carrera GTS, the name used to market the car, because, as we mentioned yesterday, as aficionados will know, Porsche, the original Porsche 911, should have been the 901. It was the project number for Ferdinand Porsche, an engineering company that ended up building cars, full cars, but when he put out his proposals for the 901, the 901, Peugeot went, excuse me, we've got something 0 something, and we've got a trademark on that, so his type number became 911, or his project number became 901, but the 904 was still the 904, so they had to call it the Carrera GTS when it was sold. Over 100 built for road use. Now, meantime, at the back, 2 British cars battling away. The MGB with the hard top, the red and white number 77 car, battling for 19th and 20th position, I think.
Yeah, with Georges Vercas, so 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. But, you know, it looked like the opening lap of the race, but they're having a really good scrap, as is this lead battle. But, hey, lawyers getting in the way, making car naming so comprehensively tricky, hey? Happens in life, doesn't it? Catesby Jones still hanging on the background in third place, but doesn't seem to have the pace. He's got to keep an eye on his mirrors in that Carrera 6, because Volker Hickert's getting closer. And in fact, that 4th, 5th, 6th place battle has had change. So Serge Kritknoff has got up into 5th place ahead of the Lister costume of Bram Bontrapp. What
is the adage? You only need 2 cars to make a race. 2 cars, very different in philosophy, in design, and indeed in execution. Now, that's the Grand Tourer down the inside. Was that Mark that started the 87 car?
Yeah, it was.
Ooh, up on the 2 wheels, saving a bit of rubber there. Flown in from the Far East on Thursday, out with his dad and the family running the car. That TVR Grand Tourer, little short wheelbase cam-tailed car.
But that just goes to show the draw of the right races in the right places. You will travel to them, but I'm not going to name any names, but someone had a couple of cars entered here, phoned his team during the week and said, when's the Spa Classic? He got the wrong weekend. So the cars are here at the circuit and he's not getting out to play, so a real shame for him.
I must remember, bring licence, bring helmet, bring Hans device. Battle for the lead, coming down to the a complete of another lap. And afraid we've got an E-Type in the pit lane as well. Let's go down to Vincent and see what's going on there.
One of the Belgian drivers that we saw yesterday on the podium, but unfortunately this morning it seems to be a little bit complicated. Laurent Jaspers, apparemment c'est le retrait ici assez rapidement dans cette course. C'est passé quoi, Laurent?
On a eu l'embrayage qui a lâché. Donc c'est dommage, parce que j'étais bien parti, on s'amusait bien avec la Morgane, et voilà. À la chicane, je ne savais plus passer la deuxième.
Appréciation du pilote belge par rapport à cet événement, Spa classique ici, à Francorchamps, c'est quelque chose que vous appréciez particulièrement?
Ah oui, super. Super, parce que hier, j'ai gagné dans ma catégorie, donc j'ai eu un beau week-end. Mais malheureusement, aujourd'hui, je laisse ma place.
Merci. Unfortunately, it's a retirement for Laurent Jaspers, but he won yesterday in his category.
Yeah, thank you very much, Laurent Jasper. I mean, anybody who retires at Spa will be sad, particularly early in the race, but even more so if you're a Belgian driver on home ground. But he said he got very close to the Morgan of John Emberson and a problem ensued after that. But I spotted that car going down to the paddock this morning to the assembly area, and I thought, oh, that just looks right. But also the paddock first thing this morning was the quietest it's been all 3 days.
Yeah.
People are coming in, but you know, the early bird catches the worm, as they say. And so to have all those sights to oneself down there, it was really rather magical. The drivers just walking down quietly, no interruptions. The car club cars just gradually coming in and forming their displays.
It was almost like they were doing just for us while we were standing there having a last coffee before we locked ourselves into the booth, and absolutely the right motivation. Now the Bizzarini still having a scrap with the Lotus behind it.
Yeah, absolutely so. And bear in mind the little Lotus overtook the Lister in the background and has put clear air between the pair of them. But this part of the circuit, going down the hill, that is where the Lotus absolutely thrives. Colin Chapman made his cars small and light, sometimes just one shade too light in many ways in terms of reliability. But everything Colin Chapman did with Lotus was about speed. It was about getting the ultimate performance. And certainly they sold an awful lot of Lotus 15s and Lotus 11s. And that really helped finance what he was trying to do going towards Formula One. But, you know, you think all these great motor, you know, racing car manufacturers started tiny. One little acorn under the railway arches, and in the case of Lotus from behind a pub in North London, and they grew and grew. Lola started in a little lock-up garage behind a row of Victorian houses in Bromley in South London, and look, they then rocketed from there. But you have to admire the constructors. Oh dear, we've got the Fraser Nash Le Mans rep, but not looking as though it's going anywhere at the moment, as it's missing its front left wheel. But again, that provides variety. Much earlier car from the early 1950s, and built on the success they had at Le Mans, and that was the sales ticket. And then suddenly people said, well, we want one like that. It had started life as the Fraser Nash Speed model, but you put Le Mans on the name, and if you've taken that class victory at Le Mans, thank you very much, say the sales department, who were probably also the company owner back in those days.
I mean, it's a tried and true sales tactic, isn't it, with even more modern cars that have had links to great racetracks, either special editions or named after the circuit themselves. Cars that have been replaced, have been put on sale, that evoke certain victories. That one, as Bruce was explaining there, was a little more fundamental in that it was a recreation, a replica, hence its name, of the cars that raced in Le Mans.
Yeah, but it's not like a replica many decades later.
No, indeed.
You know, probably start making them on the Monday after the race, or maybe by Tuesday.
Well, exactly. The questions that we were having last weekend is, would BMW build any more of that magnificent M3 Touring 24H that went out and raced at the Nürburgring last weekend? The possibility was there, but the answer came no, because that was a one-off, effectively a commission. How throwback is that? A car that was financed and built for a customer who wanted to see it race at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, designed, built and raced well, had the fastest BMW lap, and then will be transferred to the ownership of the customer who paid for it afterwards. And that is really throwback. That is almost a proper old-fashioned commission.
No, entirely so. But I would say since the turn of this century, more and more of those are happening, and I think it's a fabulous thing. But it really is right back, ebbing and flowing. At the start of the lap, there was a second between Andreas Rollner in second place in his Ferrari and the Lister Nobly Chevrolet of Luc Pierrevequin. As you can see, less than a second right now. But where the traffic falls could dictate. But in fact, for a short while, they've got clear track ahead of them all the way up through Blanchimont. They may just catch a gaggle of cars at the bus stop, which will give a little bit of oh God, Luc Pierrevequin going very, very wide indeed. Kept hold of his Lister Nobly, but I think that was a bit of a Sunday morning wake-up moment for him. He's got his eyes on his mirror as he comes up the hill and suddenly going, oh, I'm running out of road. Oh, don't worry, it's only Blanchimont.
And nice driving by Triziani in the Giulietta, that beautiful round shape, steered out the way. Now here's the opportunity. We've seen this before with the T75 on the right hand side of the circuit, but hasn't quite got the grunt. It's got straight line speed, but not quite enough to get alongside into La Source. Down through the dip at the apex, nice slide coming out, but that will have cost a little bit of momentum. Rubber left on the road, and down towards the fearsome compression that is Eau Rouge, and then the wall that sits ahead of you right across the yellow and red curbs on the left-hand side. Stay away from that middle curb in these cars. It just unsettles you, and it looks tempting. You think, oh, I can take that. But yesterday we saw a couple of people nearly come to grief, and indeed, we're fairly certain that's what caught out the Carrera GTS of
Dr. Fatemi.
Dr. Fatemi, yeah.
Yeah, well, another car in the pits. One of the, again, I was watching this. Oh, the Volker Hickert. Bizzarini is in the pits, but is the pit window open? I think it probably is.
Just opened.
But
spot on.
For 94, great looking E-Type coupe, Georges Vercan. We saw him a couple of times in action. Oh, the good news is the Fraser Nash Mole rep is back in the race, and the glorious Jaguar just comes in behind. The XK models from the 50s. Oh, such beautiful cars.
Yeah. Again, you look at the styling on those, and it was immediately obvious which manufacturer they came from. So still this lead battle carries on, with half the race distance will have been completed exactly in 30 seconds. Now a bit of an oddity in the pit lane now, taking its mandatory stop.
We'll have you flicking through your observer book of cars from the 1950s. That's the Aston Martin DB24 Bertoni Competition Spider. Heinz Stamm at the wheel, the Swiss driver, brings it up, drives it with great gusto, but such a thing of beauty. And that's what I love in a pack. You walk around the paddock and go, yeah, I know what that looks like, I know what that looks like. What is that? Why is that? And Bonnet's up at the moment, little adjustments. Quick pit stops don't have to be hugely quick. In the background, Kevin Jones's GT 250 GT short wheelbase. That's car 62. And then a car that looks like it's just driven from a fashion show.
Absolutely.
That wonderful bronze livery Jaguar E-Type. Just coming in quiet Sunday morning. Where am I? Spa-Francorchamps. Lovely, thank you.
Yes. Cup of tea, please. Cup of tea and a muffin, perhaps.
No, not before 11 o'clock, John.
Oh, sorry. What?
Right, so Bjorn Ebsen is has hopped aboard, taking over the Bizzarini. Great view into the cockpit already on a Sunday morning. This will be about as most comfortable as they'll be all day. Certainly heat build-up in the cars yesterday was something that was a big issue for some of the drivers in particular. But our lead battle is still a good one. There goes the Bizzarini. 5.3 litres of roar away, soar away fun.
Using the complete pit lane. So you come into the pit lane at the bus stop, and whether you are working in the F1 pits or the endurance pits, you go to your pit and then you exit the endurance pit all the way around at the exit of Radion. So it's a long pit lane at the pit lane speed limit, but all of these stops are timed stops. There's no need to hurry. It's a very generous pit lane. The Allard coming in as well, just at the top of the picture underneath the walkover bridge. Again, a car that is very much from a different era, but look how low slung that is. When you look at that and the Fraser Nash Le Mans rep, and see how much lower that Allard J2 is.
Well, the thing about the Allard, well, it's just one thing about the Allard. It's a stonking great Cadillac engine under the hood, and they are probably about the most visceral car here all weekend. Patrick Watts for years conquered circuits with his, but if you do not need a coffee on a Sunday morning if you're driving a car like this.
Proper hot rod, really, isn't it?
Yeah, Sydney Allard built them up in Clapham in South London, and amazing. From little sheds, amazing cars were built. Body shapes, they stuck with the cycle wings, but in the early 1950s, suddenly you needed, for Le Mans, to no longer have cycle wings. I think it was 53 was the year that you had to start changing the shape of your cars, but they weren't the ultimate Le Mans car. Later, there were Allards of different shapes. Right, Luc-Pierre Vercan, our race leader, is in. Andreas Rollner in his Ferrari 275 GTB is also in as well.
Already changing over to his brother, isn't it? It's Lars who shares with him.
Yeah.
The 188. What amazes me is, particularly in that list of Nobili, just how low the driver is sitting and how they can see anything over that big lump, which is the basically almost touching the top of the engine that sits in front of them.
Yeah, they're not actually sitting low, they're sitting relatively high. Sitting low is the little Lotus in behind.
Oh, yeah.
I was about to say, could we have a Lola shot? And here we have one. High is the Fraser Nash behind for driving position. Low is Eric Broadley's first real racing car, the Mark 1. Super nimble, but what he's like Serge Kriknoff. He doesn't have a lot of horsepower to play with in his, but certainly a lot more power under the hood of the Fraser Nash Le Mans rep. And again, it's the diversity. You know, when racing loses diversity, naturally back in the 50s there was a lot more, because a lot of the cars people raced after the Second World War were cars from pre-war, and it took quite a while for them to be adapted. But then once aerodynamics came to be understood, and once people like Eric Broadley with Lola, Colin Chapman with Lotus decided small was best in terms of getting a nimble car that was kind to its tyres, then the world was changing very quickly.
And those cars wouldn't have raced against each other when they were both brand new, but as you said, later on, and I even still remember going to Croft Circuit as a bit of overtaking in the pit lane there.
Yeah, slightly confused by that.
That was Vercan coming back out again and being passed by the other TVR Grand Tourer, which is the one with the red and blue stripes on.
Yeah, Guy Grant or Mark Hales. I'll tell you which it is in a minute.
But I remember going to race meetings at Croft and at other places where if there had been different races for different eras of cars, almost always at the end of one or other of the days there'd just be a big combined sports car race, and everybody would go out. We used to see the inter-series races as well. And this was an opportunity for people to get a bit more value for their race weekend. And we're seeing exactly the same thing here with a number of cars doing eligible and therefore doing multiple outings.
Yeah, no, entirely so. Because often you had cars that didn't really fit into a particular class, but they're here, so why not have a go? And it gave you a chance to pitch yourself against someone else. Glorious little Morgan SLR in the pits, John Emberson's car. You think Morgan, you don't think this body shape, but when they wanted to do well at Le Mans, there was no way they could take their regular cars and shine. So you got the much sleeker body on the SLR, and looks fantastic with that sort of polished alley finish.
Body work as the 22 Lotus goes up over the top of Radiant.
Yeah, that's a Lotus 11, 1952, so that's earlier than the Serge Kriknoff one we'd seen going so well in the early stages of the race. But we were looking for the move through time. In fact, Serge's car is from 1960, whereas this one, number 22, is from considerably earlier, 1956, and that was when Lotus was really starting to change fast.
Correct.
But selling these cars financed their racing team.
Jean-Pascal Carrel for behind the wheel of that number 20. In the top 10, by the way, that car, having completed its mandatory pit stop. As I'm looking down, I think everybody has now. The pit window is about to close. No, indeed, has just closed, actually. The two major runners that started this morning that will not finish is the Jaguar E-Type Coupe, the Laurent Jaspert class-winning car, the number 73 from yesterday, and John Spears, who would have been battling at the front of the field in his Jaguar Costin, the number 88. There was a number of cars that we saw yesterday that haven't come out again today. Dr. Afshin Fatemi's Porsche among them, that car getting some remedial treatment. We'll see it back out again, I'm absolutely certain, the little silver car back out again during the season. Next up, by the way, if you're enjoying this Sunday morning, wherever you are in the world, just coming up to 25 minutes past 9 Central European summertime, and whilst we might still, in terms of the calendar being springtime, it is very much a summer's day here at the moment in temperature. Well, off to Dijon next. That's in early June. Andrew and Bruce taking care of that, and then all three of us together in the first weekend of July for the new look, and the first of the new look Le Mans Classics by Peter Auto, with the split year on years. The Pizzerini's gone round at La Source, not the first and not the last to have done that.
Yeah, the battle for second place is a belter though. Car number 194, Catesby Jones in that glorious 9046 Carrera. There he is, specs on, looking for the line around the corner. He's got to be nimble in that Porsche because he's got the Lotus 15 riding behind Serge Kriknoff, just under a second down, but they're way off the race leader Luc Pierre-Ferquin. He's 15 seconds up the track.
Look at the nose of that Porsche, and particularly the wings above the tyres and the wheels, the fenders.
Hold on, I want to interrupt that thought. Two TVR Grand Tours running together. I'm just having a TVR moment. That's
okay.
Fine. Back to you.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
There's literally no gap between the top of the wheel and the fenders. It's like someone's laid a sheet over it, and that is the bodywork, fiberglass bodywork. The later cars had a tube frame rather than a ladder chassis of the earlier cars, just to save a little bit more weight that the six-cylinder engine but we're still talking 600, 650 kilos and not a lot of weight in there. They also did an even lighter fiberglass bodywork where they played with how they made the fiberglass and formed it non-structural on the tube frame cars. And just remind yourself, that is a Porsche, a flat 4 or a flat 6. And there was an 8-cylinder, there was a flat 8 as well, which I cannot even begin to think how scary it was to drive that. A little bit held up there, Catesby Jones, by the leading Grand Tourer.
Yeah, that's Mark Hales, who was minding his own business. They have the job of getting past him, not him moving out of their way. The next car up in front, I think, is Mark Gordon, possibly. Let's have a look in his Jaguar. Well, Catesby Jones worked that traffic very well. Can Mark see down to the little Lotus that's following through? Serge Kriknov would have been beneath his sort of the bottom of his windows on his car, but anyhow, nicely negotiated. Such a tricky corner, the bus stop chicane onto the start-finish straight. Says Kriknov again, better speed out of the corner, then the Porsche comes into its own, but a good ding-dong. The race leader is, well, they're catching him. He's 15 seconds clear. Luc Pierre Vercain is Lister Nobly, but what a great little tussle. Again, we had that lead battle with the Ferrari. Oh, by the way, where is Lars Rollner? He had a longer pit stop, so he's down in 5th place. So expect him to come up the order a little bit. He's got to try and tackle Bram Bontrup in the Lister Jaguar Costin, the remaining Lister Jaguar Costin in this race, because just remember, we lost one of the front runners very early on in the form of John Spears, gear selector issues.
Yeah, he is just about 2 seconds, Lars Rollner, behind Bram Bontrup in that Lister Jaguar Costin. That's the battle for 4th and 5th. And actually, no, they're not in the same class. Bjorn Edson behind the wheel of the number 46 Bizzarini now is in the same class as the Ferrari, but some 20 seconds plus behind.
Well, he probably lost about half of that margin with his little rotation up at that source, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. And certainly that's a car that's always been a handful, the 530 GT Bizzarini. But if you get on top of it, then you're a champion. But they are hard to drive.
There must be, and maybe this is a rather obvious question to ask, but there must be so much pleasure in getting these cars to drive quickly, because it's not easy. Here's a potential pass down to Pouon. Down the inside, racing room asked for and given. But these cars can take multiple lines through the double left. They're still side by side, and you can put another one in between them. Very respectful driving there. Eventually they'll both go back onto the racing line at the exit down the hill to Fagnes, or Pif Paf as some people used to call it. And again, the Catesby Jones bright red Porsche just easing through there, taking a little bit more speed. Not a traditional racing line, but he had the advantage there with his right-hand indicator going. He had the advantage of taking more speed. It meant he missed the apex, Bruce, but he carried more speed through the corner.
Yeah, he did. Actually, at Pouhon, he ran slightly wide in trying to accommodate any potential attack from Serge Kriknov. But, you know, Serge in the corners and that little Lotus number 16 just has the advantage. But it's not as though the Porsche isn't nimble right. Beautiful E-Type up in front, but they're going to have to decide, are they going to do a Michael Schumacher, Mika Hakkinen Spa move? Okay, it's not up the Kemmel Straight, but he stays to the outside of the track. That's very well done. I worried they might be going either side. Catesby Jones gets in front, then gets a compromised exit to the corner, but has hooked it up very nicely.
I actually commentated on that race, my one and only on-site F1 commentary that I did. I was here for that. I just thought I saw a wisp of smoke coming out of the right-hand exhaust of the Catesby Jones car under acceleration. Let's hope that little flat 6 cylinders, but still only 2 litres. Let's remind ourselves, a Swiss watch of a flat 6 German engine.
Tiny teacups. Right, they are actually in their own battle, doing what doesn't normally happen in the battle. You normally slightly delay yourself, but they are both catching race leader Luc-Pierre Vercain. So down to 13 seconds, only 9 minutes, just under 10 minutes on the clock, so I think he's safe. Right, now we've got the battle behind. Lars Rollner has overtaken Bram Bontrup, so he's gone from 5th to 4th, and the Dutch racer 4th to 5th, alas for him. But they should probably be, that Ferrari's got plenty of poke, plenty of punch, and got the job done before they got up to La Source.
As they said in the famous film The Italian Job, it's the old over and under. And Lars there just waiting his moment to take a completely different line, which meant he could get that Ferrari engine singing earlier, back on full throttle earlier, and out-dragged down the front straight. The other battle that's interesting is Lars Rollner, having now got past Bram Bondrup, is around about 20 seconds behind this battle for second overall. The red car, second overall, is leading its class, and the Ferrari is the second car in class. 20 seconds further back, but lapping. Now, last time actually he was a bit slower, but he had to do the overtake. I don't think there's time for him to get back to them. He was only gaining a second or a second and a half in clear air. As we count down 8 minutes exactly, so that is 2, possibly 3 laps, depending on when the leader crosses the line, Bruce. And that 13 seconds at the front of the field looks comfortable, I think, for Luc-Pierre Vercaen.
Comfortable, manageable. Yeah, he's on top of things. I mean, the real shame is we lost John Spears, Nigel Greensall, Lister Jaguar, the Costin body car that would have been challenging and quite probably would have been in front, but they'd have had a battle. But early on the opening lap, I thought there's no problem for John's car, because he should, if all was working, spot on, been right with or trying to overtake Luc-Pierre Vercaen. So we lost one of the overall challenges, and Lars Rollner giving his best, but he doesn't tend to have the pace that Andreas has, and Andreas in the opening stage of the race, don't forget, was challenging the race leader, probing here, pushing there, and keeping it honest. And again, coming out of the bus stop chicane onto the start from straight, a better exit for the Lotus, but he doesn't have the grunt, but he's going to hope he can brake later.
Closer.
He's braking later, still not quite close enough. Might have to wait another lap to try there, but where else will he attack? We saw him making a move down through Pouhon a couple of laps ago. Now, this is the opportunity, because all it needed, I was about to say, is a little slide out of La Source, and it's a chance for the car with less horsepower to get into the slipstream, down the hill. No, you're not going to look there into Eau Rouge, but he needs to have a good run out of Eau Rouge and Radillon. This is what you see. Actually, this lap, it didn't happen so much.
No.
Previous laps, you've had a far better exit from the little Lotus. Maybe their tyres are starting to squeak a little bit more. But now at least they're on the same straight as our race leader. The gap's under 10 seconds. Remember, a few laps ago it was 17 seconds and they were fighting. I thought, well, that's got Luc-Pierre Vercaen pretty much on a red carpet ride to the flag.
Catesby Jones does his and the class's fastest lap of the race at 2:53.6. Anything in any car that's under 3 minutes, and substantially under 3 minutes as that is by 7 seconds, that is a good lap around just over 7 kilometres, just over 4 miles here at Spa-Francorchamps in the current configuration. Down at Bruxelles, I think there'll be 2 more laps after this one. Catesby Jones drifting the back end of that red Carrera GTS again. And that track temperature is just starting to ease up. It was 20 Celsius when we started, 24 now. And now 1 lap penalty being given for the Lola that we were looking at earlier, the Patrick and Philippe Giroux car.
I think they might have been, they were the last one into the pits, I think.
Too late.
It might have been, yes.
Tardy.
A little tardy. So a very, very strident penalty. But what has happened there for Catesby Jones? Oh, now he's trying to guess where the little Lotus Elite was going. And I was going to say, this is the happy hunting ground for Serge Kriknoff and his Lotus. Is all the way from Bruxelles down the slope. Just traffic didn't quite fall his way. But the clock counts down, 5 minutes remain. Looking at another Lotus making its progress up the Kemmel Straight from darkness into light. Great big Austin Healey tucked under his rear wing, and that's Alexander Kolb in the Healey, the red one with the white roof, almost like the traditional colours for the Healey in competition, the BMC competition department. But the little Lotus to Jacob Curel just hangs on in there. That's 8th, playing 9th on the circuit.
Jean-Pascal looking across there in that brightly coloured helmet as he flicks the car through. Oh, fantastic four-wheel drift again from the Healey. Down the hill to Bruxelles. Healey's much lauded for their rallying, but of course we're a good track car as well, as Bruce pointed out yesterday. And here, this is not a replay of the previous lap, exactly as we saw down into La Source. Catesby Jones, I don't know if he's just taken the rear view. No, it's still there. I was wondering if he'd just taken it off and thrown it behind him. Must be sick of looking at the front of that light blue, lovely colour on the Lotus sitting in third place, the Lotus 15 from 1960. Catesby Jones nails the middle of the climb up to Radion. He is absolutely full bore. There's not a scintilla of a lift there, and he's just controlling the drift, and that is a big advantage. He's got an advantage at that part of the track.
Yeah, they can see the racer is coming away, definitely. But yesterday we heard an interview with Catesby when he got out of this car, and he was popping and banging in the way anyone could. He said, this is the greatest circuit of the world. Another penalty, John?
Yes, and it is for that car, for the second place car. Track limits at now where is that going to be? Turn 10 is the entry to Pouhon, the first part of Pouhon. Third infringement, and it is a 5-second penalty. 5-second penalty. So, and we have a red flag. We have a red flag. So that will be added to Catesby Jones. It is an incident for the Lotus Elite S2, the number 40, which has gone off the circuit. The good news.
Well, driver walking away, that is very good news. Marcus Bischofberger sharing that with Ciro Charavia. And in fact, we saw it on camera a short while ago, but the best news in all circumstances when a car's crashed is seeing a driver.
It was Marcus behind the wheel. Walking
away under their own steam. And, you know, he was having a good old race around this most fantastic of circuits. But that means our race winner just coming through the bottom of the shot, Luc Pierre-Vercaen. The margin was coming down and down. The chasing duo of Catesby Jones, who we now know has a penalty, and Serge Kriknoff will be promoted to second. It got to within 7 seconds. It was coming down all the time. I'm sure Luc Pierre-Vercaen had enough still in the hand with about 3 minutes remaining before that red flag was thrown to end the race, just marginally prematurely, probably costing them 2 laps.
Yeah.
But, you know, he drove wonderfully, but the battle behind was the one that really drew the eye.
Yeah, and I'm just doing some quick arithmetic. Catesby Jones drops to third, as you rightly say, but Lars Rollner wasn't close enough to make that 5 seconds work for him. And in fact, the pace of Catesby and Serge had actually stretched that gap a little bit. So it will be still the Class F victory for the Porsche 904.6.
Which would have been John Spears who'd have handed over the Lister Jaguar Costin. That would have been the fly in the ointment. But 2 wins in 2 days here at Spa-Francorchamps. I think Luc Pierre-Vercaen will take that with open arms.
Jean-Pascal Curiel, who we were talking about early on, excuse me, in the Lotus 11, was 8th and takes the E1 category. So another class victor there, 3 different categories racing together here. I mentioned also, well done to Hubert Bourdin in the E1 class. He was second in the number 39, but had the fastest lap of that class's race. And Catesby Jones, by the way, only 0.3 of a second away on his fastest lap, which was a class fastest lap, from the overall fastest lap, Luc Pierre-Vercaen. 2:53.2 for Luc Pierre and 2:53.6.
Yeah, but the little Lotus, Serge Kriknoff, 2:53.3. He was within
right
a third overall on the track in his Lotus 15, giving away so much horsepower to the Lister Nobly with its Chevrolet engine. But a wonderful way to open Sunday morning here. The crowd's just starting to trickle in. It's been packed. The car club's already lining up their cars in the paddock behind the endurance pits, the old pits, as the cars trickle down the pit lane. A few cars with mechanical maladies this morning, but in terms of track conditions, they're as good as they've been all weekend. The track's been dry, cooler today, and much, much kinder on the cars.
Well, race control saying the race will not restart with just a couple of minutes left. The time has been allowed to elapse. As you see, I think it would have been about 2 laps. We'll just wait for the timing screen to reset. They'll go back to the last fully completed lap before the red flag. Catesby Jones was starting to move away from Serge Kriknoff, but I don't think he had that 5 seconds in hand. And indeed, as I say that, our excellent colleagues at Alcamel apply that, and the results then at the end of lap 12 see the Lister Nobly with the Chevrolet power, Luc Pierre-Vercaen, winning by 10 seconds from Serge Kriknoff in the Lotus 15. Second in E2 and second overall. Catesby Jones then drops to third by 0.2 of a second. So it was a lot closer than I thought, actually, when they went across the line at the last timing point. Lars Rollner in fourth, a further 21 seconds behind, taking second place in Class F behind Catesby Jones. Bram Brontrup in fifth position for the Lister Jaguar, and with the Coston engine. Bjorn Ebsen, who took over the number 46 Bizzarini, comes home third in class and sixth overall. Kevin Jones finished off the Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase, the number 62 car, the silver car, ahead of Alexander Kolb, who brought the Austin Healey home in eighth. And the top 10 made up by Jean-Pascal Curel, who won his class E1 in the Lotus 1500, the Lotus 11 from 1956, the number 22 car, then in 9th and 10. John Emberson in the Morgan SLR from 1965. Despite that car we saw in the pits, I think that was just a standard pit stop though. So the all-silver number 57, the Silver Bullet Morgan SLR, rounding up the top 10, 6th position in class. Slightly truncated race. The good news is that Marcus Bischofberger was walking under his own steam, got out under his own auspices of that number 40 Lotus Elite S2, Series 2 from 1961. Proof, however, if proof were needed, how hard these drivers are driving. This is not a parade, this is proper racing. Respectful racing, Bruce, but racing that puts everybody on the very ragged edge, and we applaud them for doing that.
Yeah, also applauding all the camera work that just catches these cars. Historic cars do slide and move around.
Lovely,
you can see them really, really working their tyres. And again, I say that shot of Catesby Jones going into the compression at Eau Rouge to fire his 904 Carrera up the hill was fantastic. And up front, Luc Pierre-Vaquin had everything under control. He wasn't driving right to the limits of the circuit. He knew there was a gap that was coming down. But hats off too to Serge Kriknoff, who ended up after that penalty for Catesby Jones for keeping in that mix in his little Lotus 15. Had to use the handling because he didn't have the horsepower. But then the yin and yang of all of that. I love it in racing when you've got two people going about things in different way. But let's head down to the pit lane because Vincent has caught up one of the drivers of the Ferrari. His name is Lars Rollner.
In the pits with the driver of this Ferrari 275 GTB, we saw a lot during those two races. Lars Rollner, it was I think Lars, a nice weekend for you.
You know, yesterday we drove 4 different classes. We had a lot of fun driving. The 2 hours in the Ferrari was just amazing. And I must say, gentlemen around us. And today, amazing. So we're happy to be here. And for me, it's a privilege to drive the car. It belongs to my son. I'm the second driver of it, but it's really, really nice.
How is the track with this sun? It's quite hot even in the morning here.
No, but say these cars are sliding a bit anyway. So I think even in the morning it's nice. So conditions, I've never experienced Spa like this. It is amazing. So I couldn't wish for anything more.
So it's a very good weekend for the Rollner family here in Spa.
I think I tried to make them brothers earlier on. My apologies. Père et fils. Dad and lad having fun. That car for me may well be the star of the weekend. So the Gentleman Challenge getting us underway here on Sunday morning.
half the reason. No, it's almost entirely the reason why they bring their cars here, not just to display them in the paddock areas, and they do have some fantastic displays, but to go out and experience this track. And I tell you what, we just heard there from Lars Rollner, he hasn't ever seen Spa like this, with full, wonderful sunshine. I mean, Spa often has its own microclimate, often has a lot of rain, has mist, being high up in the Ardennes. But when you get it on a Sunday morning, when it's sunny, the track is dry, the track is clean, oh my word, what a thrill for these drivers to go out on the circuit.
A little bit of clean-up will be required from that incident with the Lotus. Again, just to stress, driver was fine. Marcus out and walking under his own steam. In fact, the car's coming back now the wrong way into the pit lane on the back of a flatbed truck. It will receive the care and attention that it needs from its preparers. Did have some tweets yesterday. Sorry, I still call it Twitter. I had some X posts yesterday about, you know, how can people race some of these cars, some of them like that Ferrari, in fact, very valuable cars. Well, the point is, this is what they were built for, they were conceived and designed for, and racing cars should race.
Racing cars are racing cars, sitting cars are sitting cars. It's immensely simple, and imagine how dull life would be if you only got to see a car once, and at the end of that season it was tucked away. We all have our favourites from across the years, across the decades, but actually it's a great refresher. And also, if you've only ever seen them in photographs, it's when you hear them, smell them, see them, and see how they handle. That last race in particular was an example of that, watching the different performance potential of these cars around a track like this that does have such great variety, from the long straights to the really tight sequences of corner. And sequences, John, is an important element. It's not just setting a car up for one corner. We're looking at the run down to Pau, fearsome double left-hander, and a big drop from the entry to the second apex. And it really takes some thought and management. This view now is looking from the top of the Kemmel Straight all the way down where the drivers have climbed from the exit of Radillon. You have to work this track, and then, of course, you have to. If you're on your own, it'd be tricky enough. But when you're doing it in conjunction with someone else and planning your overtaking move corners ahead, you spot a bunch of back markers. How are we going to negotiate those? Where is my advantage?
We had a race yesterday that had more than 50 cars in it, and obviously they're not all moving at the same pace. But at various times during a long race, you are going to be on a piece of circuit that somebody else wants, or someone else is occupying a piece of circuit that you feel you need. And that is all about the compromise. And again, I will make the point, these are not processions. I was reminded among the many pearls of wisdom from that archetypal British privateer entry at
Mr. Hugh Chamberlain.
Le Mans, Hugh Chamberlain, yes. I won't attempt to do his wonderful voice, but he would have said, you don't put a car out on a track, any track, whether it's testing or a race, and absolutely expect to get it back the way you sent it out. The moment you roll it out of the pit lane, you know you're going to have the car in potentially having problems. Out on the circuit at the moment, a very interesting car from Renault. This is the all-electric RS Turbo. At the moment, the Renault 5 and the Renault 4 really garnering fantastic reviews for their small electric hatchbacks. Renault one with Peugeot, I suppose, really one of the main instigators in the late 70s and early to mid-80s of the hot hatchback. Well, the hot hatchback is back, Bruce, with electric power, and this is the new evocation of the RS Turbo, which either was front-wheel drive in the original, and then there was the Maxi 5 Turbo, which this really is bringing me to mind of, which had a mid-mounted engine and those big, almost Group 5-esque wheel arches. And my goodness, mate, it's a little bit bigger all round, but the proportions are spot on.
Yeah, there was a Maxi Turbo, Renault 5 Maxi Turbo parked outside our TV truck yesterday. It was drawing an awful lot of looks, and people pointing to their children, look where the engine is. So I love that level of enthusiasm. But I tell you what, for a few years running, I came out to races like the Spa 24 Hours in a Renault 5 Turbo. It was a company car. We used to fight to make sure we got it for the weekend. And when you get to the roads in the Ardennes, it's not a bad car to have. But it's not just those electric Renaults out on the circuit. As you can see, an eclectic combination of cars out on track, but a chance, a lovely little Mark 1 Golf GTI there. But to me, the Renault 5 Turbo was such a brilliant car. And I do know someone who actually managed to spin one up on one of the main roads in London, and how he missed everything, I do not know.
Well,
Over-enthusiasm.
Well, that 3E that we're looking at in Renault Racing Blue, they're going to build 1,980 of them. And
obvious number to pick.
Yeah.
1980.
Of course, exactly. The first 1,000 are already spoken for. They're £135,000, rear-wheel drive, 533 brake horsepower from its electric motors, and 0 to 62, 3.5 seconds. So that is supercar performance from, and you know, there's an Alpine A290, but this. The Alpine version, but that, to me, that is a real evocation of what we've seen in the past, and that 1980 is the key. They clearly know what they're onto there.
What amazing cars of Donkervoort down there, Dutch-built car, the yellow one going out at the bottom of the picture. Very few cars only have one person on board. You've got to share the experience of Radical. This really is a combination. Oh, fantastic early BMW 5 Series, looking very nimble. Loads of Mazda. There's a Radical. Okay, John, I'm going to have to blindfold you and ask you which model that is. Well, what an unfair.
Yeah, that looks like one of the. It does look like one of the road-going cars, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With that faired-in rear wing. I was fortunate enough to do a Radical race weekend a few years ago. The works got me in one, gave me a test here at Donington on the national circuit. AMG GT in that bright green. Typical front engine, long snout. Mercedes going back to the old SLRs, of course.
And then look in the background, just ahead of the bright yellow Donkervoort in the background, a Jaguar D-Type. It was sitting here last night, again, just outside our TV truck in the pad. Father and son. I was going to say roof down. Of course, the roof is down. It's a D-Type. Didn't put the sun under the tonneau cover. And off into a glorious evening here about 11 o'clock. So it's lovely to see quite a handful of Porsches. Well, it's certainly not in the way the Nürburgring is if you want to drive and do some laps on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So it's still a little bit like hen's teeth, getting the opportunity to drive here. And tell you, if you've done it once, that will only whet your appetite to come back.
The Donkervoort is interesting because they started building cars that look rather like Lotus 7s and then kept on developing them, and along with Spiker actually used Audi engines. So that car that's out there at the moment, I think, and I haven't had a close look at it, but I think that's one of the 5-cylinder Audi turbocharged TFSI engines. So 380 horsepower in something very, very lightweight. Again, family company, passed on from father to son. You can still order one. The P24 RS is available from Donkervoort. That's just the 3.5 litre Ford EcoBoost engine for 591 horsepower in a 780 kilogram car.
Yeah, good numbers, I think.
Adequate, I think.
Yes, enough for fun.
Yeah.
But, you know, look, when all these people booked with their various car clubs and track session clubs to see, you know, to come up with
an Ultima? That is an Ultima?
Yeah.
Wow.
Again, specialist British sports car companies, and they made some cars that really, and you know, noble cars as well, were building fantastic cars. And I do remember the magazines at the time were going, is this the best handling car in the world? Because these were sort of they were sort of that blurred area between road car and race car. A lot of race car engineering, and they really showed the major companies what you needed to do to get your car to handle properly. That is for sure. But I'm loving that little evocation of the Renault 5 Turbo, all flares and noise, and it couldn't be anything other than a French car. I love it when you feel the nationality of a car staying through, and it does take you back. In fact, those wonderful Renault 5 Turbo races, completely manic, chaotic, and endless fun back in the 80s as well. Renault have long had that really good, solid sporting streak, John, haven't they? They've constantly had one-make challenges, single-seaters, etc., but the driver's mucking around out there, just dabbing the brakes, the nose dropping down to the track.
It's good to see Renault and Peugeot and Citroën and Alpine all being prepared to acknowledge their history and come out with cars for a new era with new motive power. Yes, absolutely, but that doesn't mean that you throw everything away. There's a new Citroën 2CV coming out in electric form, which is going to look very much like a Citroën 2CV. The Renault 4 and the Renault 5, not necessarily the 3E RS Turbo that we've got on the track here, they very much look like the cars that they are based on. The AMG coming through, and a nice Carrera Porsche as well, and a Mark 1 Golf GTI as well. Always the problem with those cars, they had terrible brakes, because in converting them from steering wheel on the left to steering wheel on the right, it meant moving, because the steering column placement, it meant moving the servo on the brakes, and also they seem to blow rear light bulbs. I have no idea why. I knew somebody who had one as a company car back in the day.
I would suggest the talents of that car would override such minor issues.
Yes, you got used to it.
What a crisp design that was. It's still, to my view, the very smartest and loveliest of the Golf GTI line, but what they did for entertaining drivers coming up. There are periods in life when there aren't very exciting cars, but they just invented that market. Lots of other manufacturers followed, and I just hope the people in their 20s and 30s today get cars that are as much fun to drive before the responsibilities of life start to weigh on your shoulders.
There are certain, if you are a guitar fan, there are certain guitars that you want to own, and probably a Gibson Les Paul or a Fender Stratocaster or Telecaster, a Grosch or a big D10 on the acoustic side. Certain watches, if you are into that sort of thing. And I think cars are the same. You'll have a wish list, you'll have a bucket list of cars, and you should try and get through as many of those. More than likely you'll lose money on every single one of them, but you don't buy cars to make money. You shouldn't buy cars to make money. You should buy cars to enjoy them. And if you buy a car and think, if I put that away in 5 years it'll be worth 20 quid more than I bought it for, you're missing the point, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, entirely. I concur with all of that. Just notice that Jaguar D-Type has a full-width screen, and I learnt an important lesson. A friend of mine who prepared cars and race cars said, "Oh, come down." And I went down to see him. He said, "Do you want to have a go out in the Jaguar D-Type?" He had a little aero screen. I had nothing. And that was where I learnt the value of having pinned down collars, because I was nearly beaten to death on the bypass as he got a bit of a lick on. But it was an honour to be beaten to death by my shirt. But yeah, what a trivial comment to make about a Jaguar D-Type. But just to get in the essence of the day, every car is different, and I just love having this full mixture of cars out here. The Alfa Romeo wants to get a bit more get up and go.
Another mid-engine Porsche there going through in that bright, very evocative of its era colour, the bright orange rather, and indeed a Datsun 260Z.
Yeah, there's a lovely display of those down in the paddock next to the outstanding Shelby display from the original Shelby importer for Belgium. Gentleman car, but I always thought the 240Z was exquisite, and anyone who owned one, very lucky you.
Couple of Ultimas together, they found themselves on the track going past a Healy. That might be a Healy 100, I think. Actually, that can't see it from the front.
I'm fairly sure it's a 3000.
Is it a 3000?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
No,
it's
106.
Yeah. Golf GTI on a V plate, and in that classic Golf black with the silver stripes, it'll have the checkered seats inside there as well, 3-door, lovely stuff to watch. And then of course you get the track stroke road weapon that is Caterham. They've just turned out a whole load of limited editions, including one for the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And by the way, talking about the Z, I've seen the Zs and sat in the Zs in the States, hearing that they might finally be coming to the UK, the new Nissan Z cars, the old fair ladies as they were called. Plenty of BMWs from the Belgian BMW club as well. Z4 Roadster with the 5 Series going through. A couple of different eras and different design languages of BMW going through there, and I'll say no more about it than that. I spotted something in the background that was fairly unusual, and I'll wait to see if we see it again. The Porsche is lovely out there, the mid-engine Porsche 914. Ferrari, Mazda, Cobra, BMW E30, BMW Z4, Ferrari, Alpine, current Alpine. Now there's a great little car. That's a great use of a Nissan 1.8 engine, transversely mounted across the rear end. Precision instrument. And see a puff comment.
Full of gusto. Great to have it. But you know, they are so lucky with the weather, because as I started rambling on about earlier, when they booked for this, they would have had to expect it could be driving with rain here at Spa end of May. You never know what you're going to get, but you take the good days. Yes, you're quite right. It is the 104 or 106 Healy. The rear shot is slightly less clear. That's why I jumped at the 3000. But any of those would be just brilliant fun to have around this circuit. And also the thing is, we all have our likes in the car department, but when you walk through the paddock, you'll find someone who's eulogising about something like this, something you'd absolutely love. I always wanted a GT3 and but for some people, it's just the car that hit their sweet spot at a time in life when cars were everything, before the reality of having to find the money to buy the things.
Well, it was your space, though, wasn't it? It was your space. It was something that you could express your personality with. And, you know, when I was still living at home, my late teens, even into my early 20s, before I finally got the deposit together, your car was the expression of yourself. Simple as that. I thought I saw Carrera GT.
I had an Escort Mark 1. Oh, well, there you go. Then I got an MG.
Jaguar XK, the latest version thereof, with something hanging underneath there.
Jaguar's a little bit loose in the possible exhaust department. It's not touching the track, but...
Lovely Grand Tourer, though, with the V8.
You know what?
Big lazy V8.
As a child and young man, it was all about performance, but lastly I think, you know what, having something that can waft with a modicum of performance when you wanted it, but you could drive sensibly. There is an element, you know, with my car when it's on the road, I like to drive like a madman for about half a percent of the time, a big thrust, get that 5-litre V8 working very nicely, and then drive sensibly. But that's fine. But with a car that most of the time, you have to be honest, you're not going to be... What's the difference between a car that can do 180 miles an hour and one than 175? No difference at all. Okay, motoring journalists will get worked up into a lather about a new model having an extra 8 horsepower. Does it drive nicely? Can you get out without your back in spasm for taller drivers, etc.? So, you know, you've got to be sensible too.
A couple of Z cars together, like the black bonnet on this blue one. It's like slightly overwheeled and tired, that one,
it
I would say.
spoils the dimensions.
Yeah, the one slightly further back, the dark red one, is more period correct. Oh, we're getting our anoraks on today. I started with small cars. Oh, there's a Camaro out there as well. Fantastic. I started with small British cars, tuned them up myself and did various bits and pieces. Went through the Talbot, Chrysler, Hillman. So a couple of Hillman Avengers, TI Lotus, TI Sunbeam, excuse me, couldn't afford the Lotus. That 9146 with the blister arches is absolutely lovely. I would love one of those, but I don't need another two-door Porsche. I was always a sucker, though, for big, wafty saloons. Joe Bradley got me onto it. He had a Ford Granada Gear X and the ones with the TRX Michelin tyres, the weird-sized metric tyres on. But it was such a lovely, comfortable car. And so eventually I graduated to XJ6 Jaguars and the big 4-litre straight 6 engine that goes all the way back to some of the race cars we've been watching, that old AJ6 engine which got modified, and the more up-to-date electronics and electric fuel injection, etc., electronic fuel injection. And then I've gone sort of regressed in my later years and ended up with some Porsches, including a transaxle car, it's a 944. The middle child of the Porsche front-engine transaxle, 924, 944, 968.
And the 944 Turbo, what an underrated car. Just, you know...
All the transaxle cars are, Bruce, still.
Yeah, and I very much enjoyed, you know, test driving a 968, but I just really love the 944 Turbo. Sometimes it's down to the trip you do. You borrowed a car, the manufacturer's lent it to you.
Totally.
I drove that out to go and look at the Rouen Les Essarts circuit. Took a weekend away when I wasn't involved in racing, and it just was the right tool at the right time. some cars like this Cobra will entertain you, but maybe as a day-to-day car is not the best thing to have. And in fact, one of the cars that really we don't talk about much, we see that a lot of them around the circuit, Mazda MX-5. When that was launched, don't look down your noses at them. They're a success for a reason, because basically they went back to being a bit like a Lotus Elan. In the early 1960s, they had handling, and that had started to go away from a lot of cars. And so I've always been a big fan. Not very easy for me to fit in them, as being slightly on the tall side of lanky. But
coming up for that 40-year anniversary, you know, those cars now. And the ND, of which that dark-coloured one, the Mark IV, if you will, absolutely brilliant. My 968... my 968 Sport I bought in the September, and then of the previous year. Then this my first trip to this event as a spectator was in the 968 Sport, and we were on the way to the Nürburgring to do the Nürburgring 24 hours in the days when I had to take all the radio equipment and the ISDN codec. So back seats folded down, all the gear in. My race gear was in because I was supposed to be doing the TT Cup on the Grand Prix circuit as well, and still had room on the way back for boxes of wine. And that 968 Sport was my daily car for a very, very long time. In fact, until I got the 992 GTS. And it's a car that I need to drive more. Camaro looking a bit fast and furious on that one. Looked like it had been done up a little bit.
I think the sensible thing is the drivers have obviously been instructed on the first couple of laps, take it easy, and then maybe they've just intelligently left a little space in front of them to go out. But this is, well, particularly these little Lotuses, this is what they're built for.
Oh, surely.
They're not built as a day-to-day car. You could use them, but this, when they get here, it's like the drivers will find their car has a new dimension that you'll never ever get on a public road, and it's just wonderful.
The Donkervoort again is the bright yellow car, open-top car with the almost cycle wing front end. Just going through. And you were talking about camera positions earlier on, by the way. Tails away shots. Tails away shot. Watch the movie Le Mans. Watch all of the racing films from that era, movies from that era. The tails away shot, much underused, and I'm delighted to see that our colleagues here at Stop and Go, the production company, have understood that we want to see the cars working.
Yeah, but it also just gives you a moment to linger. It is a cinematic shot, particularly with historic racing cars.
No.
Is that the Dallara?
Well, I caught the
Dallara, but
I caught the back of that from a different angle, and I thought that was the Carrera GT, but it's not. You're right.
I think that's the. Well, have a look. There are a few that I don't want to.
There's another one. Whatever it is, there's another one of them in a different colour. Interesting.
The number of supercars that have been launched in the past 10 years is just extraordinary. They come at you thick and fast, and at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, you have a supercar run, you stand at the top of the hill and take a look at the cars and always fall over them. And there's some, you just really don't get a chance to look at. And the Dallara was one that caught me out a couple of years running. Didn't know what it was until I could clamber over other cars to take a look. But there are really interesting cars now on the market for people. But it's having them on and being able to bring them to places like this with the Circuit Track Day clubs that are based in many countries. Find an experienced company to do it.
On, Bruce.
And things
putting out with that turbocharged engine, putting out nearly 400 horsepower at 6,200 revs.
I don't always read the car reviews, but the ones I've noticed of that are absolutely chock full of praise. Just think about it. Gianpaolo Dallara's company been making racing cars forever and a day, but this move into road cars, they weren't going to put out something with their badge on it that wasn't supreme in the handling department. So something a little bit different for the Cognoscenti, I would suggest.
Is in that case, as that this session is coming to an end now, the car's been flat. Is Gianpaolo? Is Dallara? He's channeling Colin Chapman, isn't he? Really? Because if he said when they started developing that car way back in, I think 10 years ago now, and he wanted to build in the lightness. So that's an all carbon fibre car.
Yeah.
It isn't cheap, but then you come down to a 2.3 EcoBoost engine, which is barely, even at 400 horsepower, is barely stressed for a modern engine, because modern engines are built to such tight tolerances now that 20 years ago racing engine builders would have been delighted to see. But the movement in manufacturing techniques allows you to overstress the engines much more than they used to. And at 600 kilos, 400 horsepower, that starts to sound rather interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And that's not just like Dalara's thought, let's just build an amazing car from scratch. They've got all the knowledge they've developed across the years. So anyhow, watch this space. I'm sure there'll be another model coming along sometimes fairly soon, because it does seem for a lot of the private individuals who buy them, they sometimes come with suggestions now, as we've seen these sort of tailor-made cars, and it's very, very special indeed. And that's sort of how Glickenhaus got into producing its things, because he wanted a special Ferrari, or more to the point, Jim was approached by Ferrari as a long-standing customer. They said, would you like us to build you a car to your design? So that's why you had all the 1960s references from
the
Ferraris
P45,
that age.
That P45 that he bought and then that he built and then raced before the Glickenhaus itself. That, I mean, contemporary Ferrari underneath, of course, the mechanicals, but that was a thing of beauty.
I spoke to him after he collected it from base in Italy, drove it up to get some hats for his wife in Paris, and then on to Goodwood for the Festival of Speed. And I love the fact he said the hats fitted. Thank goodness, he said, otherwise I'd have been for the high jump in their hat boxes. So yeah, good, but again, tailor-made cars. But for everybody coming in from this track run, there's
is that a 308 Ferrari? Yes, it is. That's the 308 GTB.
GTB. And again, someone in the paddock suddenly made an exclamation when they saw it, because clearly that had been their favourite car of period. So these are all lined up behind the endurance pit, so the people will now pop and bang away like their cars have been after that gentle morning workout. But for a lot of people, that is very, very special indeed. And actually for people even in the stands, it's lovely to see, well, it's a moving roadshow from across the decades.
And an RF and soft top Mazda NDs, the Mark IVs, pulling in at the end. Had a couple of those on long-term test, and they are absolutely... MX-5 you can use as a daily car, as you can the Fiat Barchetta, which was built on it. I had them both for long-term test cars and found them immense fun. No electric no electric motors to do the roof, because it takes you 5 seconds to unfasten it, push it back over your head, and then push it down with your right elbow. Just a beautiful piece of engineering. Cars with sharing the same underpinnings, but with very different characteristics because of the different engines. The 1.8 and 2 litre engines, the 4-cylinder, 180 horsepower in the 2 litre for the Mazda version, and in the Fiat they use the little 1.4 turbocharged engine that you get in things like the Fiat Abarth and Formula Abarth as well. That 1.4 engine's been used to power a number of Formula, a little less in power, but delivers it in a rather different way. I think from memory it's about 145, 150 brake, but both cars with individual personalities. And the little one, the little Barchetta, the little Fiat Spider, was... I had so many people when I had that car ask me what it was, because the Fiat badges weren't easily seen on it. The back deck was very flat in it, and therefore the Fiat roundel was flat on it. And there was a couple of people who thought it was a Maserati that had shrunk in the wash, because it had that shape at the back and the very square tail lights. Lovely little car to drive, 6-speed manual rather. So that is one of our club sessions, and I can tell you, having done one on the Sunday morning and the Sunday evening, the first time I came here all those years ago in the 968, great fun. Plan your visit right now. Everybody I've ever spoken to who've done it in whatever car they have been here in, whether it's been an outwardly sporty sports car, a more wafty Grand Tourer, or whatever you come in, a hot hatchback, as we saw with the Golf GTI Mark 1 there, itself a classic, an absolute classic now. Then if you can get on these sessions, it's very much worth it to drive one of the great Grand Prix and endurance circuits in the world here at Spa, and each 4-mile, 7-kilometre lap that you do will be etched in your memory. No need for the GoPro. I guarantee you, if you've got the sort of heart that ticks away to an event like this, you'll remember every corner, every rumble strip, every turning point and every gear change. Absolutely worth the the financial investment.
And look, and you'll be doing it with like-minded people. You'll learn a bit more about your own car you don't know, because anybody owning an older car will understand that they have their foibles, they have their failures, and it's how to redress those. But it's just the sheer enthusiasm. And this is a gorgeous part of the world to be in anyhow. And in fact, last year at the Peter Auto Classic event at Dijon, we met some just fantastic people who were on a driving tour, and they wanted to come and have a couple of days of racing, and then they were going to take their nice cars down to the Alps and drive around. So a lot of people put a lot of planning into these things and are rewarded accordingly. So it's great to see it. I just love that enthusiasm.
I think it's the guys at Haggerty who still have the tagline for the love of driving, and we can't lose that. And these events, these festivals, these races and everything that goes around it celebrate the fact that for some of us, and I accept it's not everybody, Bruce, but for some of us, just getting into our car and going for a drive for the sake of driving and for the sake of perhaps taking the road less travelled, but just taking a little more time in the journey. I recently did a 2,600 mile round trip to Imola for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Would it have been in time more efficient to jump on a flight to Bologna and hire a car? Yes, it would. Would it have been as much fun? No. And then drove back. And you just move at a different pace.
You do. You'll remember that intensely. We both get on aeroplanes way too much, and you can lose a lot of time on those. But you can't always afford the time to drive somewhere.
True.
But you made the plan to do it, and I think everybody, if they can, you just keep. It's not just laying down memories. It's actually having a moment doing something you really enjoy. Most of our lives are sort of interrupted by the inconvenience called work. My work, your work is not an inconvenience, but it does come with some travel issues, let's say. We're in this lucky position. But, there is the scope to come to amazing places, and you do have the organisations, the track day clubs that can facilitate and make it happen for you. And so wherever you are in the world, see if you can hook up and go and drive a car on a circuit, because it is a very, very different driving experience. Even the greatest roads in the world always have the risk of someone coming the other way and unsighted elements, plus you have the safety elements at circuits. And it's just gets you more involved in motorsport as well, or just more involved in loving your car or deciding it isn't the one for you. But it's a totally different driving experience, and I applaud the fact that so many driving clubs are now out there to be joined, considered, and have fun with.
And if you are if you're watching this now, then you are of the mind and the emotion and the passion where this would make a difference. It's actually good for your mental health once in a while to do things a little differently, to challenge yourself and your car or a particular car. And even those driving tours, just to do something at your own pace, and whether it's meticulously planned and scheduled for every moment, or whether you jump in the car and say, I'll stop tonight. And then we're all connected nowadays. We can all get on the internet and get on your favourite booking app or whatever and find a hotel that is in a interesting spot or has a couple of decent restaurants nearby it and some parking, and you can plan on the hoof nowadays. And that, I think that's part of that freedom of the road thing that we forget, that when the automobile first came out, yes, it was personal transport, but it was all about opening up the countryside, hence the Michelin Guide. Genius idea from the tyre company. Well, as you can see, we've got people on the grid, and there's 40 minutes on my race clock to my left-hand side here in the Global Broadcast Centre. The Cupra Formento VZ safety car is making its way to the front of a grid. It's actually our smallest entry of the weekend, with 19 cars on the grid, so by no means is it insignificant, and the quality throughout the endurance racing legends LMP1 and GT1 category is outstanding.
Well, these are the most extreme racing cars we have here this weekend. A lot of GT cars, of course, a lot of historic GT cars as well, and sports cars, but these are the out-and-out cars that you would have had racing at the moment, with the cars with roofs, the GT1s in the mix as well. And the ones to look out for, particularly in the GT class, are the Maserati MC12s, and we've got a trio of those, so it's great to see those out there. But up front, we don't just have the cars that won races, we have the cars that also were there as well. And in historic racing, I'm a big fan of having not only the champions, but the others that were part of the picture, the other colours on the palette. But take the fact on the front row, we've got a Zytek from a Panos, from a DBA. The DBA's on the second row. 3 cars, entirely different. But if you said to people who are only vaguely aware of motor racing, they probably wouldn't know any of those names. But these are cars that were produced for a specialist reason, and the Zytek company far better known for its performances and successes, many successes in the world of racing engine construction, and absolute world leaders in that. But they did have cars that went racing, and Alfie Briggs will be starting on pole in one of those. So a chance when we get to see the cars on the grid to talk through them, but something just very different indeed.
Maserati, the Vitaphone car, coming into shot, one of just 12 MC12s that were produced for racing. Maserati were a bit nonplussed when they started building. They built 25 cars to homologate the car for FIA GT racing, and in the time between building the first 25 and getting the race cars ready, the regulations changed. And so the second batch, they did build a second batch of cars for homologation. I had to look this up to see what exactly what it was. 150 millimeters shorter than the originals. That's not inconsequential in terms of that. So 62 cars, a 225 batch run, one of the longer and one of the shorter design of the cars, and then 12 race cars. So 62 MC12s, and we've got 3 of the 12 racing cars here, so a quarter of the MC12 racing cars. Nick Damon would be beside himself right now. He's a big fan of the
Trident.
The Trident.
So a car that really promised great things yesterday. Loris and Liam Hazeman sharing it. It's the top GT car in the field. It's qualified 4th. It's bright yellow. Lotus Elite from 1997, making it one of the earliest cars in this field. But we've got the Zytek, white with the blue flashes on it, in pole position. This is a car that actually never raced in period. But it was the test car, but it's having a very good racing career right now. Young British driver Alfie Briggs doesn't really know the history of the car. He just wanted to drive it. Has been put in. Is very quick indeed. Alongside him, what happened in motor racing? Where did the engines go? Well, I tell you what, they started to go thanks to Colin Chapman, and before him, John Cooper, behind the driver's shoulders. But Don Panos wanted to do something different. Did a lot of things different in life. A lot of things very successfully. But the Panos roadster, Olivier Galland, winner of yesterday's race, he's on the front row with the engine sort of in front of his knees.
We talked about this yesterday, but I appreciate there's new people joining us today. We call that a front engine car. It's a front mid-engine car because that engine is pushed a long way back. The original versions, the big American V8, there was a Zytek V8, I think, wasn't there, that came? No, it was a Judd V8 that came later on. And now,
okay, yesterday's missing car.
Yes, now, and
starting last.
Yes, different driver today.
Audi R8 LMP 2002. Bear in mind what Audi started doing at Le Mans, and you're in the mix in the idea department.
Yeah, and it'll be Stefan Mücher who is driving that car today. Alistair Bennett and I had a bit of an all-hour yesterday's chat earlier in the week. Both Bruce and I worked with and were in the paddocks with the
Colin.
legend that was Alistair's dad, Colin. And a man that when he talked or wanted to talk about motor racing, he took time to listen because he was eminently sensible about so many things. Sadly no longer with us, but he'd be very proud of his boys with front row preparing a variety of cars. That Audi, we'll see it again, but that Audi in period that battled with the 2002, Hindhaugh Capello, one of the drivers, won on its first time out at Jarama. Tom Christensen in the mix there as well. Subsequently, it was sold off to the privateer Team Go in Japan, who campaigned it, including taking it to Le Mans, where I think its best finish was 7th in that white and silver colourway, which so elegant, suited the car so well.
Yeah, absolutely so. Now the third car on the grid is the DBA. This is Den Blar Arvis. It's not a name that springs out unless you buy the Danish equivalent of what we used to call Exchange and Mart in the UK. It was a newspaper for selling things and seeing what was up for sale. But they took over the Reynard project and branded it. And the names on the roll hoop there, Jamie Campbell Water. It was run by Auto Sportif for a while. And Nick Minassian raced it as well. Andy Wallace raced it too. So, you know, some great sports car names in there. But unfortunately for Reynard, they went that B word, bankrupt. And that's why the project had to be moved on. And they had a short-term life. Sports car racing goes through many periods of flux. There is the DBA. Looks fantastic in that blue and yellow Auto Sportif livery. And the James Hunt lookalike helmet there. It says Emil Bright instead of James Hunt on the side, black with the red, yellow and blue flashes of Wellington College. But Emil Breitmeyer, well, what a summer he's had so far already. Just last week he won the Tour Auto. Now he's here getting used to this car. He drives a wide range of fantastic historic racing cars, but really top-level prototype. Still something new to him. We'll see how he gets on today. But yesterday the real battle was between Alfie Briggs, who got held up at the start and dropped to third place. The little Lotus that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen got between him and the Panos of Olivier Gallon, and it took quite a while for Alfie to get through. Then he had a longer pit stop, and then he chased and just came up short by 4 seconds in the end, with that Panos in the background taking victory for Olivier Gallon. Will the same happen today? I'm sure it's going to be a different mix.
Yeah. So the DBA 03S and the Zytec 04S all came out of that Reynard project. They're effectively the same underpinnings, aren't they? And actually, I think I'm right in saying that chassis went on to do other things as well. Two cars in this, the Zytec and the Panos, of course, were not the cars that we have here, but both of those cars dabbled with hybrids. Both of those manufacturers dabbled with hybrids. In the Sparky with the closed roof Panos, which actually should have done a lot better, and the Zytec itself ran hybrid powertrains years before anybody else.
You will find that through the history of motorsport. Ideas that were tried, but there wasn't enough technology around them at the time to make them work. And sometimes it could be 30 years, and it's like what you see happening in the automotive industry is it's trying to make hydrogen cell work. I remember that surfacing in the 1980s, but the other technology wasn't associated that could make it function.
The British company JCB are pushing ahead with heavy earth-moving equipment powered by hydrogen, and as such have just revived their land speed record attempt with Wing Commander Andy Green, who piloted their Diesel Max, which was two of their big diesel engines, two gearboxes, effectively an all-wheel drive car, but the complexity of making that work together was incredible. And that car has the diesel land speed record. It probably could have taken the outright land speed record for what I still think is the proper land speed record, which is piston engine wheel driven, although Andy Green owns the outright line record as well with thrust, because they never got that car into top gear when they were at Bonneville, and the reason was they couldn't find anyone to build the tyres for them that were rated at the speed they needed to go to, and that car was immensely quick. Spent many happy hours talking to Andy Green at various events down through the years. He's brilliant to interview and has a real knack of putting very complex engineering concepts into language that this bear of small brain can understand. Well, Andy's going to drive the hydrogen powered car, and JCB are going at it again. And you know what? I love that. I love that. I grew up in an age when the land and water speed records were pushing engineering, and it was actually, and dare I say this, it was quite sexy, and it made engineering interesting to people because you could see it. And some of these racing cars are doing exactly the same, pushing as we watch cars through the eras and see the aero and the electronics and that coming through. I love it because we're getting a moving history lesson.
Yeah, no, entirely. And you know, I said it before, I'll say it again. I also embrace the failures too. And I'm not, that's why it was great last year at the Le Mans Classic, where the Lindsay, a car that was made for the LMP2 675 class, never got to race in period. The project had to be spiked before it happened. Someone's brought it from the Lindsay family, still got their sponsorship on the front, V12 Telecom, but is bringing it out on the track. Georges Gagnard had its problems yesterday. The car is clearly far from fully developed, just by nature of the fact the project got spiked. But again, you have the chopping and changing of the regulations in sports car racing, and it does leave some people, they built the car and a couple of years later it's not happening. The Lindsay's the black car, 3 from the back, but the car right at the rear is the Audi. We expect to come charging forward, the R8 LMP 2002. You were talking of diesel, and then obviously Audi made diesel work at Le Mans, but they weren't the first diesel engines ever to appear there, and a lot of the early steppers, well, they didn't trouble the scorers, as you'd say in cricket. Right, here we are, about to start the second of the races for the Endurance Racing Legends 1 category for its LMP. So Le Mans prototypes and GT1 cars, and certainly yesterday we were astounded by the pace of the Yellow Lotus that never shone in period by dint of not having enough money to develop the car. But the Elise, particularly in the hands of the Hasemans family, and bear in mind Mike drove one in period, it's lovely to keep that bloodline together. But expect in this race, Alfie Briggs and the number 150 Zytek, white with the blue flashes on the front left of that pack of cars, to have a real scrap with Olivier Gallon in the Panas LMP1 Roadsters. But if all runs smoothly for Alfie Briggs, I do expect him to go on and win this race. But really interested to see what Emil Breitmeier can do in that metallic blue DBA on the second row, and that little Yellow Lotus is going to give them a real run for their money. Let's wait and see what unfolds. And also I must just mention Mike Newton. He's starting fifth. He's leading the P2 class. He won it twice at Le Mans, 2005, 2006, and he won his class again yesterday, so he'll be right up at the front of the field in his. That's car number 25, finished third yesterday.
Lights are on red, 40 minutes on the race clock. Pole sitter to our left, driver's right, and the Zytek, that's a chassis that was never raced in period. It was the 4th chassis, and round the outside again, the fast starting Lotus LMP1. We saw this yesterday.
Oh dear, one of the pill beams has been put sideways. No, it's not. It's the car 31, which is Mark Drain's Courage, and been given a little bit of a rub. But the Lotus, again, I'd suggest he was rather eager at the start of the race. I may be wrong, but that power, he's got his GT1 Lotus Elise into the front of the field.
Was stunning to watch.
Creton Leduda's got his Maserati MC12 up into 4th place, so he's made his move very early on in the Vodafone livery car. The number 5 Audi, that will continue to pick off those in front. His next target is the number 20 Pillbeam of Pierre Bruno, but you have to feel for Mark Drain there, shoved sideways at last source. It can happen, it does happen, and unfortunately for him, it did happen today on this Sunday morning at Spa.
I think he is rolling though. Yes, he is. He's put in a sector time, so that car has continued, albeit delayed, with the Lotus. Then the LMP1 car ran at Le Mans in 97.
97, yeah.
Yeah. And already coming under pressure now from the Zytek. Round the outside. More downforce on the prototype car, of course. Pick and choose the line. The panel's right there as well. And Olivier Gallant does not want to see that blue and white car disappear into the distance.
Well, it's role reversal from yesterday, the other way around yesterday. This was the point in the race at which, being held back in 3rd place, Alfie Briggs lost ground. And at the end, in fact, I think that was the margin between success and 2nd place yesterday for him. But the Hasemans, oh dear, the Lindsays in the pits at the moment, adjustments. Basically, it's like a rolling test this weekend for this crew. They only got the car together just in time for Le Mans Classic last year. Wasn't really fully ready, and I'm sure it'll get better through the course of the season, but they're still sort of going a voyage into the unknown. But get it back out of the track, I'm sure they will.
Olivier Gallant needs to deal with the Lotus here. It starts very, very quickly off the line, and it's quick in that short sprint from the final corner down to La Sauce, the first, and tricky, and actually much quicker than it looks, right-hander.
Here's Mark Drain coming in a little bit slowly. One of his front corners is a little, one of the splitters. Yes, he's sort of pointing downwards rather than straight ahead. Right, the end of the first lap, 0.8 of a second, almost to the digit ahead. Alfie Briggs ahead of Loris Hasemans.
May I just throw into the conversation here, Bruce, as we're going to review the start, actually. Hold that thought, Hindhaugh. A little bit of moving around by the pole sitter to keep Gallant behind him, and that delayed both of the prototypes from the front row as Hasemans came round the outside and made here in the sunshine.
Yeah,
Loris.
Mark Drain was clipped first, spun around by Alex Rittweger in the third of the Maserati MC12s. That was the Vodafone car. And then everybody else had a little bite of his flanks, with Xavier Micheron, classic car dealer and racer, just ending up against him. But they got going again. They're both delayed. Roman Beltes did not get to complete the opening lap in another courage. So we have 2 fallers. At the moment, Georges Gagnard listed as one as well in that Lindsay.
Now, let me throw into the mix, and I have remembered this, which is very difficult for a man of my age. Alfie Briggs, being the youngster here, does have an extra long pit stop to serve.
He does. I think it was an extra 15 seconds. I think that's the margin he said yesterday. We did have a lot of racing. I may have got that slightly hazed, but at the moment, he's trying to chip away at that 15-second monolith that's in his mind.
So Olivier Gallant, whilst he wants to deal with the Lotus and go and race Alfie, knows that in the second half of the race, after the pit stops, that blue and white car will come back to him. He'll probably want to be close enough to take the lead in the pit stops.
He wants to, but what we saw in the closing laps yesterday, Olivier Gallant had the race under control because he understood what was happening, but in the closing laps, I seem to recall Alfie Briggs was taking 2 to 3 seconds a lap out of him. He was really flying. At this time, finally into the bus stop, the move is made into second place, but we've seen the Lotus that's just gone back to third to be very quick out of this corner. Whether it's Loris or Liam Hazeman's, the 2 brothers on board, they give it a very, very good lick. And again, the punch of the up the slope to up the climb to La Source, still very strong from that Lotus. It just did not shine in period. And but right now it's always to be prepared, and having another go. More punch than the Panos. Hold on, more punch than the Panos. Can that be the case? But it certainly was out of La Source. And Loris Hazeman's loves this circuit. And those engine notes, just properly visceral. Poor Mark Drain, who was spun around. We saw the light front end damage, but blameless party in that, not just lap 1, but turn 1 incident for him. So real disappointment for Mark. He is racing other cars here, so hopefully he'll have better luck in the other races.
Whatever else was wrong in period with the Lotus, as Bruce said, it wasn't particularly successful. A few people had a go at building Lotus GT cars. They've got this car running sweetly, and I'd suggest the gear ratios are absolutely spot on for here at the moment. Aston Martin,
yeah, just losing position there, losing third in the GT1B class to Alex Rittweger in the third of the Maserati MC12s, as well with the turquoise colours on the black flanks and the Vitaphone sponsorship. Michael Bartels led that project for a very long time. Andrea Bertolini racing with him. And one of the most successful circuits for the MC12 was right here at Spa-Francorchamps. One, I think, off the top of my memory, 3, if not 4 Spa 24 hours.
And those colours were successful as well. The DBR9 from 2006 is Gregor Fisken behind the wheel of the 008. Sad to say that the Courage is being pushed back into the pit lane. Mike Newton leads LMP2 in 8th position. Watch that car in the second half of the race. Joe Macari having a better run in his Maserati. He's in 7th and second in class. Stefan Muka in the Audi starting at the back. It did have a pretty decent qualifying. Actually was on for pole position until there was a slight mistake. It wasn't Stefan who was qualifying it, actually. It's owner and driver has had to leave home for personal family reasons. Stefan drafted in. That's why the car didn't race yesterday, but the car given a run today. And in fact, as I'm talking about, he's just gone past Emil Breitmeier up into 5th and 2nd in the LMP1B class. I would have liked to have seen that car battling with the Zytek at the front of the field.
Well, Stefan, up into 4th place overall now. But, you know, here is Alfie Briggs looking fantastic in that Zytek. He's stretching further and further clear. But what can Olivier Gallant do about the Lotus? The GT class Lotus, way out front in its own class. Rorty, talky, but it seems to have just loads of ground. You can see a huge amount of aero on the car, but it's nothing in comparison to the aero that Olivier Gallant will have on the Panos. But yet, being driven really, really well to hold down the second place.
Good morning to Johannes. He's dropped us a line at RSL_studio on X. Makes the point, that's Korteuser in the Marcos Montara LM600. Yes, it is.
27 years, he told us yesterday, of consecutive racing in that car.
That's exactly what he's just said. Has he ever not raced that car? It's him and that car, the exact same chassis, all the way back since before the start of the century.
Yeah, but Cora has also raced lots of Lotuses over the years. We've seen them at the Dubai 24 Hours, but he was a tip-top single-seater racer. He moved across, and this car is him. It just suits him. Callum Lockie has raced it. You see his name on the roof, but I don't know, the livery and everything. I tell you what, slot cars used to get very excited. The latest launch from Scale Extra, but there's a guy at the helm now. He's firing out new models almost by the week.
Incredible.
You used to just wait to the run up to Christmas. Oh, what models are they releasing? Other slot car tracks are available, but right now they are just wait. Your car will come, whatever you fancy. So it is brilliant. Still think the Mark 1 Escort Rally car is one of the best cars you could have in period. Just saying.
I had a Quattro that was actually four-wheel drive. Had a little elastic band from the back axle to the front axle. Michel Newton, Audi Sport colours. Still this battle for second overall. All class leaders, the top three again. The LMP 1B, GT1A and LMP 1A leaders are first, second and third. Now, Olivier Galland, did he hold back deliberately to try and get a run up the Camel Straight? And it is slightly uphill all the way. How exposed the driver looks in that very low slung open top car. It looks like somebody's stolen part of the bodywork, doesn't it? Because it's so flat on the top, sitting so far back right next to the rear axle. Completely different feeling from your backside where you're sitting in that car as the car is moving around underneath you, but you're further back down the pendulum.
You know what it really reminds me of, going back to model cars? It reminds me of the sort of Hot Wheels that often introduced just a sort of a car from their imagination that didn't bear any recognition to any style of racing car. But Olivier is driving that Panos really well. Did hook a wheel a little bit over the outside at Speaker's Corner, but again, what can you do about the Hasemans? This is the problem we had yesterday for Alfie Briggs. The roles have been reversed. Now Alfie Briggs is 12 seconds up the track, pulling away. Bear in mind, he's going to have an extra 15 seconds, we reckon, at his pit stop. Is this overtaking move going to work around the outside? Yeah. That's exactly where Alfie Briggs made the move at the start of the race when the Hasemans Lotus got in the lead. And it is a point, a good exit from Pujol. You come down to Fagnes, and you should, with the extra downforce in a prototype, be able to go past, and they both have.
Well, that's outstanding. Now the question is, can he get enough of a gap that the Lotus won't pull it back later on in the lap? And I think the answer to that is a resounding yes. So when he got past, the gap was 14.8 seconds. So let's see what Olivier Galland can do. Can he get anywhere near the times that have been put in by Alfie Briggs at the front of the field? Alfie is his fastest lap is a 2:11 against a 2:15 from Olivier, but there's more pace in that car.
Well, that's the fastest lap of this meeting in its entirety, as you would expect. These are prototypes, but now 15.8 seconds. In the space of a lap, it's gone out by 4 seconds. Remember I said yesterday's race, at the end, he was gaining 3 seconds a lap as he closed down and got to within 4.1 seconds. If there'd been one further lap, it could well have been a challenge for victory, but Olivier Galland held on in the Panos now, number 25, Mike Newton, running around further down than you'd expect in 8th place overall. In his own, the next car in class, Peter Wolf, is some distance further back in the Lola, but Mike Newton has been in, a bit like Coroiser, been racing it ever since it was in vogue.
And I think we found out, didn't we, that is the chassis that won back-to-back Le Mans with Mike as part of the team. And
obviously not an outright victory, but victory in class. Yeah. But in fact, the first of those came after a catalogue of disasters. The second run, when they brought Andy Wallace into lineup, was a far simpler run to victory. But when you look back at the history of the sport, cars were still pretty fragile then. There was a lot of nursing going on. Now, not so much. Now you expect them to go the distance.
Yeah, I think the first run, the engine spiked us. We've got a yellow flag down at Curve Paul Frere, and that I think is that the Micheron car that's down there, the number 13, the blue car. Sort of saw a little flash of it pulled over to the side of the circuit. We'll see that again. I remember talking to Phil Barker about that first victory, and I have a remembrance, and Phil, I know he's here running that car again, the link to the past, and if I've remembered this wrong, I apologise, but I think that was the year that the engine temperature spiked massively on the way to the grid, and basically they brought it back in, filled it back up with coolant and sent it out, and for 24 hours they were waiting for the engine to go pop, and it never did.
I've just put in my notes that it won the class after a litany of woes, which sort of covers all eventualities. Right, look at this great little battle, talking about Koroyzer with his Marcos. He's got Marcus Palsler behind. They're running 5th and 6th in the GC1 class, having good scrap. That's what it's all about, finding someone to play with. And even though they're a minute and a half or thereabouts down on race leader Alfie Briggs, the battle for second place is still far from finished. The Lotus is coming back.
You mentioned the Lindsay earlier on. It is down in the pit lane, the all-black car. It is a bit of a rolling restoration and test for this car. Vincent is standing next to it. Let's find out what's going on with that number 65.
And an uncommon car here in the pits, the Lindsay LMP2, with the driver Guillaume Gagnard. He retired, so he has some time to explain us. Alors Guillaume, une Lindsay LMP2. J'avoue que quand je suis arrivé sur le circuit, j'ai vu cette auto, j'ai dû aller voir sur internet ce que c'est. Racontez-nous l'histoire de cette voiture.
Alors cette voiture, elle a été commandée par la famille Lindsay en 2001 pour pouvoir faire le Mans. Et elle a été construite par Harrier en Angleterre, et finalement ils n'ont jamais fait le Mans parce que la voiture n'avait pas été acceptée, non pas pour des raisons techniques, mais à l'époque il y avait eu beaucoup d'engagements et beaucoup d'engagements usines. Il y avait encore quelques petits privés comme eux, mais celle-là n'avait pas été retenue, donc ça avait été et ils ont abandonné le projet et c'en est resté là. Donc la voiture ressort aujourd'hui pour vivre sa vraie vie. Voilà.
Qu'est-ce qui vous donne l'idée d'aller chercher cette Lindsay? Vous aviez un contact avec cette auto ou comment ça s'est passé?
En fait, on a acheté une F3, une Formule 3 en Angleterre il y a quelques années, je pense, je me souviens bien, 2021 ou 2022. Et quand on a acheté la F3, j'ai rencontré donc le vendeur de la F3, qui est un gros collectionneur de voitures, dont je ne me souviens plus le nom d'ailleurs. Et il m'a parlé de cette auto. C'est comme ça que je l'ai connue. Et puis on est allé la voir et tout. Et puis l'histoire m'a plu. Valentine Lindsay, un des fils Lindsay, était vraiment très emballé par l'idée de la revoir en piste. Donc voilà.
Développement maintenant pour cette voiture, on la met au point pour la suite?
Exactement, on a plein de petits soucis comme une voiture qui vient d'être remontée. On a fait pas mal d'essais, ça se passe plutôt bien, mais la voiture est un peu trop physique pour l'instant. Et là aujourd'hui on a une fuite d'essence qu'on n'avait pas hier, donc je ne veux prendre aucun risque, j'ai pas envie de brûler quoi.
Merci Guillaume. Interesting story, the story of this Lindsay LMP2.
Certainly is, and for the Lindsay family, they're running motor racing. They're not just involved in historic racing. Father Patrick was an auctioneer for many, many fabulous cars, but also deeply involved with the Hesketh Formula One project. And not a lot of people know that Patrick was named as the reserve driver behind James Hunt for that car, would make him the oldest reserve driver in Formula One history, but they're still intertwined, and it's great to see celebrations at Goodwood just a few weeks ago for the Lindsay clad. Stefan Muka starting to make the moves, John, though. He caught up with the Lotus, he's passed the Lotus, next target the Panos, and it's going to happen very soon indeed, maybe as soon as the end of the Kemmel Straight. Stefan Muka on the charge in that number 5 Audi. It's white and it's very, very quick indeed, but started dead last.
Yeah, James O'Donnell telling us a couple of minutes ago, I think that Audi might have a say. Stefan has been placed in the, what are we calling it this weekend?
Burden of woe.
Burden.
No, that's not woe, is it? Burden of glory.
Burden of glory.
But it feels like woe.
Burden of glory. Stefan, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, has a few years of life experience on Alfie. Therefore, any additional time he has over the standard stop will be adjusted for that. So, I'm interested to see. The car itself did duty in the American Le Mans series. I saw that car racing period. It was the white car with the yellow in the Yost colour palette. Had a couple of second places, I seem to remember, at various tracks. Sears Point, it was called Sonoma Raceway there. I'm pretty certain it came second there. And restored, interestingly, and placed back into the Go colour scheme down the inside to the bus stop chicane. Olivier Gallant will tough it out on the left-hand side, but can't get to the apex of the left-hander first. Mucker is through and sets off with that 3.6 V8 TFSI engine, or FSI engine, fuel stratified injection. Ulrich Beretsky and Audi engine development programs gift to the world of motoring, which was that highly unusual and virtual triangle of powerful, reliable and economical. They're pushed up. Early on he went past the Lotus in the same place. They pushed up the percentage of energy used in every drop of petrol from something around about 26 to 28% in most cars, even racing cars, to getting on for, in fact, I think it might have even been over 50%, which was huge for that time. The Chamberlain Synergy car going straight on at Le Combe.
Yeah, well, it was challenging for the lead of the LMP2 class to come across the last few laps. Peter Wolf would be getting closer and closer to Mike Newton, and that little element would have promoted both of them, ironically, because other people have it was a problem for one of the pill beams on the track, and also some of the runners have come in to make their pit stops.
Pit stop is open,
Emil Breitmeyer in that DBA that was running nearer the front. That's a prototype. And then the Maserati MC12 with Joe Macari, Alexander Wittvegas in his, Marcus Palser in his bi-turbo also going into the pits as well. So busy time in the pits. A little bit of smoke arising. I don't know if it's from the back of that MG that's sitting at pit end, or is it from the Marcus in front? Anyhow, the smoke is drifting away. But another person who's drifting away, Alfie Briggs, 23 seconds clear with 20 minutes left on the clock. The halfway point of this race was Stefan Muka, but Stefan Muka started stone last. He's come up to second. So the chase is on. I still think advantage to Alfie Briggs.
Nell Stark in the Lola MG, the number 45 car with the AER design and built engine, 2 litre, 4-cylinder, turbocharged, 675 kilogram class car, and that one in the pit lane. So the top 7 are still out on the track with just on 4.5 minutes to go, so they can probably do one more lap easily. Stefan Muck has just put his fastest lap of the race in at a 2:12.2, which was 0.4 quicker than Alfie Briggs last time around. Alfie wasn't in traffic, so Alfie maybe just having taken the edge off the tyres in the white and blue Zytec, effectively the test and development chassis, the 4th chassis built of 4. Actually, there might have only been 3, because I've never seen a chassis 1 listed. I've seen chassis 2, 3, and this one is number 4. I've never seen a chassis 1, whether that just never got to race, or whether they were superstitious about that. I'm not certain.
Well, it could be car that had fallen to 4th place overall. Loris Hazeman's in the pit lane, that bright yellow Lotus, still leading the GT1 class, or was, because he hasn't come in yet. And Kriton Lindudis has just gone into the lead in his Vodafone liveried red and white Maserati MC12. Right, Mike Newton had that challenge in LMP2. He's still leading the class, but Peter Wolf lost a little bit of ground, lost about 10 seconds with that moment that went wrong up into Le Combe. But thank goodness it was an escape road, and he made very good use of it. For the others, though, the order will be jumbled for a while. Emil Breitmeyer back out on the circuit. It's funny, the connections. We're talking about the Lindsay family being connected with the Hesketh Formula 1 team. Of course, James Hunt drove that. We've got a driver there in Emil Breitmeyer with the James Hunt replica helmet. Yep. So, you know, many strands can be put together in many, many different ways in historic racing.
Still 18 minutes to go, and under 3 minutes now for the pit stop. Will the leader come in this time? He will. Yes, he will. Couldn't risk going round and getting a safety car or a full course yellow. So Alfie will stay in the car. He's got a burden of glory, additional stop time to take.
Yeah, but just remember at the start of the season everyone starts on blank, but then you start getting accumulated glory according to your results in the previous race.
And your age, yeah.
The age, another moving factor, but 15 seconds extra pit stop time if you won the previous race, 10 for second, 5 for third. So for anybody who's close but didn't get a good result yesterday, this is going to be a big boost for them. For Alfie Briggs not hopping out, the fans going in to just keep life cool. So far today, much kinder weather conditions in terms of the high temperatures we had yesterday. So still a hot day, but nothing like it has been.
22 seconds, the gap back to Stefan Muka as he came in to the pit lane. The in laps, Muka took a full second out of the leader.
I think the problem for Alfie Briggs and for Stefan Muka, Stefan's got to charge, but they can't see each other on the track, because with the 20-second plus margin, it was 24 the lap before, you're out of sight. But you've got to have your team just informing you as best they can as to what's happening to the gap. For Alfie Briggs, he's only got one job to do, to get back out and race as he has been before and see if that's going to be enough. But Stefan Muka, of course, wasn't in the race yesterday, so pitching himself just against, matching himself against Olivier Gallon, yesterday's winner, is one thing. He's now got a much, much bigger fly in the ointment in the form of Stefan Muka and that Audi R8.
Yeah, lovely car to drive, beautifully balanced. And I remember Bill Adam, one of my co-commentators in the early years of the American Le Mans series. Bill was still doing a lot of work with Champion, who successfully ran the R8s. And he said to me, "You should get a drive of this car, John." And I said, "Don't be silly, I have not got the skill." He said, "It is the easiest prototype I have ever driven." He said, and the key thing to it is you don't have to drive it flat out to be able to enjoy it and get something out of it. So the aero, yes, was there. So you had to go quick enough to get the aero to work, to get it turned in. But it wasn't as testy. It wasn't as vicious as some of the other cars at the time. Now, on the ragged edge, they were all going to bite you if you get it wrong. But he said it was possibly a little bit early for him in Florida at the moment, but I am absolutely certain he'll be watching this back on YouTube at some stage. So, hello, Bill. Time for the catch-up soon, I think, as well. But very interesting from Bill telling me about that. They used to go with Champion to a race circuit. Let's say it was Road Atlanta, and Brad Kettler, who has forgotten more about Audi R8s, Kettler Motorworks in Indiana. Brad instrumental in that Audi campaign. Brad would stand with a headset on, and they'd be standing. Bill would go out, do a couple of fast laps in the car. Brad would radio Bill on a discreet channel and say, "Right, Bill, I want you to tell the guys that this is happening." And so he would give him some symptoms of a problem, and Bill would radio it in, and the guys would then have, and Road Atlanta, for example, wasn't a very long track, only a couple of miles, 2.5 miles around, would have a lap or so before Bill would come in, and then they'd have to make the change. So let's say it was a left front upright or whatever, they'd go and get the box that was left front upright, and that's how they trained. And they would do that, testing the car, but also doing that with Bill, radioing the symptoms in. Sometimes he would say, "Oh, I've got a loose rear splitter," but sometimes he would just give them the symptoms, and they'd have to work it out. And that's why they were as good as they were, because there was literally no stone unturned. Preparation.
Yeah, you've absolutely got to understand that it's not just about running racing cars, it's running racing cars that break, and how to, well, find things and stop that from happening. You've got to think about the worst eventuality in so many ways.
And that Audi was designed with a feature that was subsequently outlawed. It was designed to be able to change the back end of the car in one piece. We used to joke it was held on with Velcro strips because it was so quick. Under 5 minutes. Right, we've closed the pit lane now. There's 12, call it 13 minutes to go.
And I tell you what, we've been talking about the Maserati MC12s. We've got the father of the project in so many ways, the most successful driver in them, Michael Bartels with Vincent Franssen.
When we speak about the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, of course, we speak about the 24 hours of Spa. And if you see the palmarès of 24 hours of Spa, you see this guy, Mr. Michael Bartels, responsible for the Vitaphone racing team, of course, with those Maserati. Michael, what's the feeling to be back here in Spa with such a car?
Of course, it's always a great feeling to come back here, because here the MC12 had in his period one of the most successful time. We won many times the 24 hours of Spa with the car, and so it's our home ground, not far from home, and very successful memories.
With this kind of competition by Peter Roto, of course, those cars are not in a museum, but they are back on the track. That's a good thing.
Of course, and not only these 3 cars are on track. So here in the Spa Classic event, we brought 3 cars, but there are another 4 or 5 cars. They are doing track days and doing other events, also races. So it's fantastic to see the cars running all over Europe in different activities. And yeah, we are really grateful and thankful that after 20 years we are in touch with an MC12 every day.
Do you sometimes drive yourself now?
Sometimes in Hockenheim to do a rollout, but we are really busy to prepare the cars on a high level, and keep fingers crossed that we do also the last 10 minutes here. We are in good position. Great event, and I think also the fans and the crowd likes the MC12, and especially here in Belgium.
Thank you very much, Michael. That's a big name of the story on the 24 Hours of Spa.
First, second and third in the GT1 category, those three MC12 Maseratis. Let's reset what's going on at the front of the field after the pit stops and the burden of glory, the different pit stop times. Olivier Galland, as we thought he might be, is in the lead. It is now, well, it still says Loris Hazeman's behind the wheel of that. 6 seconds behind. Alfie Briggs with the longer pit stop is a further 14 seconds back, so I'll call that 20 seconds away from the leader. 11 seconds behind him, Stefan Muka in the white and silver Audi, and 2 seconds behind that, Emil Breitmeier in 5th position. So that's a minute behind, half a minute, excuse me, behind the leader is Emil Breitmeier in the DBA. So that's the reset after the pit stops. So now Alfie Briggs has got to get a wiggle on.
He's got to find 4 seconds a lap, effectively.
Yeah.
And
Here we
he
go.
very nearly did that yesterday. So he's closing in, but Olivier Galland history is repeating itself by the shorter pit stop. Doesn't have the ultimate speed. His best lap is 2.5 seconds down on the ultimate lap, nearly 3 seconds down on the ultimate lap set by Alfie Briggs. He's hanging on in the lead, being kept very honest indeed by the Lotus. Doesn't quite have the pace. We saw it doesn't have the aero, but certainly plenty of grunt from that yellow Lotus in the early stage of the race. 2 days running, 2 brilliant race starts, and that sort of put it ahead of cars it should have been behind and perhaps stymied the other drivers' races. But again, like yesterday, Alfie Briggs in the Zytek is the quickest driver in the field, only by a tiny margin of a third of a second in terms of their fastest laps from Stefan Muka in the Audi R8. But it's really going to be all eyes on the number 150 white and blue striped Zytek, the 04S from 2004, to see what he can do. Also, John, maybe the crux in this is when exactly the number 1 Panos crosses the start-finish line. Is it going to be one side of doing an extra lap or just staying within? And for Olivier, he's going to be praying that it's the side where he can just go, right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, end of race. Yeah. But if there's a further lap, then it's going to be very close indeed.
It's a really good race management could be absolutely key here. The Hazeman's Lotus Elise then, the GT1 car.
Okay, just think about some numbers. The gap between first and second, when you mentioned it a lap ago, was 5.5 seconds, going towards 6 seconds. It's now 8.5. So clearly the Panos of Olivier Galland is pulling clear, as you would expect. But between Loris Hazeman's in the Lotus in second place and the Zytek of Alfie Briggs, the number is a further 8.5 seconds. Wait for the next timing interval and see how much Alfie Briggs has taken off. The first two on the start-finish straight. In the background, Alfie Briggs is coming into shot. That means he's taken an enormous chunk. The white and blue Zytek looking for the timing margin. He's down to 50. He's gained another second.
Lap of the race.
Fastest lap of the race. He's gained another second in the last third of the lap. So he's still chipping away. But we've only got 7 minutes and 40 seconds left to play with.
But the key thing on this, Bruce, is Alfie is now under 16 seconds from the leader. So he's not only gaining on Loris Hazeman's, he is gaining on the leader. And he took, again, 3.5 seconds out of the leader. Unfortunately, he hasn't got 5 laps to pull that back, which is kind of what he needs.
He's going to have 4 laps because the best lap for our race leader is 2 minutes 14. Multiply, he's not going to do that every lap, but called his regular median lap 2 minutes 16. That's very close to 7 minutes, and when the 40-minute duration will come to an end, the message will come from the pit board, but he's got a lot in his hands, Olivier Galland. He's just got to keep pressing on. Another second gain in the chase for Alfie Briggs. In the next timing sector, here goes Alfie Briggs down the slope, building more pace as he goes through the second part of Pouhon.
Good morning, Thomas Pitts. He says, I watched the Legends of Le Mans support race at Spa a couple of weeks ago. I'm tuned in for the endurance race and Legends at the Classic. I really miss the open top rope types and have a soft spot for the number 25 RML MG Lola. It was my local team. Well, you must be Northamptonshire based then in that case. I hope you're cheering along for Nielsen then up at Corby, current LMP2, very good LMP2 team. And that's my local team as well. And it was great days with all of the motor racing going on. Still very much the carbon fibre triangle up as far as Wellingborough, Kettering, across to Lola and Huntingdon, and then across to the other side of the M40 and all the way down, taking in Silverstone actually as a part of it. But you could pretty much throw a wheel nut from Silverstone and hit somebody who worked in motorsport. And we used to joke when I was working at RML in the early 2000s, if we needed anything doing and we couldn't do it ourselves, we hardly had to go out of a Northampton. And there's the pass for second position. Just watch that go through.
It was intriguing there. The pace, the margin between the Lotus in second place and Alfie Briggs actually went out on the acceleration down from the source towards Eau Rouge. But when they went into Eau Rouge with all that extra aerodynamic downforce, wow, the difference was astonishing. And the pass has been made. We've got what left? Under 5 minutes on the clock. The gap 11 seconds from first back to second. Alfie Briggs is going to do his all. Will he catch our race? Olivier Galland, of course, overtaking is great at that point. The move is done. Now he's clear. He
won't didn't slow down either. That's
no, absolutely not.
And just to finish off that story, if we needed something doing, there were artisan companies that were building bits. Well, of course, you've got, the gearbox supplies and things like that. But if you needed something specialist in the days before 3D printing, then you barely had to go out of a Northamptonshire postcode to get it done. Maybe you'd have to go down as far as Milton Keynes or across to the other side of the M40. You had ProDrive over that area as well. People would call it a cottage industry, but if you look at what motorsport brings into the UK in terms of cubic finance and taxation and the secondary spend and how many people it supports, I think recently there was a survey done that said it was the UK's second or third by finance biggest industry.
Well, I can believe it. In any other countries, they do have their motorsport clusters as well. But it's all the different industries that feed off them. Just had a 45-second penalty for car number 43. That's Loris Hasemans, and that suddenly put that Lotus, until just under half a lap ago, was in second place overall with that time penalty applied, down to fifth. Stefan Muka's up to third now. But the most important gap is the gap between this driver, Alfie Briggs, in the white and blue Zytek, and the race leader. 9 seconds. What's left on the clock? Yellow flag at some point around the circuit. Our race leader, Olivier Galland, coming up the slope. Front of that, the Lotus has pulled off in protest at its penalty.
Yeah, just coming out of
Fagnes,
and the leader has gone past. No, it hasn't. The leader's coming down to Brussels at the moment. That will slow them down just a little bit. So that number 43 Lotus, which was right at the sharp end of the field and leading the GT1A class. I think it might be the only car in that class. Yes, it is. So that's okay for that. But with that, down to 8.5 seconds, Alfie Briggs, as they come round this time, they will start the last lap as they come round this time.
Galland has done enough. New fastest lap of the race, actually, to the car in third place. Stefan Muka, full course yellow has come out. So that is going to be victory. I'm sure that won't be cleared up before the end of the race, before the end of the 40 minutes. So victory will surely go to this driver, Olivier Galland.
Well, you said that, Bruce. He's gone through it now. And this is a full course yellow, so everybody, it should preserve the gaps. The marshals were going out to put it through the overlap. The orange markings show the overlap. Because this is full course yellow, it can go back to green very, very quickly as soon as that car is cleared.
But right now our race leader is only approaching Blanchimont, so he's going to hope this next minute and 26 seconds passes very quickly. Otherwise he may yet have another lap to go.
No, he's going to have another lap.
He will be sitting on a margin of 8 and a bit seconds is what it was, because they all have to drop down to the same abated pace under full course yellow. Nothing gained by any of the drivers.
It's clear. We'll go back green. And in fact, we've gone back green. We have gone back green. So
with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining
will
on the
get
clock.
to the line. There will be another lap. It'll be last lap as they come through this time.
Okay, Joe McCurry taking a while to hook up the Red Bull Maserati MC12. He is leading the GT1 class. He's got ahead of Creton Landudis, but maybe lost a few of those seconds he gained. Oh dear. Alexander Wittweger taking a different line, getting it wrong on the restart effectively at Eau Rouge. But for our race leader, Olivier Gallon, he's got this 1 lap to go. He's just gone round La Source, also going over the start-finish line with a margin again of 8. Well, it should be exactly the same. So it was 8.5 seconds. This is a replay of Alexander Wittweger. Just actually, I don't know really why he
pulled off there.
He's just pulled off. I think he looked at the prototype coming behind, decided he wasn't going to make the corner. But this is the final lap of the second of the Endurance Racing Legends 1 category race. And here is our race leader, Olivier Gallon, for the final time at racing speed. But we've got to look in the background as he goes up to Les Combes to see how the gap is coming down. But even Alfie Briggs in that fantastic Zytek surely can't find 8 seconds in what was effectively 1 lap and about a quarter.
Yeah, if that. Yeah, absolutely right. Gallant over the curbs before he plunges down to Bruxelles for the final time.
Yeah, just coming into the picture as the Panos turned into Bruxelles at the top of the slope, the final part of the Les Combes combination. You could just see the white and blue flash of Alfie Briggs, but this is almost in the bag for this man, Olivier Gallon, who'd be delighted with 2 wins in 2 days. Alfie Briggs continues to cut it down. It's 7 seconds.
About 4 seconds at the line, I reckon.
Yeah, there's nobody immediately ahead of them. No, I don't think any traffic should trouble them.
Nothing to impede either of them. And 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004.5. So it's already down from that 7 seconds that we saw earlier on. I'd do another second or so out of that, so it'll be around about the 4 second mark, certainly. But it's a delightful double from the supercar from Brazelton, Georgia, with the engine in the front. A real throwback at its time. And Olivier Gallant lifts off and weaves left and right. Alfie Briggs comes through, also off the power. 4.2 at the end. That's close enough, Bruce.
We'll give that. And in fact, Alfie Briggs could have caned it to the finish and got it down to around 3 seconds. Lovely to see it.
Yeah.
It came all the way through from the back, as it ought to have done, particularly with the merit of the car and the standard of driving from Stefan Muka. He ended up with the fastest lap of the race by a small, tiny margin ahead of Alfie Briggs. But here we have at the end a Panos from a Zytek from an Audi, and this car in 4th place. 4th of the prototypes, the DBA. Joe McCurry ought to be coming through to win the GT class ahead of Creton Landudis, both in their Maserati MC12s. And Mike Newton didn't sparkle as much today. He takes the LMP2 class in 7th place overall.
A reminder, though, that this is the Spa Classic, but it is part of the Le Mans Classic Series by Peter Auto. So all of those drivers we're talking about are banking points towards an end-of-season championship. So just that to remind you about. These are no longer single one-off events. It's Joe McCurry in that 5th place, number 46. Emil Breitmeyer, by the way, 4th overall, but 3rd in the LMP 1B category. So just underlining that with the Dembla Arvis, the DBA 03S, the 2004 car. Cor Oyser coming through. He will finish in 5th in his class, 11th overall in the Mantara. And here comes the GT winner, Lee McCurry from Landudis. And in 3rd position, the Aston Martin. So Alexander Wittweger was having some kind of problems. Nico Verdonk has come through in the Aston to take 3rd place in the GT category in the DBR 9 from 2006.
Yeah, he was picking up the pace nicely in the closing laps of the race. But well done to Joe McCurry. He had a mixed bag in 2 races yesterday, but today really would have enjoyed taking that GT1 class. Effectively, he was delighted because earlier in the day he did what those drivers don't like to do, admit to making a mistake where he put a Ferrari off into the wall. His Ferrari, that is. And Marcus Palzler coming to the line in his bi-turbo, ending up penultimate position in class, but of the runners, he was the final finisher in that Porsche.
Nice to see the Pierre Martinet colours on that car as well. There's a couple of liveries that car could have run in, and a bit like the Team Gore car, it would have been very easy to put the Audi into the Jost white and yellow colours, but the Team Gore privateer colours is what was used for that. And a good time was had by all. The Lotus Elise unfortunately not making the end, with some problems with a couple of laps to go.
It was also had a penalty applied to it as well, which was 45 seconds, which would have hurt its overall chance. But it was lovely to see it up challenging the prototype. Certainly made me sit up and pay attention. Great drive there from Stefan Muka to come up the field. Arm out of the window from Joe Macari. Victory, and just to see not one, but two, but three MC12s in tandem in this race was a real treat. You don't get to see them so often, but I think increasingly, and having heard the words of Michael Bartels, there's a whole industry behind getting them back out on track. And just go back to that number, John, only 12 of them made in periods, so the fact we've got
12
a quarter
racing cars
in the one race, but
50 road cars, where are they now? 25 of the short cars, and 25 of the 150mm longer cars, which were the original homologation batch. Have you got one of those sitting around? Have you got an MC12 sitting in your garage?
Yes.
Get in touch with us now. Where else are where are the other 9 racing cars? Do they all still exist?
Well, Michael did say that a lot of them are doing track days, and that's what he's getting people out of the track. But track days can lead to people going, you know what, I'll have one as a racing car. Could I take that off your hands? And we all benefit from that because, of course, we don't want any car to be in captivity and out of sight. Also,
it adds to the lineage of the car, to the Palmares, the CV, whatever you want to call it, of the racing car. To be able to say, for example, it had done Classic Le Mans, or it had done, Classic Spa, had a class victory at whatever.
Well, certain applause and happiness there, exclamations for Paynos and for Olivier Gallon. Yes, cried the team as he clambers out.
Do you know what I like about Olivier Gallon? He's not of our generation, he's much younger than us, but that is a very simple, classic helmet design. And there'll be a story behind it. It'll be school colours or whatever. Perhaps a driver that he admired in the past.
Well, I tell you a story I thought was great. Joe Twyman, historic racer, son of Neil. He's done a book on sort of racing ephemera, a lot of helmets in there. And the Brundle family story is they chose red and blue on a white helmet because they were the 2 cheapest colours in the local auto shop for the paint. But let's head down to hear from Olivier Gallon, winner not just yesterday, but again today. He's full of joy after another fantastic run in the Paynos.
That's the father, that's the son, Olivier and Xavier Gallon. Olivier, 2 sur 2 avec cette Paynos. Il fallait rester devant, il fallait résister, c'est fait.
Ouais. C'était difficile, mais la voiture était vraiment super. Puis on avait un jeu de pneus neufs pour aujourd'hui, donc ça allait quand même mieux. Et j'étais un peu tout seul pendant la deuxième partie de la course. Je m'inquiétais parce que la Lotus m'a passé. Il était moins rapide, mais c'est un super pilote et il a vraiment beaucoup de puissance. Donc j'avais du mal à le passer. Une fois que je l'ai passé, j'ai pu un peu étirer mes jambes et courir plus vite, quoi.
Vous surveillez le retour d'Alfie Briggs. Alors on sait qu'il avait cette pénalité, bien évidemment. Vous saviez l'écart ?
Ouais, on me donnait l'écart chaque tour. Je suis content, je suis content d'avoir un peu cassé son rêve, quoi, parce qu'hier il disait qu'il allait gagner la course, mais non.
Juste une dernière question. Nos amis Bruce et Jones qui commentent en anglais sont en amour pour votre casque. Est-ce qu'il y a une histoire derrière les couleurs de ce casque?
Le casque, je le dis en anglais ou en français?
Ouais, tu peux dire en anglais pour vous.
Alors, my helmet is... I think it's quite a personal thing, so I didn't want someone to design it. So I did it myself on a sheet of paper, and I put my name on the back, and I put my dad's signature under my name, because it's like, he kind of made me, and then he signs it off. So, and I like classic liveries that you can recognize from far, so it's quite simple. And, yeah.
Thank you, congratulations. And as we love a family affair in this race, this is the father, Xavier. Xavier, c'est toujours une fierté de voir gagner le gamin.
Ah, ça fait grand plaisir et c'est à chaque fois. C'est un gentleman, c'est un vrai gentleman, pas de pro, une voiture bien préparée, c'est un rêve.
Votre signature sur son casque, c'est bien ça quand même.
Oui, c'est lui qui me l'a demandé, c'est un grand respect.
Nice story once again here in Spa Classic.
And there was a little golf clap from us. If you're going to go and buy an LMP1 car to come and race here, an Audi is an obvious thing to buy because it was the class of the field at the time. I don't think a Panos would have been very obvious, and frankly, finding one that was for sale and restoring it to the Vistion colour scheme and etc. Absolutely superb. It's another podium spot for Alfie Briggs, a great drive back, and he's standing by down in Parc Fermé with Vincent.
Olivier Gallon is the winner of this race. Second, Alfie Briggs once again. We speak about this penalty. Alfie, it was nearly okay, but okay, this full course yellow was not a help.
Yeah, I mean, the car was so fast, and I was catching Olivier a lot. And then, yeah, I would have had him, and then full course yellow came out. So.
Yeah, there was a battle with the Lotus, and this Lotus Elise, during the two races, it was sometimes complicated to take the advantage.
I mean, that thing's got so much power. It's amazing. Just difficult to pass. You know, we've not got a lot of power, we've got a lot of downforce, and that's got a lot of power and not a lot of downforce. So it works in different parts of the track.
This is the young generation of historic racing, and we are very proud of this.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Again, the story was there laid bare, and you can sort of sense the disappointment, particularly when you've got a chase from so far back. Remember, it was about 18 seconds, and he was chipping away. We at first thought, will they get the extra lap? They did get onto that extra lap, but the time that he spent at a bated pace under full course yellow, gaining nothing, losing nothing, but not being able to use that half a lap or however long it lasted to gain the advantage, take the advantage he could have clawed back. But yesterday, he got to within 4.1 seconds. Today, he got to within 4.2. It would have been less than that. He showboated a bit out of the final corner, but the battle was lost. But the sheer joy on the face of Olivier Gallon and Father Xavier, you know, it's great to see. Coming racing for the right reasons and really reaping the benefits, I must say. Right, next track action today. We move on from Endurance Racing Legends 1 to Classic Endurance Racing 2. Fantastic field. I think BMW 1 Pro cars, lots of Lola prototypes, Porsches galore, Ferrari 512 BBs, just to whet your appetite. And then also the Aston Martin DB8 V8 R-Ham 1. Robert Hamilton on his own basically took on the challenge of trying to give Aston Martin class glory at Le Mans. But here, this field of cars. And Porsche 935s, I know John, as a man, a Porsche file through and through. They trip your trigger. But it's the other cars you find it feels like this, the ones you haven't seen for a long time. The little-known Cheetah car from Switzerland is in the middle of the pack, and a couple of toys as well, or Todges if you prefer to call them that. There's one with the the dark blue and black livery of BP, tucked in behind the Crown Racing Lola chocolate drop, the brown and yellow Chevron in among that group as well. But again, we just like the previous race, we've got the combination of prototype cars and GT cars as well, and certainly the Bush family 935 in the pale blue Mambo livery is going to really take it to the little prototypes. It'd be like the previous race. He'll have the horsepower, yeah. They'll have the handling. So it doesn't matter what age in racing, there always seems to be this sort of yin and yang, this equal and opposites.
And this is a 1 hour race. There's 1 hour on the race clock. So again, a pit stop race, but this one unwinding over a slightly longer period. Got a lot of stories to tell about the cars in this category, so that is why it's been pushed out to an hour. Not exactly, strictly speaking, true, but it does give us the chance to explain some of the historical significance and the stories behind the cars coming into being, including some of those 9.345s in particular, because there is a bit of a story behind those. Yeah. It's a rolling start again.
It is. Chris Ward will be starting a championship challenging car in the European 2-litre sports car series of the mid-70s. Guy Edwards, always the king of getting sponsorship. That's why it's got full Barclays International sponsorship on that. That is the prototype of the Lola T92. And alongside, he's got Maxime Guénard in the old Otford Group car that Jim Wallace campaigned with such incredible panache in the British Championship. Stefan Nguyen's tucked in behind them, and the first of the Todges, the toys, Yves Samama starting from fourth, but in behind then you get to two more prototypes, and then the best of the Porsches, the GTs in seventh place on the grid, a little bit scrappy around the middle order, but the front row, 2 by 2 they go. Chris Ward on the pit wall side, outside is Maxime Guénard, the power is down, And a big snap for the two cars on the second row, with Yves Samama coming alongside in the gold toy on the outside, and up the middle, through the middle, into the lead of the race goes Stefan Ewan. I saw him smiling away yesterday when he got out of the car. I think he'll have an even bigger grin on his face today. Oh dear, the Ligier that has had its problems, already got one in this race, wide out of the exit of La Source, and through the gravel, should rejoin, but will be stone last. But right out front, we do have a change, and I thought Stefan Ewan had got the job done, but on the exit of the first corner, things changed big time, a real shuffling of the pack.
Onto the Camel Straight for the first time. It's that lighter coloured car coming towards us. The Gitan car had and off the Lancia into the barriers behind. That'll put a yellow flag onto. Well, he's actually continued. He got slightly nudged on the right-hand side, which pushed him in the barrier. There's damage on the left. It was the Gitan's car that got the whole shot and is now back in the lead. And that car shuffled back to second as they ran down out of La Source to Eau Rouge, but now reclaiming what I'm sure Michael Nguyen would say is its rightful place as he leads them down the hill.
Well, after a start like that, you'd absolutely have to suggest that that was the case. Just looking to see the Chris Ward-driven car has fallen back a little bit, but expect that to come through. It's pale blue, just behind that pale blue Porsche with one of the Busch brothers on board. Order a little bit shuffled at the moment, waiting for my timing screen even to catch up because it's all thick and fast out on the track. The gold toy in third place. And again, that 935 K3 or whatever just looks enormous in comparison to the GT class car. The little Lola tucked in behind, that's the 292, the red and yellow helmet of Chris Ward, trying to use the extra downforce he gets from that car, but then he gets the climb out of curve Paul Ferreira. What does he not have? Horsepower. He's got a 2-litre engine and certainly far more oomph for Dennis Busch in fourth place.
Yeah, it is Dennis Busch behind the wheel of that light blue number 54 car. That is the leader in GT2. That is a full-on 935 from the end of the 70s. Fearsome beast with the twin turbochargers on those cars. And my goodness me, they were effectively a prototype underneath. There was bits of the car that was 911, but they had been modified with the flat front bodywork and the big aerodynamics on the back and the extended rear bodywork. Now, meantime, a more Porsche-looking Porsche down the inside is the bright yellow, the Puerto Rico car coming through, and that was the up to the end of the Camel Straight. This is developing into a very nice little battle here. Maxime Guenat in third place in the white number 1. So it's Stefan Nguyen, Yves Samama, and then Maxime Guenat. Dennis Busch in fourth has just dropped away a little bit in the 935. Then the toy, Dominique Guenat. We've got over and under 2-litre classes for the prototypes, and the GT cars have their own category, and Dennis Busch just comes back into fourth position.
Big look up from Stefan Ewan, but actually the real frustration is for Chris Ward, tucked behind that 935. He needs to get past, and it's holding them up enormously. So he's got it now.
The size differential there.
Well, it's huge, but for the last lap and a half, to have a challenge for the lead, and Yves Samama goes through in the Oxford Group car. Stefan Ewan getting a little bit wide on the exit, and suddenly Maxime Guenat is in the mix as well. No, they're chopping and changing to the extent Stefan Ewan in the blue car is in second place. The race is now being led by Maxime Guenat, who's gone very nicely to get that Lola into the lead of the race, and it's chopping and changing, and Yves Samama in the toy is down into third place, but being caught hand over fist. I knew that Chris Ward was being held up in the Barclays International Lola. He was about 2 seconds behind them. He's half a second off the tail now, so 4 under 2-litre sports car classes altogether.
Well, when Chris was right alongside and going by that 935, it was such a size difference. They are a similar colour. Chris looked like he was a paint swatch for the other car. Down the inside, goes straight into third position and pounces immediately on Yves Samama. So that's the plus 2-litre cars first and second, sub 2-litre car third, and Chris Ward making up for the lack of cubic centimetres by utilising the handling of that prototype car, running with the Legacy Outlaws team, which are phenomenal. I like this idea, Legacy Outlaws Racing, bringing together potentially different preparers of cars, and then when you get to the race meeting, you're all under the same awning, literally, which means you can share facilities and share personnel. Oh dear. The bright orange number 62 has come to
Trevor
a halt.
Reed, Douglas Titford, but that will tumble it down the order. Clearly clip someone else. That bodywork to be a little out of shape, probably lead to a yellow flag at the final chicane. One would suggest quite a long walk even to the gravel traps there. Of course, they're there to catch cars that have gone a little more straight on than they should have done.
2 litre, particularly the under 2 litre sports car category here, that was a booming category back in the
early
period
70s.
that we're looking at, early 70s to mid 70s. It
And
went
then
bonkers.
what happened? You had a really level playing field, and we've got one of the championship winning cars, Chris Craft's car, the Crown Racing Lola. What happened is Alpine got very interested. They basically had this policy that they would do a different championship.
Full course yellow, by the way.
And yeah, well spotted, John. Thank you.
Oops.
Oh, don't do the overtaking under full course yellow. But then Alpine arrived, decided to have a crack at sports car racing, and it was a very large hammer to break a very small nut. Well, not a very small nut, but they were over-tooled, and the rest just couldn't compete. And in no time at all, I think it was 1975, the championship disintegrated. Yeah. But it did lead to some brilliant-looking cars from Lola in particular and Chevron as well. And it was a fantastic championship around Europe. But that's motor racing, particularly sports car racing. The decline
race.
and fall. Yes, entirely
the
so.
arms race. Somebody comes and builds a better mousetrap. And there's various ploys have been involved down through the years to try and stop that. Cutting down the number of manufacturers of chassis, for example, which I never agreed with, still don't.
I agree.
I like an open chassis formula. But again, even in the heyday of this sub 2 litre category and the over 2 litre category that we've got the two versions here, you would go to a Lola or another Chevron. I've just picked the two English ones, of course, but there were other manufacturers, chassis manufacturers were available, and you would say to them, yeah, I know that this is for such and such an engine, but I've got a manufacturer interested. Can you build me one that can take this engine from this manufacturer, because I can get a few quid from them? And yeah, all right, yeah, we'll do that.
Well, they had to be amenable, and they certainly were. Now, the Otford Group, looking at the colours on the flank of Maxime Guénard's Lola, that's, as John pointed out, an over 2 litre car. That's a 3 litre unit in the back. That was a packaging company owned by a guy called Jim Wallace, and his level of presentation was on a level that would have made the most meticulous of men, Ron Dennis at McLaren, proud, because everything about them, the branding, this wasn't Formula One, this was sports car racing. Did a lot of racing in Thunder Sports, and lots of people went to race with him. I think Mike Wilds had a crack for a while, but it's lovely to see that car back out.
So that's a 3 litre car, so is that a DFE?
Yeah.
So
and the same for Stefan Ewan in his. That's why he was so quick away at the start of the race. There's the flat bed truck in situation, and tucked in behind it should be that little orange Chevron that ended up on the wrong side of the equation.
So again, though, there is that lovely motorsport link where you had Walter Hayes back in the mid 1960s deciding to spend £100,000 British pounds on getting Cosworth, the nascent Cosworth, to design and develop the double 4-valve V8 engine. That, by the way, now is about £2.3 million, which would still be a motorsport bargain for an engine that delivers 150 Grand Prix victories, never mind being slotted into all other things, and also going on to power Indy cars, sports cars, etc., etc. I think that Ligier did get back on after a little bit of
down in 22nd
crossing.
position at the moment. That's Emil Breitmeier, so he got to explore the gravel trap, but did get back onto the hard stuff, onto terra firma.
Yeah, I love this classic.
Sorry, Olivier Breitmeier, getting the right way around. Great move there.
Great move from Chris.
Dive. Chris giving away horsepower, coming the whole way up the hill, and then the cheetah getting in on the action as well, side by side, all vaulting over the curves. One of the cars tucked in behind the brown and yellow striped Chevron Chocolate Drop, which was for a lot of people their favourite car in period. That Chevron just handled brilliantly, giving away horsepower in the great events like the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres. But drivers like John Watson got to drive it when Formula One drivers had to pay the bills by racing in other categories. And he always absolutely raves about the handling of that car.
Really?
Horsepower given away, but think about a car that handles well around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You desperately need a car that handles well. And he said, you know, that's where these cars, you look back in history and go, why? How did they do that giant killing act, taking on the cars with larger engines? Because they had the handling, it suited them the circuit. At the Nürburgring, as here at Spa, you could have absolutely foul conditions. And that's where handling is absolutely paramount.
And you needed a car,
there it is, car number 2.
Straight line, but no good at corners here. That'll help you up the Kemmel Straight, but it won't help you down through the sweepers. No good having a car that's really great in the sweepers, but is rubbish on the slow corners, because we've got a couple of slow corners here, and we've got, you know, that compromise has to be made. Good all-round cars good all-round chassis. We're just coming to the end of the full course yellow here, so people are getting ready to go. Good all-round chassis that could fit a variety of engines.
Exactly. Just wondering how Maxime Guénard in the race-leading Opfer Group car is actually seemingly further ahead of Stefan Ewan and the rest of the train of cars. It might be my eyes, but under full course yellow there should be no gain at all. FCY messages still. Here is our race leader, but he wasn't that far clear before the full course yellow, was he? I don't recall he was. I thought it was very close.
The time says 7.5 seconds, but of course we're at a slow speed, so it's not really 7.5 seconds. But I think you're right, Bruce. It does look like the distance has eked out a little bit as we go back to green. Watch for the flags. Yellow, 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 still yellow. No, we're not going back to green yet. I thought for a moment we were. And again, this is all down to the driver here, Bruce, because there's no pits to car radio to say full course yellow finishing in 30 seconds, as you would do now here at Eduardo Freitas, our race director for FIA WEC. So through Blanchimont, still at reduced speed, weaving left and right as much to maybe keep the tyres clean as to keep heat in them. The Gitan car second. Chris Ward now in third. Now he's staying away from the back of that car, I think, as much to keep airflow over the front of that 292 prototype.
And to keep clear line of sight on any of the flags.
That's a good point.
That's the experience you need to gain. Still on the timing screens, the FCY board is flashing away. Right, Maxime Guénard a little bit clear in his Lola T286, and now we go green. You can hear the crescendo of noise, and certainly Yves Samama in the orange toy, the gold toy, tried to make a move, but Chris Ward thought there's only one place I need to be, up the inside. Less grunt than Stefan Ewan, and the Gitan liveried more powerful to T82. So that is again experience. That was why Chris Ward was hanging out wide, looking for the move. He had to slightly feel for Yves Samama in the gold toy because he guessed the wrong way, got caught by Stefan Ewan's car. But the important move was Chris Ward for Legacy Outlaws up into second place.
5.2 seconds at the line under green flag conditions. The advantage for the leader was he was on a bit of straight when the green flag came out and didn't have anybody to negotiate. So he has extended the lead that he had. So that's Maxime Guénard we're talking about. And now we'll see how quickly Chris Ward can reel him in. The fastest lap of both the cars, almost exactly a second to the advantage of the smaller engine car. So Chris Ward with that distinctive red and yellow helmet that he's worn throughout his racing career. He is now setting off in pursuit of the leader. Now Chris Ward will be handing the car over to a relatively
Denmark.
well-known. Yes, I've heard he's well known. A couple of Le Mans wins under his belt, American Le Mans Series titles. Jan Magnussen, who loves driving this car as well.
He does, but he was showing us his hands when we arrived at the circuit. One of his thumbnails was cracked from a great ball of rubber coming in through the open top of, because clearly this is an open top car. And those are the things you don't think about from the comfort of a commentary box, but he still loved it, that aside.
When I raced the Radical SR3 and did the test up at Donington on a fairly cold but dry, damp track, greasy, Oh, got a problem for the chocolate drop.
Yeah, the chocolate drops had a little bit of bodywork contact, and John Emberson will be maybe limping that one back to the pits, but he's just in behind the Crown Racing loader. No pack drill, no idea who made the contact, but certainly bodywork loose.
What nobody tells you about being in a prototype or a single-seat race car, all of my experience before that had been in saloon or GT cars, how much air comes in around your feet. My feet were freezing after doing a 40-minute test session, albeit on a fairly cool day, but these, you know, and when it's wet, your feet get wet because they're not hermetically sealed.
Right, just looking at Tony Sinclair in the Crown Racing Championship winning car from 1973, Chris Craft's car from period. He's gaining ground. He's outside the top 10, but look for the progress of that number 85 again from the under 2 litre class. Similar model, also a T292, like Chris Ward is heading off after our race leader. Gap down to 1.7 seconds now. Chris took 3 seconds out of him on that lap. So look for the pale blue and white Lola on a massive charge. For now, we've still got Maxime Guénard leading in the old Oxford Group Lola, which was a car that was more powerful and 3 years younger, so he should be in front, but Chris Ward is doing Chris Ward things and pressing on. There's the gap coming down to down. First and second up the top of the Kemmel Straight into Les Combes. In third place now settling in Yves Samama. He had a good restart in that golden Warsteiner liveried toy just ahead of Stefan Newen in the Gitan livery Ligier. The second toy, black and green BP sponsorship, Dominique Guénard. So a Guénard first and a Guénard fifth.
Kendall GT1 racing all colours of Carl Meeker's prototype, another T292. That's a 1973 car, sub 2 litre category car. And Cal trying to get onto the back of that group of cars. Chris Ward has target acquired. Look at the two cars, the Lola 286 and the Lola 292. Look at the rear end of the leading car, wider, more air intake, bigger engine, needs more airflow to keep it cool, needs more airflow to mix with the fuel, and the battle for the lead is on. Coming down to the bottom of the circuit. Looks like Chris Ward is about to go for the lead here, Bruce. We'll go down to Vincent in the pit lane in just a second. I reckon it's in the braking area for the bus stop. That's where Chris likes to do it.
Maybe, but up through Blanchimont, the lead goes out a little bit. More grunt from the over 2 litre car. So I think
he's got him. He's close enough, I think.
I don't think he is. I don't think he is. He'll make a late dive. Does he leave the door open? He does. Okay, well, that's very gentlemanly driving. I thought he was 2 car lengths short. So we have the lead underway, and we're waiting to go down to the pit lane because we do have an interview coming up very soon indeed, and thank you for waiting for that. But there is the race lead. Chris Ward now ahead of Maxime Guénard. He should pull clear. He's potentially 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah, Chris has been absolutely imperious on the brakes. The Lola T298, the Simon Nabili car, is in the pit lane.
Back in the pits with one of the pure Peter Roto racers, Simon Nobili, Le Mans Classic legend, Tour Auto, he does everything. Simon, grand passage cette année.
Enfin, une vraie voiture de course, un vrai niveau très élevé, et c'est un vrai apprentissage pour moi.
Bon, comment s'est passé ce week-end? Malheureusement, abandon très vite de la course. Il y a eu quoi?
Disons, la chance d'être en panne, c'est justement de pouvoir être interviewé. Mais à part ça, oui, on a eu un problème de pression d'huile. On croyait que c'était la sonde, mais en réalité, c'est autre chose. On ne va pas prendre le risque avec le moteur.
He's used to the races of Peter Roto. We are so happy to have it with us every meeting, Mr. Simon Nobili.
Oil pressure was the issue there, even with my very bad schoolboy French. The lead swapped over again as we went back down to the pit lane, but it's going to go again as they carve through traffic, and once again Chris Ward is in the area that he can make the overtake down into the bus stop. The question is, can he eke out enough of a lead to stay ahead of the bigger engine car? It looks like he loses out going through Blanchimont, all slightly uphill through Blanchimont. Nah, he's never going to get it from there. But then he brakes much, much later in the lighter car. It looks even now like he's not going to make it, but then starts to close in. This time the leader holds it to the right-hand side. Chris was there, doesn't make the late lunge. I think probably very wisely there.
Oh, 100% there have been missed bodywork, but he had the clearer line through the corner. In fact, got too close to the race leader, Maxime Guénard's tail. Had to back out of it a little bit, but then what he's going to have the disappointment as they accelerate away from La Source, because he won't have the grunt down the hill. He's got 2 litres, car in front has got 3 litres, but if he can have a clean run, he shouldn't lose too much through Eau Rouge. Again, the gap goes out to go down the hill, but Chris Ward has this ability to dive late into corners, so he's going to have to use every element of momentum he can have to come up the run, up the climb, and again, much cleaner run than the race leader through Eau Rouge, through Radion, so he's gaining, and then the power of the Cosworth should pull it clear.
He's into the hole in the air that's been made by the car in front, the slipstream effect. He will get some of that. No ABS, no assistance for the drivers on the braking. It's all feel through the middle pedal, 3 pedal cars, blip the throttle, down through the gearbox. And now this is where the sub 2 litre car comes into its own. There's been a spin at Radion. That's Cal Meeker who's gone around at the top of the hill and gone all the way into the pit lane exit.
Well, he'd unfortunately just got up into 4th place. He'd caught and passed Stefan Newen, so he gives the place back to the Gitan Lola. But looking again at this lead battle, 1st and 2nd, Maxime Guénard. Yellow flag has been lifted very quickly. Chris Ward chasing again around the twisted parts of the circuit. He's using the flow that he has to use to get close enough to Maxime Guénard to challenge.
3 minutes just under to the pit stop window opening at here at Spa-Francorchamps, and the reason for the yellow flag at the bus stop was the touch for the Porsche of Carlo Mail and Stefan Krumel.
And a replay for Cal Meeker. He'll like that for his for the fact he didn't hit anything. When he gets a replay of that, he go, well, yes, as it happens, I do remember that moment.
Yeah, in glorious Technicolor. Chris Ward again taking slightly different lines, trying to open out the corners so he can get on the power, using more of the exit curbs as well, so he's not scrubbing off so much speed with the front wheels being turned. It looks like an unequal battle, but the ebb and flow, and again he drops away. Cal Meeker still in trouble coming down through Pouhon, well off the circuit. He might have a puncture there actually.
Well, it wouldn't be too surprising, bearing in mind the speed of rotation he had at the top of the hill.
Flat spotted the tyres, absolutely. So again, Chris takes a wider entry, gets on the power early. He'll want to go to the inside, but has to go to the left instead. Will he switch back to the right-hand side? He's there. That's about the braking distance that he can overcome. Goes late down the inside, but knows he can't make it. The front end of the blue Lola sniffing the ground as they went into La Source. And now down the hill, the bigger engine version of the Lola. You can absolutely see that those cars are stable mates from the same manufacturer, but again, the difference is in the rear end to accommodate the bigger capacity and the bigger in size, of course, V8 engine.
Right, I'm just looking to see what might shape this battle, because they're going to catch a trio of cars somewhere before maybe even curve Paul Frere, and the first one they're going to catch is the glorious BMW M1 Pro car. But it's the fact there are 3 cars together. Michael Hindhaugh is at the wheel of that one. That could be the issue. If they were all spaced out, be easy enough for Maxime Guénard to find his way past. But if they're all together having their own battle, it may just delay our race leader. It may just give an option for Chris Ward. But remember, if you're in a tight battle and suddenly both cars are slowed, who has more punch? Our race leader, bigger engine.
And Chris really wanted to get ahead and stay ahead, because we have got a pit stop coming where Jan Magnussen takes a hit, even despite his advancing years.
Sorry, accelerating years.
Accelerating.
His life does really accelerate quite quickly.
Oh, now here's Chris again coming out of Pouhon.
Is the pressure going to start paying? Are we going to have our race leader Maxime Guénard just having his attention drawn away? He's taking a slightly messy line through Fagnes, much tidier line from the tracing, Chris, but he has to be super tidy, Chris. He hasn't got as much horsepower.
He's costing Chris 2 seconds a lap here. Maxime Guénard has done that car's fastest lap of the race, but it's a second and a half, 1.6 seconds slower than Chris can go in that light blue Lola. The second of the Lolas there in second place through Blanchimont again. And will they catch traffic? to the advantage or disadvantage of one of these cars side by side. Ahead of them, the BMW M1 Pro car leader drives down the inside of one of the sub 2 litres. That's the 223, the white and blue Lola T292. Floris Fick, yeah.
Oh, a good move either side of Michael Hindhaugh's BMW M1 Pro car. Fabulous car, but we can't focus on it now. We've got a lead battle to consider.
How big it
and
looks.
I honestly thought that was the moment for Chris Ward. But again, the lack of horsepower means he's got to live now. He's got to look up the track, or in this case, down the track out of La Source towards Eau Rouge. What's up ahead? He's got another gaggle of cars. I think the first one they're going to reach is number 119, which is, to my memory, I think it's a Chevron. I mean, a look-see. It's a Chevron B21 of Jean-Claude Androuet and Philippe Pulgar.
Pit lane is open for the mandatory stop. Coming up onto that bright yellow Intertech and STP sponsorship. Looking in the mirror, the raised mirror stays to the outside. Chris Ward will give that car plenty of room. That's nice driving by all concerned there. And a little acknowledgement from Chris. What a gentleman he's always been. Yellow flags waving. Yellow flags waving down to Brussels. Has someone gone straight on? I think they have. Can't see.
No tilt tail skid marks there. They've cleared.
It is cleared. Maybe a car going slowly. It's the Ligier GS2 again. Olivier Breitmeier listed against that car. And it was late at least, but it is moving again.
Pit visitors coming in, but how long will Chris Ward stay out? And will he go, hey, I've got a pretty handy right-hand man, let's get in and hand over to Jan Magnussen? Because your point, John, is that Chris Ward is being delayed by Maxime Guénard at the head of this race.
If he could have been ahead, he would have been able to eat into that extra pit stop time that Jan has to take. Jan always wants to take the second stint because he feels it's beholden on him to make up the time that his presence has cost, if you see what I mean. Very gallant of him. Now Chris is right there this time, but is the leader going to go into the pits? Looks to the inside. There wasn't much of a fight there. I fancy that number 1 car. Oh no, he hasn't. I was going to now Chris has got to make a little bit of a gap here. The car potentially a second and a half, 2 seconds a lap. The slightly damaged Martini Lancia ahead of him, continuing on after swiping the barriers on the Kemmel Straight on the first lap. He pulls off to the pit lane. It is the opposite part of the pit lane they are using. Of course, I forgot that for this one. So Chris Ward has dived in. Real opportunity now. Chris Ward having led that lap with a 2 minutes 26. That car could do a 2:24. So Maxime Guénard now, as we've got a car stopped coming out of the final corner. Now a safety car of full course yellow now would be handy for Chris Ward and for Jan Magnussen. That would help them with the pit lane offset if it's going to be called. I can't see how they get to it otherwise. The 180 Porsche, that's almost custard coloured car in the pit lane. That's the 9345.
What a selection of cars they'd be racing. You've had them in the Ferrari 275 GTB, and that car in damage, yes, just seeing the background and getting a chance to look at the Lancia that's tucked behind the yellow Porsche, definitely still with that element on it. Yellow flag, full course yellow,
there
absolutely
you go.
Correct. The trigger has been that yellow chevron sitting on the exit of the final corner, but sort of dead ahead as you're going through the second part of that chicane.
So that is going to cost time for the leader on his in-lap. I presume, well, it has to be his in-lap now. There's time for him to do another one, but it will not help him. So the leader...
you have no choice. You have to come in.
He's got to come in at this point now. This could be a real turning point of the race. So everyone who hasn't yet peeled in to the endurance pit needs to come in right now. So not as much of an advantage being garnered by the 292 Lola prototype of Chris Ward. And now Jan Magnussen. They are still in the pit lane with that blue car.
unusual March 75S in the background there, yellow and blue stripes up its flank. Kevin Cook on board, he had some problems and he expected in qualified right towards the back, and you'd expect him to make progress. So we're not yet, well, just at the halfway point in this 1 hour race. Look for some of the cars that didn't qualify well, but really that has been a huge gift for Chris Ward and his teammate Jan Magnussen. Car still in the pits. But importantly, Maxime Guénard is limping around the circuit. Nothing wrong with his car. He's running at full course yellow pace, however, as he goes up towards Blanchimont, and that will still seem like eternity and a little bit more before he can get into the pits.
What the team, the Legacy Outlaws racing team, will hope is that the full course yellow clears as they are coming out of the pit lane. Well, there is Jan Magnussen coming out of the pit lane now, still under full course yellow. How is the clearance of that Lola at the end of the lap going? Waiting for Guénard to come into the pit lane. Maxime Guénard has not yet made the pit lane. So right now, with both cars on the circuit, it's on as even. Neither of them are gaining or losing. Oh, he's gone through. Oh, no, sorry. He doesn't take the first pit lane. Hindhaugh excited about something he already knew is not exactly a headline in my commentary career. So Jan Magnussen on the Kemmel Straight with a whole lot of nothing in front of him. If that goes green now, it will be advantage them. So Guénard still to peel into the endurance pit lane. And gets in now. How is the recovery going at the final corner? So now he's getting the advantage of doing his pit lane under full course yellow, pit lane visit under full course yellow. So right now he's gaining back some of that disadvantage where he was slow on the run down from Pouhon. This might just balance itself out, you know.
It might, because what you never know is A, when a full course yellow would be served, and then B, how long it's going to take. So where it looked like a gift, we maybe have to go back to the previous script to just wait to see how long extra Jan Magnussen had to wait because of his talent and quality of his race licence.
Still full course yellow. And from about, there's another car being pushed away, actually just on the exit of Speaker's Corner, and that I think was the number 20 Eric Zucati 935. So there may be two incidents actually. So a big conversation. No driver change in the 3-litre engined Lola. And waiting to see where Jan Magnussen pops out. So he's coming out of Pouhon now, and this is about where the leader caught the yellow flag, and they're getting ready to send him. So it's going to be a 25-minute chase for Jan Magnussen. How close is it going to be? I still think it's been a slight advantage. We've gone back green. We've gone back green now, so Jan Magnussen will get immediately back up to speed. I still think they've had a slight advantage to mitigate that longer stop. Magnussen straight up to speed, and despite the fact his tyres will have cooled, he will be on a tear. The leader is rolling down the pit lane. So they had a part of their pit stop under green, the majority of it under full course yellow. Magnussen had all of his stop under full course yellow. It was a longer stop, but this, I think, is advantage because that gap that would have been there with the standard pit stop penalty time, that has been at least lessened. So there's slightly fewer seconds for Magnussen to pick up on now.
Yeah, well, let's wait and see. We'll get the first confirmation of what that gap actually is, what the challenge is. But certainly, as Maxime Guénard accelerates up the hill, starts braking for Lecombe, he's got a sizable lead. But just remember, Jan Magnussen would have had to be at a standstill in the pits for Maxime Guénard in the number 1 Opford group Lola, but the under 2 litre Lola way behind. Only now is Jan Magnussen, the Flying Dane, coming up to the top of the hill.
Got a lot of cars between them as well.
And cars between them.
Yeah, that's going to be the issue. So the leader coming out of Pouhon, and
Jan only in Bruxelles.
Well, do you know what? 33 seconds. 33 seconds is the gap on the split. It's not insurmountable. How quick can Maxime be? He's got traffic as well. This is going to be a proper chase in the next 23 minutes. You are talking about 12, maybe 13 laps, depending on when that light-coloured car crosses the line. 2 seconds a lap. It'll bring him close to it, but he'll still be short. It'll still be short.
However,
nobody's gonna tell Jan Magnussen that, because they're not on the radio to him, and he's only got one pace here, which is flat out and hard charge.
It is, and that's what makes it just so super exciting in these classic endurance races. And now, again, for Maxime Guénard, putting a lap on the Crown Racing ex-Chris Craft Lola. That's the car that took the European title in 1973. Just looking to see what the paces of Maxime Guénard. What was that lap? The last time.
Well, that was his out lap, so you can't count. That was 5 minutes and 8. Jan Magnussen's out lap, which was all under yellow, was 6:45. So that tells you how much you gain or lose. But it has, I think, taken a little bit of Jan Magnussen's extra pit stop. Nick Padmore, by the way, in 7th overall in the number 10 Porsche, leads the GT2 category by just a second and a half from a similar 935, the Mark Busch number 54 car. So those are the GT class leaders. The 2 prototype leaders, the plus and minus, or the over and under 2 litre class leaders, are first and second on the road. And Magnussen's already taken 3 seconds out of the leader.
Well, it's just what the doctor ordered, but it's going to be a long chase, a hard chase, but Jan is your man for that, so he's going to be having fun. And he did hop out of the car the opening round, furious that he hadn't won the race, but actually afterwards reflecting on the fact that he'd had a really strong run. So they know the pace of the car is good, but it's just the vagaries of what's lying in front of you.
Jan Magnussen then, with the helmet design that he's worn throughout his career, the red, white and blue, loads of... This is the problem. He's behind the Interscope Porsche now. He cuts his way left, then right. He'll dive down the inside into Brussels. Oh, and a problem again for Carl Meeker. Looks like he had a little bit of a wobble coming out of La Source in that number 99 white car. It's the Lola, another Lola T92 for the Canadian. That one from 1973. So now, having cleared a bit of traffic, Jan Magnussen through Pouhon has got the opportunity to put down a couple of fast laps. 2:24.6, that car's fastest lap at the moment. Through traffic on his first flying lap, Jan Magnussen was a 2:27.6. So there's pace in the car. Oh, the JS2 has gone out, so it was the number 80, as we thought it might have been, which was one of the issues at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, that was Olivier Breitmar. He ran wide out of the opening corner, but again, track knowledge is good, so he's causing no trouble for anybody else. Smoking away that Ligier, great little car. If you look at that up close, that's one of the glories of going through the paddock and finding a car you've only ever seen out on a track, and you then get, the engine covers lifted off, you take a look and go, wow, Zach Speed Capri, still a car of a generation to see. And in the pit lane, drivers trying to stay as cool as possible with this wonderful mix of prototypes and GTs. We've got some fabulous racing. The Puerto Rico liveried car, that's the one with Nick Padmore on board, normally raced by Jim Norman, having its run.
Lars Rollner, I think, was part of that, wasn't he? Yeah, that's one of the 934.5s, the 1977 car. We said we'd tell the story of that briefly. Peter Gregg of Brumos went across to Porsche. He had read the regulations for the IMSA Championship and realised that there could be an opportunity for them.
Sorry, I just want to chip in. Nick Padmore is in the Interscope livery car, black and pink,
yes,
normally raced by Jim Norman. This is the Rollner car, I should know better.
And ever the opportunist, Peter Gregg sent a team from Brumos to liaise with Porsche, and they built some cars specifically for the next regulations. They weren't a full 935, they were 934/5, and some subtle differences to the cars, notably around the front end and the engine that they used. Did a really cracking job in the championship, but IMSA decided to change the regulations partway through the season. Then they changed them back, and it was a 935 that won the championship that year, much to the chagrin of Brumos and their customers.
I was talking about Kevin Cook there, having to make a fight back, and there he was, out-braking himself into the bus stop chicane, and you suddenly get monstered. But yeah, it was a stepping stone, wasn't it, the 934/5?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go down for an interview with the Rollners.
We are in the pits with a Porsche driver, but also a former general director of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Pierre-Alain Thibault, on va le faire en français. Pierre-Alain, premièrement, sportivement, ça s'est passé comment ici maintenant?
Bon, ça s'est très bien passé. La 934 était un peu compliquée parce qu'il y a un temps de réponse important. On n'a qu'un turbo au contraire de 935. Mais donc il faut gérer le temps de réponse qui est particulièrement long avec la chaleur. Mais à part ça, j'étais 3e de la classe jusqu'au ravitaillement et on a ravitaillé malheureusement au mauvais moment.
Au mauvais moment avec ce full coursiello, bien sûr. Pierre-Alain, quel regard vous jetez sur ce type de meeting qui grandit d'année en année? Vos années sur le circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, on parlait de meeting de voitures anciennes déjà. Là, ces meetings deviennent très importants maintenant.
Ils deviennent exceptionnellement importants. Et bon, j'ai depuis toujours été un fan inconditionnel des courses historiques. Déjà quand j'étais aux commandes du circuit. Et je vois en effet ces meetings qui grandissent, qui embellissent, qui n'en finissent pas d'embellir avec des plateaux extraordinaires. Et le monde était au rendez-vous. Ça fait vraiment plaisir parce que ce sont des efforts qui sont récompensés.
Merci bien, Pierre-Alain. Many people here in Spa, of course, for this 2026 edition of Spa Classic.
Full course yellow is going to put a spanner in the works of the chase back for Jan Magnussen. Took 2.5 seconds out the leader that time around, got it down to 20, call it 29 seconds. But we've got a problem at Speaker's Corner again. And again, difficult to say, but I think I caught a glimpse of one of the cars. And if it's the one I think of, it's the toy number 49, the Dominic. It is, in that case.
Is it the Zach Speed Capri?
Is that the 91?
Oh, is it 91 or 81? I thought.
Oh, I might say 81, yes.
The orange Zach Speed Capri. Shame we had
right.
If indeed that's the case, we only had one sighting of that, and they were fabulous cars. Eric Sakowski just produced wonderful cars. They were very, very evocative, running in the DRM as it was then, the Deutsche Rennmeisterschaft, and cars that were silhouette and just got more and more extreme. Great days, but again, when you have cars like that that are so extreme, that normally is a portent to the fact that it's not going to last a very long time, because they eventually become so far ahead of the opposition that there is no racing.
There wasn't an awful lot of the Capri left, was it?
There wasn't.
Underneath
a
there.
whisper.
Wider, lower. Like some of the Porsches, actually, you look as well, where the arches are built out from the side of the car, but you can still clearly see the bodywork of the original car. That was the way the regulations were at the time.
Yeah, exactly. When you looked at the Porsche 935s, but the 9345, you've got the element of that being exposed. The rear end of the car is the real key, of course. Right, Stefan Newen still going around. He's running in 4th place overall in the Ligier. Sorry, in the Gitan, see what I did there, Gitan Ligier, but that was 1976 in Formula One. The Gitan liveried Lola. And tucked in behind is the Cheetah. So Beat Egerman, Swiss Racers, got that very well up the order in 5th place overall, ex-Walter Wolf racing car. Nigel Greensall, though, look for him, the Chevron B26. That is chocolate drop, the brown and yellow one. We saw the damage on the bodywork of that, but Nigel's making that fly. He's got to gain 10 seconds to catch Beat Egerman, not beyond him.
Explain the story of the Cheetah then, because that'll be a car that people won't know as well as Chevrons or Lolas.
Well, it was just other people trying to get in the mix, and Chuck Gramer was building those cars. They never had the success, but they were always there or thereabout, and that's why I'm delighted to see them in the historic racing scene. Because otherwise, if you say we're only going to have the cars that won races, you've suddenly removed 80% of your field. And you know, for so many of these things, it's down normally to sometimes to bad management, but almost inevitably to just a lack of spondulics, a lack of money to develop the idea. But Chuck spent years trying to get it going. But it's harder when you're in Switzerland that doesn't have a motor racing industry to get the right people and the right kit. You talked about the sort of carbon fibre band around London from Woking, where McLaren is all the way round up to, well, the land of Lister back in Cambridge, you know, the whole way around the west of London, around the north. But it's only been the problem for what was the Sauber Formula One team. They can't get enough people to go and move their families there away. But anyhow, it was great to have people bringing those cars along in period to have a crack at trying to succeed. And also to have them out here, because you don't want the cars to be stuck away. They are part of motor racing history, and for Chuck Graymaker, we're delighted to see it's running in 5th place overall here. Under 2 litre class, second in that. Who's leading that class? Jan Magnussen.
Yeah. And this is eating into the time available for Jan to get anywhere near the 286 for the overall victory. Going to take the class victory for the sub 2 litre category. It is Peter Eggerman in the Cheetah in second, as Bruce mentioned. Nigel Greenall in third, Greensall in third in a Chevron B26, Bolton's finest. Another car that, whilst there are plenty of them about, still doesn't quite get the recognition for me. The variety of Chevrons was amazing. The little GT cars like the B8s, the BMW engine and others, and then you get the lovely B16, which was a fabulous shape car.
Yeah, and go on through the latter years, the B36, absolutely stunning, and so on and so forth. But you know, these constructors had to be very, very light on their feet. They had to make as many sales as they could to put money in the coffers, but also regulations were changing. And for example, if you built a car for the under 2 litre class, it's not going to be the same one that you would put a Cosworth DFV in. Now, car on screen, the Robin Hamilton entered Aston Martin DB SV8. He tried and tried at Le Mans and didn't get the support he deserved. But, you know, sometimes we all like a valiant attempt, and it still draws so much attention in the paddock because it's big, it's mean, it's loud. And, you know, these are the cars we still need.
Flash of Mark Bush in the 935 from 1979. That's the leader of the GT category in a very creditable 8th position overall. And we are still waiting for, in fact, we just have gone back to green flag. So that leaves us with just on 11 minutes as the GT leader comes out of Pouhon.
You just have to feel that period was too long to help Jan Magnussen. You know, it was already going to be a massive chase, and I'm not even I don't think he'd have quite made it, but I think that opportunity to even try to do it has been taken away from him. Comfortably also, in second place.
Also, and I'll wait till they get back up to pace, where the green flag has been applied and where Jan was in with some traffic as well, I reckon that yellow flag has cost him 20 seconds plus.
Yeah, I think you're right. I was just doing some quick maths, and I think you're absolutely spot on with that. But you know, sometimes you get the break, sometimes you don't. But what Chris Ward and Jan knew, they were starting the race on the back foot because of that driver. But Cal Meeker is having
an eventful race.
Yes,
he has his own personal highlight reel. The car is still in one piece, and he's still circulating. He just over-circulated at La Source, turn 1. The last time around. Yeah, a 4:25.6 under full course yellow for Maxime Gunat the last time around, a 5:16.8, and the 29-second lead has gone out to 54. It'll come down when Jan gets up to speed. It has 36, but there you go. In real terms, Jan Magnussen has lost some 7 seconds through the full course yellow period. It was going to be a tall order already. It has now gone from tall to stratospheric.
Yeah, it really has, and it's amazing what a difference a year can make. This time last year there was just one race for the Classic Endurance Racing 2 category we're looking at now, and victory went in that to Dennis and Mark Bush, sharing the car, the Porsche that's running down in 8th place overall. So a GT car won last year, but that was the most unusual race. Now, Malardo BP sponsors on the Danny Snowbeck, René Metsch, Porsche running down the hill, something a little bit different. And again, it's amazing, John, when you get a sponsor that works with the team for a long time, but they keep changing the cars they're running. You get the same livery spread across very different flags. And this BP on the Cook Racing Porsche, you know, we'd seen it in prototypes, but it also, as you can see there on the Porsche in the background of the shot, was put onto the flanks of GT class cars as well. Probably not the most elegant race livery. I do rather like this pale blue
like that.
Barclays International. They look like they picked up a Barclays International checkbook, and I just used to work for them actually. And the mountain too high to scale.
Yeah, let's see as he comes to the line, which he will do any second now. Well, waiting for the leader actually first. Leader just coming up to Blanchimont, and Jan Magnussen just coming out of Pouhon. I mean, he's closing, and he's closing at a rate of knots. Maxime Guenat knows that he doesn't have to push here.
Right, Nigel Greenstall has made his move, so he's up into 5th place. Beat Eckermann in 6th, and the brown and yellow, most unusual race livery, but it stands out because nobody else really chose to go down the chocolate and banana split route. But Nigel Greenstall lapping very nicely indeed. He's got to find about 9 seconds to catch Stefan Nguyen, but bear in mind Nigel's got, again, a bit like Yad Maggs and Chris Ward, he's under 2 litre, and he's chasing down a car with a DFE in the back, which is Stefan Nguyen.
And Stefan has just done a 2:27.7, which is his and that car's fastest lap of the race in 4th position, running 3rd in the plus 2 litre, over 2 litre class. Nigel Greenstall 2nd in the under 2 litre class. Beat Eckermann hanging on there in the cheetah. He's only another 1.5 seconds back from Nigel. He's 3rd in the sub 2 litre category. And still, of course, the 935 of Mark Bush, the bright blue number 54, the Mambo sponsored car, sitting in 8th position with 11 seconds back to Nick Padmore in a similar car, albeit 1 year younger.
Just had the most remarkable moment, focusing in on the race-leading Otford Group car, and I couldn't work out why. It was just sounding so amazing, but just ahead of it in shot, but not in shot, just ahead of it on the track, was the Aston Martin, the Robin Hamilton car. I couldn't work out why there was this basso profundo rumble from the DFV engine car. The DFV has it's been the soundtrack of my childhood and into my 20s, but I thought, that's a different engine note, far more burble in it, and then the truth was revealed. But clearly a huge performance difference. Paul Chase Gardner is running 22nd in the DBS V8, the Arham, and already it's out of the background of the shot. That has been the speed differential between the pair, between making an overtaking manoeuvre on the exit of Radillon to getting to the exit of Pouhon, and the gap's opened out absolutely enormously.
So a slim opportunity perhaps for a bit of time to be gained by Jan Magnussen. There are only, I think, a couple of cars between himself and the leader. The leader is coming up to a huge pack of 7 or 8 cars in fairly close contention. Coming through Blanchimont now, the leader coming out of Fagnes for Jan. And again, he took a solid 2 seconds out the leader, but he needs much, much more than that with just a couple or 3 laps to go. I think it could be 3 laps actually. It just depends where Maxime crosses the line, which he does now with just under 5 minutes to go. He's doing 2:26s. He could do with making that a couple of 2:30s, to be honest.
We're looking at the GT leading Porsche in the hands of Mark Bush, a 935. When you get the rear shot of this car, you can see the bodywork continuing way beyond the original 911 shape. And you look from the background, and yes, you can tell it's a 911 indeed underneath, but the flares, those extra wings, getting the extra length stability. Obviously, the front end changed enormously with the massive air dam. However, the 911 shape is still in there. But when we get the shot, maybe just now, look under the back of the car. That huge rear wing sitting high above, the bodywork extended down towards that. There we are. Wonderful shot of the rear of the 935.
So you can clearly see the original structure with the rear lights, the doors and the centre section had to be the same as the car, which is why the doors are set back in. The whole car couldn't be widened. The bits around it could. So where the number 54 is on the blue door, not the house with the bamboo door, that is the original part of the Porsche underneath there, and then everything else was tacked on around it. And again, as Bruce pointed out quite rightly, you can see the sides of the cars, original bodywork underneath. 30 seconds is the lead now. So that was 4 seconds taken out of the lead by Jan Magnussen last time around. That would have been really interesting had we not lost, 1, 2, 3 laps of racing speed, I reckon, there with the yellow.
It would have been too much. The combination of Chris Ward and Jan Magnussen obviously is going to be marked down because of their driver rankings, but that is a huge mountain for them to climb. Just wondering if we're going to have a change for third place, because Yves Samama in the gold toy from 1976 is being caught by Stefan Ewan. There they are coming up the straight, but if Stefan had been slightly closer, because he's only really got this lap and the next one in which to make the move in that blue Lola with
his just at a 25.6 though.
Yeah, and his previous lap was his previous best lap, so he's finding his form, but I just think the clock is not going to be his friend. It's counting down. There's no particular traffic ahead of them to help him either.
That's the fastest lap of class, the over 2 litre class, and he's down to 1.5 seconds here. Well, never mind the stopwatch, you can see it. The leader goes on to his, not his last lap. That's not his last lap.
No, by dint of about a second or two.
Yeah, yes. I don't. So we will have another lap after this. It's still not going to help J-Mag, excuse me. 27 seconds now. Wow. Very interesting. And with more traffic ahead of the leader. But that second place battle, that might be as Jan Magnussen sets the overall and class fastest lap of the race to a 2:24.645, so by a couple of hundreds and thousandths faster than his teammate Chris Ward went earlier on. They are well matched in that car when they get it wound up, and that about a second quicker than the over 2 litre fastest lap. But that battle for third place overall and second in the plus 2 litre class, that's happening right now. Yves Samama with the number 52 car is under pressure from the cheater and beater from Nigel Grinsell, in the Chevron B26. I'll get the right way around. I've dossed down too many places. From the Lola 282. So even Stefan it is who were battling, and they are in traffic at the moment, coming up to Radion. Just cleared the traffic actually. Here it is, coming down to the compression and through to Radion. Is this the opportunity for the blue car in fourth place to make up a position overall and in class? There is another car behind the gold Warsteiner car. You can barely see it. Yves looking in his mirror to the left, to the right. Looked confident on the brakes there though, Bruce. Didn't feel the need to take a defensive drama.
Go on.
I have drama. There was a number of people being looked at for speeding and full course yellow, including the leader. And there's going to be a 60-second time penalty for the leader. Jan Magnussen on the road second is going to win this. We thought there was a bit of extra time. I thought it was Jan stuck behind people not going fast enough, but it would appear that the leader misread the revs, down to 22 seconds anyway. So that charge for Magnussen and that extra lap has been significant with the time penalty added. Jan Magnussen on his last lap, climbing the hill to the top of Radion, the leader already at Brussels. I'm just trying to see if any of the other major runners there, because there's a bingo card full of them. 83, 39, 85, 32. No, I think that is the most significant one in there. It was given us 90 seconds to start with.
Whoa. That is monumental. So Maxime Guénard can do nothing about it. The error has been made. All he's going to do is come round to the end of this race. This is the final race of the Classic Endurance Racing 2 category. He's catching up with Cal Mika, who's had a whole race of his own, race of incident for the Canadian racer. But right now, Maxime Guénard, oblivious to the fact he's got a penalty, and it's going to cost him big time. It won't drop him to third, it will drop him to second. And for Jan Magnussen, who won't know anything either, victory is coming his way.
And crucially for Maxine in the championship chase, and remember this is a championship, he will hold on to the win in the over 2 litre category. So he comes through now. So I'm hoping that yes, 60 seconds time penalty for the number 32, not 600 time penalty. That's number 188 getting a big penalty as well. That's another minute for the March, the Kevin Cook car. Coming to the line then, and first on the road, but to be met, I'm afraid, by some bad news. Add a minute from now to the race time of Maxime Guénard, who has won on the road. Alcamel timing will flip over, and coming through in second at the end after a magnificent race by Chris Ward, who started it, and Jan Magnussen, who's finished it. The gap at the end is going to be something under 20 seconds. No, spot on 20 seconds. And in fact, no, it was under 20 seconds because the lead has gone to Jan Magnussen, and the win will be 20 seconds. So my goodness me, Jan Magnussen having taken that with the fastest lap of the race, a 24.6. Chris did a 24.8, I think, from memory.
And the GT2 class has now been won. I think there's a penalty for Mark Bush because Nick Padmore's been promoted in that Interscope car into class victory as the penalties applied. Still waiting for the third place battle to come through. Will it be Stefan Ewan or Yves Samama? But Stefan has got ahead in his Gitin-sponsored Lola, but yet to get to the finish. They were some distance further back, and that has at least enabled Maxime Guénard to be classified second. Here's Stefan Ewan. Not only has he got past, he's absolutely dropped Yves Samama, putting in some really quick laps towards the very end of the race. He was chipping away, and finding fine form. The toy coming home in fourth place, tail swinging out on the gold car in the background of the shot. But in fact, with the penalty being applied, Maxime Guénard has fallen even further back.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to stay in second place, but the pace at the end of Stefan Ewan and Yves Samama trying to hang on to his goat tails. In fact, Maxime Guénard must have picked up 2 penalties. He's 1 minute 39. He's 100 seconds down on our race leader, who on the track was 20 seconds down, remember, and falling.
It's 120 seconds.
Oh, it's 120. There we go.
Yeah, they've put 2 1 minute. They've put 2 1 minutes on. That's what they've done, haven't they? I've just realised that there were 2 entries of penalties. I thought they were just confirming them. Speeding under full course yellow. Correction 90 seconds. Correction 60 seconds. Let me see. And then again later on, speeding in full course. So there were 2 short full course yellow. There was 1 longer full course yellow and 1 short. So clearly they've got the revs or the gear wrong, and he was speeding in both of them.
Right, a little bit spin right at the end for Bert Smeets on home ground. But what we have on a screen, that's when the cars crossed the line, had 1 set of results, and when the penalties were applied quite another. But victory to Chris Ward and Jan Magnussen for Legacy Outlaws, with the under 2 litre class title going their way as well in this event. Stefan Ewan, he deserved second place because he fought so hard from the outset of the race. Remember, he led into the opening corner in his Gitin liveried Lola, but eventually he got the better of Yves Samama with about a lap and a half to go. They take second and third. Beat Egerman is promoted to 4th overall. Dominique Guénard, ahead of his brother Maxime, goes into 5th, and Maxime down to 6th overall, just ahead of Nigel Greenswell,
who takes 3rd in the sub 2 litre class. And Nick Padmore has the victory in GT2 ahead of the Porsche 935. So did the 54 get a penalty?
Yeah, it must have done.
As well. And Lars Rollner in 3rd place in the yellow 180, the 9345. Then in the GT2 category. So wholesale changes because of speeding in the full course yellow has made a huge difference to who stands on the all of the podium, actually. But what a drive from Jan Magnussen. We did think he'd lost a bit of time that he shouldn't have under the full course yellow. I thought it was just somebody perhaps not up to speed that he couldn't pass.
Well, bear in mind, he had the advantage because full course yellow was thrown just as he went into the pit, so he wasn't losing any time out on the circuit by running around slowly. We knew that the combined...
I think it was the second one. I think it was the second full course yellow, after the one that came after the pit stop, that has caused the problems.
No, I think it was the other way around, but matters not. They had a giant deficit to make up because their driver rankings being so strong of the pair of them. But any advantage we thought he gained that would at least eliminate some of that deficit from having to have the longer pit stops.
And still the penalties are coming in, by the way.
Are they? Oh dear.
18 and 19 getting penalties for speeding in full course yellow, overtaking under yellow. That's a 30-second penalty. It's like a bingo card at the bottom of my timing screen here. That was for the number 49. Who was that?
That's Dominic
Guénard. Oh, that's Dominic Guénard.
5th overall.
Yeah. So that's just dropped in. So let me refresh the screen to see if that makes a difference. Yep. So now... No. He still stays in 5th for the moment. I mean, wholesale changes in people's race times that have been added on there, which makes gaps look very big.
Mark Bush, who shared with Dennis in their pale blue 935.
That was speeding under the full course yellow, the number 10. Yeah, so that has just changed over as well. John Barber in the Lola has also got the number 10 car, has got a... the number 18 car's just got a penalty as well. And still they come in. Let's go down to the pit lane. Yves Shimama, second in the 2 litre category, plus 2 litre category, third overall.
At the end of this race, unfortunately, we don't have the winner, but we have Yves Shimama, and we are glad to welcome him back on Peterotto. Yves, on va le faire en français cette interview, histoire de varier les plaisirs. C'était comment?
C'était bien, c'était sympa, rapide comme d'habitude. Bon, de nouveau les pros et les jeunes intouchables, mais on s'amuse bien, c'est vraiment sympa. Le circuit de Spa magnifique, le meilleur. Avec ce beau temps, on ne peut pas rêver mieux.
Alors vous vous battez quand même contre Maxime Guénard, qui est un représentant de la nouvelle génération, on peut le dire. Jan Magnussen, qui a une carrière quand même monumentale, ex-pilote de Formule 1, etc. etc. Donc c'est relevé le niveau.
Le niveau est très très relevé. Il y a eu des années où on se battait pour la marche première du podium. Maintenant, on se bat pour le plaisir. Vraiment.
Et c'est le plus important quelque part.
C'est très important, c'est pour ça qu'on le fait. Ma femme me dit, va rouler, ne reste pas à la maison si tu vas me prendre folle, va de temps en temps te défouler.
Merci Yves. Yves Shimama, who is battling against Jan Magnussen, former Formula 1 driver, Le Mans winners and so on, of course. Maxime Guénard, the young generation, young guns of the Peterotto historic racing, of course, but he's very happy to be here.
Thank you, Vincent. What I loved in particular there, John, he was going third. Oh, I finished third. Oh, good. So confusion up and down the pit lane and the paddock as those penalties were applied and applied some more. But we think we can, with confidence, say that victory outright went to... Chris Ward and Jan Magnussen, they were leading the under 2 litre class, giving away horsepower, had the handling, and what a great job. But for the Classic Endurance Racing 2 field, we're going to take a look back, a rake full of incident with a glance at the highlights.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are around the world. It is 10 minutes past 1 in the après-midi, European summertime, Central European summertime. And it is glorious. 25 Celsius is very pleasant. Just been for a quick perambulation, a quick promenade around the lower paddock. And a nice cup of coffee and a Madeleine, courtesy of our hosts here at Stop and Go. Thank you very much indeed for looking after us as we settle in for an afternoon of quality racing, including the first opportunity to see the Heritage Touring Cup. Bruce Jones and John Hindhaugh in the booth. Now, I am ridiculously excited by this. This is just the single race for these guys this weekend. First time to see it. If you are an E30 BMW fan, you're going to be happy. If you're a Ford fan and you grew up with a Ford family, Bruce, there's some absolute bangers in this.
Yeah, leavened by having a great big Jaguar XJS in the mix as well. But these were the cars that sort of came onto the scene when I started coming to the Spa 24 Hours. But I'm also delighted to say in the mix there's a 5-litre Mustang up towards the back, Mustang 2 model, something a bit different.
Fox body cars, yeah.
One of 4 races this afternoon. We've got the older touring cars for Heritage Touring Cup 1. That's the third of the races, but this one is 1 hour. There's a second GT3 revival race with a 40-car plus grid. That gets 50 minutes of action, slightly shortened for them when they raced into the night last night. And then we'll conclude the day with the classic Endurance Racing 1 field, which is going to be another epic race. That will take us through until about 5:45 in the evening. So 3 1-hour races and a 50-minute race for the GT3s. And that was absolutely manic last night, an astonishing array of cars. But this is the first chance to see Heritage Touring Cup 2. It used to just be Heritage Touring Cup, and that was things that you think sort of BMW 635 CSIs, Cologne Capris, etc., etc. These are the more modern cars. And think European Touring Car Championship. And I like the fact we've got some older models like the 5 Series BMW in the mix as well. We've got a Toyota Celica as well down towards the back, and a Volvo 240 Turbo. You couldn't be at Spa without one of those. So really looking forward to this field of cars. But right at the sharp end, it's 2 BMWs on the front row. And we'll see if they can stay there, because there's a Ford Sierra RS500 tucked in behind. Ex-Greg Hansford car with the Shell livery. And that will have plenty of get up and go at the start of the race, popping and banging away. But really, this is M3 country.
Yeah, E30 M3s with those beautiful flared arches. 1992, the front row lockout cars. There's versions going back. Car designs lasted a bit longer, didn't they? So we've got a 1987 car, Moritz Holm, down in 5th position in the number 23. That's another E30 from 1987. And the car on pole position is the number 17 car, which is absolutely glorious. Mats Vonderbrand and David Hart alongside in the number 7 car. Now, that's David and Olivier Hart sharing. That's the FINA car. And the history of these cars, obviously, BMW Motorsport assembled the body shell. The customers, I was just reading this on one of the plates for the cars the other day. The customers used to get the engine delivered with a whole load of bits in a plastic bag to say that they'd built the car. They'd put the engine in, etc., etc., which is not exactly in kit form, but not far away from it, which is great. Ran in a number of different championships, including the DTM, and in fact one of the white BMWs is an ex-DTM car that Steve Soper tested when he was about to come to BMW. You think of Steve Soper and BMW almost intrinsically, but before that, he was a Ford driver.
For a fairly short period of time with Eggenberger.
Yeah,
and
correct.
There's another Sierra right down at the back of the field. There it is, the Lotto liveried car. But really, to me, the best element in this race is having BMW 635 CSIs. The engine note is just glorious. Standing trackside yesterday when they went out. No, it must have been on Friday when they went out to practice. I just stood and gloried as they accelerated down the hill from La Source.
We were talking about originality of cars, and the car that Steve Soper tested, which helped him make his mind up, presumably, to go to BMW for such a long period of time. To help him, they put Dymo. Do you remember the old Dymos? I
Certainly
do, Bruce does. They put Dymo labels.
Device, and it said useful things like on, off, oil,
lights,
water.
Radio.
Idiot.
Missiles. Yes, exactly.
Missile launcher, that was extra, I'm afraid. That came in the other plastic bag that was in the boot of the car at the time.
Yeah.
But right, here we have an hour of race up ahead of us. We've got Mats van der Brand on pole position, car number 17. That's the red, yellow and blue one. And alongside, we've got the David Hart family car, as John pointed out, with the Fina livery. That was a livery that raced an awful lot in the 24-hour races of period. But look on the opening lap for the pace. Well, the Jaguar XJS around the midfield, of course, that's rather older, has more grunt on board, and tucked in behind, one of my favourites is the 5 Series BMW X Helmut Kellener's Umberto Grano car, still with its original Eni footwear sponsorship, ENNY. And I just adore that car. But for the ultimate sound, it's the ones nearer the back, the BMW 635 CSIs, that straight 6. Oh, what an engine.
I'm with you on that. Remember the Eni colours in British touring cars as well. David Leslie raced an Eni handbags, as it was then. Honda, didn't he? Down through the years. Right, coming a slightly untidy run to the line here. You're supposed to stay in the hash marks as the lights are still red, waiting, and now we go green, and the 1 hour starts right now. The green flag effectively in the air. It is the BMWs that come to the fore, but just behind there, the red Sierra Turbo RS500 getting a punch off the line as well.
Yeah, it did, but the Polestars and Mats van der Brand had one idea, was to keep the Sierra behind him, so he blocked him off, and that's given a chance for David Hart. David Hart is on the inside line into Eau Rouge. They're going to go side by side, so Mats van der Brand has thought, I started on pole, I'm staying there, but wait for the Sierra to accelerate through Radion up the straight, and it should have the grunt, the ex-Greg Hansford car, to get to the top of the hill first. Everyone through. The Rover at the back of the field, incredibly standard. Rover has already made a gallop up the order. Stephen Keating has gained about 4 or 5 positions in the background of the shot, and as per the script, of course, splitting flame. That's why the Sierras were so incredibly popular in period. They dominated the British Touring Car Championship for years, but the grunt paid. However, the battle is on, and they were such fierce rivals, the M3 and the Sierra RS500.
The interesting thing about that is so many people had the RS500. Well, I'll pause in a moment, for a moment rather. Down the inside, that multicoloured number 17, Mats van der Brand, retakes the lead for the glory of the blue and white propeller. And for Munich, everybody had them at the front of the field, so they shared the points out, and it was a multi-class championship. So if you dominated the A2 class or something like that, you could win the championship overall, and that's quite often what happens.
Almost inevitably. I mean, for I think 3 years running, the British Saloon Car Championship was won by Bernard Unette in a Hillman Avenger, and you're very happy with that. But me, as a fan's trackside, I'm thinking, where was he in the race? About 17th, but of course racing class. But up the front, David Hart making the moves there on Max Goff. So Max, having got into the lead in that Sierra, is back to 3rd place. But again, where you expect the performance of the BMW M3s, as Mats van der Brand pulls clear, is around the twisty parts of the circuit, and then suddenly Max Goff has fallen back. But now as he accelerates out of Campus through Kerr Paul Frere, the grunt of that Sierra should really start to pay. But for him, it was a disaster to let 3 other runners through. David Hart in 3rd, and the driver really making the moves was the Bettenberg car, Leonard Bettenberg. He's sharing with Ton Vink, 2 Dutch drivers. They're up into 2nd place, but for Mats van der Brand, well, what a start to the race for him.
Smoking from the 3rd place car there. I don't like the look of that. Now, was that just a tyre rub? He might have a right rear puncture. Slowing down, no. But there's something not quite right with that BMW, the Fina first. Number 7 car of David Hart. The front bumper is at a bit of a jaunty angle on the left-hand side as well. The clearance doesn't look quite right. Is it just pushing onto a wheel in some way? It looks down on that left-hand front side.
Yeah, as we look there, most certainly. But the first 2 cars are starting to get away. Lots of puffing and banging. But the Jaguar, the XJS, I said it had grunt. And Richard Mines has got that very nicely up into 5th place overall. We'll see where that advances from there. So something a little bit different, something a little bit older. And they were fantastic in the highs of Wyn Percy, Jeff Allen, Tom Walkinshaw et al. On the European Touring Car Championship trail.
Definitely damage to the front splitter on the left front of that Fina first machine. That's the ex-DTM car, I think, that I was looking at yesterday, telling you the story about that. And that, yeah, that's where the rub is coming from. That front splitter has been pushed onto the left front tyre, and he's going to get a black flag for that. He's also lost the indicator lens as well. I just saw the extra gap and I thought to myself, that is not the way I saw that car. And we were standing watching these cars go out for one of their practice, maybe their qualifying session, and when the XJS fired up and it's just about to go up into 4th position at the moment in the hand of Richard Mines.
Has got the move done by the time he got to Bruxelles. He dived down, and bear in mind, Richard Mines got quite a handy little teammate in the the Volvo in the pits. He's got Rob Huff to take over.
Absolutely. When that fired up, it was like hell was opening up. It was glorious, though. Really hit you in the sternum.
Yeah, and those Jaguar XJSs, I mean, where they were at their best were on the longer road courses. Think races, circuits like Brno, and I'm not talking about the modern one, but the old Masaryk circuit that went through the villages. Some of the most amazing shots with the sort of swerving route, a bit like the Master Kink in some ways, between houses. But the car sat so low between these giant barriers. At the end of the race, the barriers were taken down. You carried on. The old pit lane still is there at the side of the road to this day, and that was the scene of a very horrible accident one year, unfortunately, where a car went into the pit lane. But still, if you do get a chance to visit modern Brno circuit, take it. It's a fabulous place.
And go round to it, and there's a beautiful memorial up at one of the hairpins that is cared for by the local community in black granite, which memorialises those who were killed there, but also all of the race winners and the lap record holders on 2, 3 and 4 wheels, because motorcycle combinations ran there as well, which that's just blown your mind, hasn't it?
Look, it does on a regular circuit, but with some of the scenery that you could collect around the Masaryk circuit at Brno, that's a shot. Just want to pinpoint what a job this driver's done in the Motul livery car. Mats van der Brandt put it on pole, good. But the way he's taken on this race and he's pulling he's best part of 5 seconds clear after 2 racing laps. That's impressive.
Can't quite drive all of the old circuit now because there's been a little bit of development at the far end of the track, but enough of it is there. It takes zero. Mats, you absolute star, as he was just a little bit of corrective steering, all fingertips as well. But you don't have to research too much to be able to find where that old track went, and you can still see parts of it, including that old pit lane. There's some garage units in there with little artisanal people working right next to it. It's brilliant.
Looking at the BMW 635 CSI, Nicolas Traber leading that. Jean-Loup Rihon tucked in behind, so car number 91 is third in the 635 class in 14th place overall. But just great to have those cars out on the track. The sound they make as they go. Motul, again, livery across the ages. We see it on the race-leading BMW M3. And as we look down, the Blaupunkt livery car, but slow out of, very slow into an Evo 2 volume out of the car. Out of the race.
That Blaupunkt car is the 245, isn't it? Yes, that's the Ola Kristad 1987 E30. Those little flared, almost Quattro-esque, the mixed German manufacturers, but you know what I mean. It got those little flared arches with the flat tops on them. Get them on the rear end of a 968 as well. They were very popular for a while as a quite, I think, stylish way to flare the arches without having to put something on that looked like you nipped down your local motor factors and screwed them on with self-tappers, which was probably the previous iteration of widening the track on cars. They did a Roberto Ravaglia special edition when he won the original World Touring Car Championship. Oh, and the FINA first car's pulled off with that damage to the left front and is being reversed out the way by David Hart. That is very, very gentlemanly.
Yeah, they threw the yellow flag, and if that's what it was for, hopefully that can be withdrawn very, very quickly. But he sensed it. You could see where the bodywork had burnt, where the front splitter dropped on the track. You can see contact over the curbs. Certainly not helping it. A penalty for Leonard Bettenberg in second place. It is a 50 second penalty, overtaking before the start line. Well, you could see that because the cars suddenly went 4 abreast. Remember, the cars bunched up a little bit. The first few cars coming onto the start finish straight. This very point, the lights are red. They sort of slowed down, just waiting for the green, but everyone behind was trying to accelerate into the background. So one driver got caught. He's the driver in second place, and that should allow, well, the driver on the move, Richard Mines, picked off the Sierra of Max Goff. with David Hart dropping out, suddenly Richard Mines is up third on the track, and effectively with that penalty, which was, what was that, 50 seconds or 30 seconds?
5-0.
Suddenly the Jaguar is into second place, and that has still got its star driver to get on board, because Rob Huff, World Touring Car Champion many times over, is going to be taking that over for the remainder of the race. But really, thus far for me, Mats van der Brand pulling clear. He's already 8.5 seconds clear at the front of the race. When they came down the hill the first time past the old pits towards Eau Rouge, the way he had David Hart in front, but he didn't back off. He was so bold into Eau Rouge, took the lead, or regained the lead, and he's pulled clear. That's impressive.
It was 30 seconds, sorry.
Okay.
I'm looking at a slightly fuzzy screen, so I scrolled back on another one. So it is 30 seconds, but even so, that is damaging. The number 11, the green and gold car, Sam Adrianis, Moritz Horn ahead of him in the green and blue. Number 23. No, it's not a Dacia Logan. If you were watching last weekend.
They're just trying to catch on. A local dust cart near me was blue with green above. Everyone's jumping on the bandwagon. I do like the Diebels out livery, the dark green and gold. I was seeing some people in pit wear for that. But right now, Moritz Horn, he's in the oldest of these BMW M3s. His model, the bright green one in front with the Michelin sponsorship, that's the 87 car. Bulk of the others are anything up to 1992. So he was one of the first iterations. What a car it was when it landed on the scene.
Did you ever drive the road-going version?
Did I ever?
Yeah.
I went on the original launch, and we got to drive it around, not just the roads used on the Mille Miglia, but around the Mugello race circuit.
Oh my goodness.
It was.
That would have been a horrible day in your life.
It absolutely was. We won't mention why I had to come in slightly earlier than planned. but Dieter Quester, long-time BMW driver. I had a minor dink on my in-lap, okay? We'll leave it at that. I put the grille back on the car so it looked roughly the right shape before the crew caught up. And I walked in, and Dieter turned around from his table, and he'd heard I'd had a little moment. He goes, "Don't worry," he said, "every time I'm in the car, I crash it as well." And his mechanics looked at me and just nodded their heads. It was very sweet. Dieter didn't have to do that, but very much part of the BMW family. But look at this battle. This is what it's all about, getting these E30 M3s around here. This is why it's so good to have these more modern historic touring cars. This is the Heritage Touring Cup 2. Who's going to come out ahead? What do you think? Right now, Moritz Horn has lost the position. Certainly has. So Sam Adriaan's great move from the Dutch racer there.
Cut back here, though.
Neat and tidy, though. Oh, well, he's taking a bit of a serpentine exit, I think we can call that.
So down the right-hand side for the bright green car, there's an opportunity then for that position to go back. And Sam going through, yes he is, has retaken. Dieter Quester, the mention of Dieter Quester and Hans Stuck would play practical jokes on each other for fun, and I've been given a few of them, none of which I think I can, as the positions much back.
I'll give you another driver. I'll give you another driver in that group, Poldi, Leopold von Baer, Prince von Baer, and they. I mean, the Joker was huge. They loved their racing, but they were with BMW for so long. And one was part of the family, which is having married into it, was Dieter Quester. But for Poldi, well, he is the Prince of Bayern, so of course he has to race a BMW for his home state. But again, great to see these cars out here. Just want to pick up one other thing. Another Sierra is coming into the background, not so far behind them, and it's driver with the longest name in the race, Thierry de Latre de Busco, in his Sierra 500. That started right at the back of the grid. It was the one, the white and red car. Should be coming into the top of the shot, not just quite yet, but actually he's gained about a dozen places, so well worth watching. But the car that's made the most I shouldn't have mentioned it. I apologise, because there is the Sierra. That's why it didn't come into the background of the shot. So having risen up the order, suddenly he's plummeted away from 6th down to 11th and will drop. But we got yellow flag. That's not in a location you want to leave it on the track.
No, that might be a full course yellow. We are still 12 minutes or so away from opening the pit window. Remember, this is a 1 hour race.
Yeah, exactly so.
Sorry, I can't help but giggle when you see those cars sliding around. Yellow flags to start with. At the moment, being covered by a yellow flag. About 100 metres up the road is one of the cutouts, but if that car isn't moving on its own, we might see a full course yellow or even a safety car here.
Well, could well be, John, because it's on the rise from Radillon, and it's at the point where everyone is absolutely flat pedal to the metal up the hill, and it's just around the kink, so it's sort of slightly unsighted. Safety car, yeah.
Sorry, no, it's not. It's full course yellow. My apologies.
The board's being held up at pit in.
Yeah.
So just remember the gap. 11.6 seconds was the lead that Max van der Brandt has over Leo Bettenberg. But Bettenberg, remember, has a penalty, a 30-second penalty because of jumping the start effectively. So up into second place from third will go the Jaguar XJS of Richard Mines. But everybody at identical pace, hopefully, around the track here under full course yellow.
Too early to go in for your mandatory stop. I think the stop, you're coming into the pit lane, but it would not count as your mandatory stop, so you'd have to come back in again. So
yeah, that's another 11 minutes away, so not even close to
no way
requiring consideration.
It'll be about a 5 to 6 minute lap at the full course yellow place, effectively a code 60 or a code 80, depending on the class of the cars. I've not seen that Michelin livery before, so it looks like it could have been a period livery, but and Bibendum looks 1990s Bibendum before he went on a diet a little bit. So I'm intrigued by that one. I don't know if you know the story behind it, Bruce.
I don't remember it, but
No.
I do remember. I don't remember it on cars per se, but I remember it in advertisements.
Yes,
where they was out in practice, it was being slid around as if for fun. Particularly when you've gone through the chicane at Les Combes and you get to the right-hander where you start going down the hill. The tail of that car, very short wheelbase, making a fantastic engine note, as you can imagine. 5-litre V8 in that. But alas, at the point it was having such fun in practice, he's in the escape road. So we didn't really get to see too much of that one.
In the Belga colours as well, which is very evocative around these parts. Rover SD1s as well in that colour, and BMW 635s. They're sponsored, put a lot of money into motor racing down through the years. Not the most universally loved Mustang body shape. It
Not
has
at
to be
all,
said,
but
it was more it was sold as a more of a European style car, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Still with the 5.0.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, where it was loved most intensely was in Germany, because two brothers, the Ruch brothers, Undertakers, had theirs out, and they were the underdogs. Everyone loves an underdog, and they never gave up. They just kept on coming, kept on coming. People going, you had all the works teams, and at the back you had the Undertakers. But they were fun, and you know, the guys turned up, and lots of people came wearing their hats and cowboy boots to support this slice of Americana. Very much the mix, but right now I'm just going to feast my eyes on a 635 CSI.
Well,
they're
these
not
are
at the
mid-80
sharp
cars.
end of the field.
Well,
yeah,
but these are mid-80s cars. These effectively the generation before the cars are at the sharp end now.
But when I first came in the mid-80s to this circuit for the Spa 24 Hours for the first time, I remember came into the ground, so we parked our car right-hand side of the screen. It was already nightfall, and it was night practice. I went and sat in the little old concrete bleachers overlooking Eau Rouge, and the first car that came down the hill, I heard it coming down, and that was the first time I saw and heard a 635 driven in anger, and it was just love at first sight and first earful, and I still think they're brilliant cars. We were looking at a 635 BMW display on the inside of La Source on Friday afternoon.
And the 2800 as well, the predecessor of that, and the 32, and absolutely beautiful.
Here's a wonderful mix of touring cars. BMW M3, Jaguar XJS, Volvo 240, that pitted very early on, good to see that back. Bluff, mean looking, but again, increasingly popular, because when you get a car that doesn't look as though it should be quick, because the road going examples are by and large not quick or driven particularly fast, it seems bizarre. And I love that element.
Yeah.
Whereas you look at the Sierra behind with all the wings and things, you know that's going to be a quick car, or it certainly pretends to be and doesn't hide its talents, but to have the Quartet there, well, that's wonderful.
But that is the two-door Volvo, which was quite a rarity in the UK. We didn't see those very often. They did almost not a coupe version, but they changed the back end of it as well. It was a special build, and had a vinyl roof on and a little crest on the back of it. They were almost always golden brown. Those texture like sun? No, not quite.
Yeah, sort of like a chop top. It was a bit like the Rover. At the start of the 60s, they had the coupe version.
The P5, yeah.
Exactly, and
That's
the more limousine version.
That's right.
No increase in performance, but it just looked at a different car. Right, what's happened in that is our race leader, Mats van der Brandt, has been handed a massive margin. He's 33 seconds clear. I'm going to see how much that comes down. It was about 11 seconds he got away by.
They've just got back up to speed.
That period. We'll wait to see where it slots. But what we're having is Leo Bettenberg is being pushed very hard by the Jaguar XJS coming down past the endurance pits into Eau Rouge up to La Source. Different engine notes, enormous different scale in size between the pair. And you can see why the Jaguar XJS on road, it had a hard act to follow. Had to follow the Jaguar E-Type of all cars, which had become larger and a bit bloated. But the XJS, much maligned, and suddenly actually coming back into fashion. And in behind, Max Goff is chasing in his Sierra, and the Volvo is a lap or so down.
It would have been fairer to compare it with, say, the XJ12C, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because that's much more of what it was. That flying buttress design at the back was years ahead of anyone else. I think it's aged rather well, if I'm brutally honest. They did a 4-litre straight six that you could get in a manual. There was a 3.6 version
and the 12
as well, and of course the V12, and that was what they raced, and they're just superb.
I remember though, John, there was a comment that I thought was cruel at the time but remarkably accurate. One of the motoring journalists described it as a car designed by 3 designers who weren't talking to each other at the same time. But its appearance has mellowed.
It of course not only did good business for Jaguar, but Aston Martin took the underpinnings of the XJS when they were all under the Ford Premium Automotive Group, and built the DB7. Originally with an inline-6 supercharged engine, which was very Aston to have an inline-6, and then subsequently with V8s, and that was part of the renaissance of, well, the many renaissance of Aston Martin. There's a story to be told. Felt like during my youth, every 5 minutes it was changing hands.
Well, I did say to my father, who was a lifelong employee at Ford Motor Company, why can't you work for Aston Martin? Their cars are much cooler. He said, because I'd like a job next year, because the company was in and out of the administrator's hands, but it's still an epic name. But right now I'm just enjoying watching the 635 against its successor, the M3. Lovely Blaupunkt livery on the chasing M3, but in front, the Bauhaus livery on that. Any colour you put on the 635, that model shape, it looks absolutely wonderful.
A car of that size and of that prestige, bright red often would look vulgar. Not on that car. It looks absolutely top notch.
Well, bright red can make a car look a much larger lump than it really is because of the nature of the scale. I'm delighted to actually see that Blaupunkt M3 still going, because every time I saw it was having problem. It had to be started down the hill even to get going out into qualifying yesterday. So for Ollie Christat, he'll be delighted he's out on the track. The person who's most delighted is Mats van der Brande. Started on pole position. He's now 38 seconds clear at that battle for second place, and the driver in second place, Leo Bettenberg, has got a 30-second penalty to be applied, which will put him down to effectively about 6th place.
Into the pit lane for Mark Verheij in the E30, number 36. That doesn't narrow it down at all, Hindhaugh, does it?
That's the Tic Tac livery car.
Oh yes, of course it is. I should have remembered that with the white wheels. So that car's a couple of minutes early for a mandatory pit stop, 2.5 minutes. Getting quite a few track infringement warnings. So these guys are proper touring car drivers then, if they're taking liberties over the curbs, driving them like they were meant to be.
Yeah, you'd feel a little bit offended if they weren't driven in that way. But for a lot of the drivers in this race, they will probably have come and watched these cars racing in periods, and then that's the wonderful thing. We were talking to Scott O'Donnell over from New Zealand. He's been coming over for years to race in the burgeoning super touring scene. He says down in New Zealand there are 20 super touring cars. They get 15 out on a regular basis. So again, you have the sort of rise and fall of various categories in historic racing, but this is the latest addition to the Le Mans Classic Series programme, and I think a lot of people watching on, those not in the cars, Ola Christad is in his with the Blaupunkt livery, but a lot of people watching on, and they'll see this and go, you know what, that was a great era, let's find a car. The numbers will grow. We started here with 21 cars. We did actually lose a 635 CSI, that was Baz Janssen's car, and Xavier Galland, whose son Olivia.
And there's even a mini champ model of it. Well done, that man. And he's even provided me at RSL_studio with a side-by-side picture of the team cars.
Yeah, obviously, I knew the answer all along, but I just wanted you to do some research. Well done. Good work, though, I must say.
Ran with an Alpina sponsorship as well. DTM livery for those cars. Oh, well done. Thanks, Ready Digital. Great stuff. At RSL_studio.
Well, Matt,
I wonder if we can no, we can't. I was just about to say, I wonder if we could get that as one of the WRT Heritage liveries, but of course they don't lose Michelin tyres in the GTs now.
Tony McIntosh.
Tony McIntosh has had that Alan Berg Tic Tac livery already. That was at Imola, and he's working through the old liveries from BMW in a variety. So they've got to have a Blaupunkt or something like that on those before we get to the end of the season, wherever that may be, wherever the 8 hours is.
They've got a rich back catalogue, and I reckon some cars look pretty good, as I said, in that Diebels Out livery, the dark green that's just moved ahead of Moritz Horn. Moritz is in the green Michelin livery car.
It's even the right number, by the way. That 23 was one of the DTM numbers of the car in the Michelin livery.
Attention to detail, John.
Yes,
you know it has a place, but it's not the overriding element, but it's nice if it fits in without actually shouting about it too much. Right, Mats van der Brand, fastest lap of the race. Well, no surprise he's leading, but he's now 41 seconds clear. So clearly he knows this car, loves this circuit, but Mats romping clear. Leo Bettenberg still holding down second place just by what, 2 seconds? No, 4 seconds now from the Jaguar of Richard Mines. Pit stop window is opening about now. And there we go, looking down. So he will hand over. Richard Mines, I'm sure, come in ASAP because he's got Rod Huff waiting. But with Rob, he'll have to have a longer pit stop with his rivals.
The leader will actually get the first chance to come in. Mats van der Brand is just coming to the bus stop now. So if he wants to take an early stop, he can do. And he has, I'd say he's steered out by the speed of the tracker. Yes, he has. So he's pushing further in to the pit window. So what do you do if you're Leonard Bettenberg? 41 3/4 seconds behind in the number 54 BMW. Does he come into the pit lane? He's coming through Blanchimont now. Sorry, I just had to pause there.
No, you do. That's the very essence. So that is an engine that's being driven absolutely up to the right revs to do what it needs to do there. And he's not afraid to carry speed in this car at all. It looked amazing in this red, yellow, blue. And the bright sunshine matches the curbs, the yellow and red on the car, and the blue matches the sky. Okay, I'm stretching the point a little bit.
It's the Jacquardi colours, isn't it, with the Mortal sponsorship. I've been racking my brains to try and remember whose the colour scheme was, and I've just seen the little Jacquardi decal on the front end. Well, here's the first of the pit stoppers. In fact, Bettenberg did come in. Richard Mines has come in the XJS. We've got Max Goff coming in the RS 500.
So it's cars from second, third and fourth coming in, and I reckon a whole host of others will as well. This race is an hour long. We've got through nearly 27 of those minutes. And it's been all about this driver, Mats van der Brand. He started on pole position, got a little bit out-muscled at the start, but wasn't taking no for an answer. David Hart pulled alongside, but on the run down to Eau Rouge, through he came, into the lead, and thereafter escaping at will.
This is getting worse for the second place Bettenberg car. As well as his starting penalty, he's had 3 strikes at track limits at turn 17, so that's an extra 5 seconds on top of that.
Okay, that's going to put him down some distance. Yes, plenty. He's going to be down to about 10th place, maybe down with the best of the 635 CSIs. No, the second best, because Nicholas Traber's come in 8th place overall from leading that particular group of cars.
We didn't get Xavier Gallant's Mercedes 190E Evo out on the track, which I'm very disappointed about. Lovely car from 1992. We were watching the evocations of those last weekend, 3 of them at the Nürburgring N24.
Yeah, if you want to know what we're talking about, look at the HWA website, because these are...
And drool.
Yeah, and choose your colour. But
yeah.
I really like a retro project like that. Obviously built with modern engineering, style and panache, but certainly they drew a lot of attention. Didn't have the pace of the top-level GT3 cars, were never intended to.
No.
But for a lot of people, like the BMW M3 Touring, they drew the eye, I
yes,
think we could
did.
say. But obviously
racing in the same class as that car, SPX. So, Jeff Allen, name on the side of the XJS.
Along with the name of Ron Dixon, a racer
Yes.
from Australia. He worked with the A1GP single-seater series, and we went to Brno. Really strange story. this man came up to him and said, "You won't remember me, but when you were here in the 80s racing your Jaguar XJS, I was here with my son, and we stood looking at your motorhome through the fence." And Ron said, "Yeah, I do sort of remember." And he said, "Do you know what you did? You realised what we were looking at, and you went up and picked all the bananas out the bowl. We were looking at the fruit bowl. We didn't really get bananas in Czechoslovakia in those days." And he said, "Here I am. Thanks for the bananas, by the way." And Ron was absolutely blown away that sort of effectively, what are you talking, 20 years later, someone was there and then. But Ron, big character, and you know, he had enough character to be involved with anything to do with Tom Walkinshaw, and you needed to be a big character to stand up to Tom.
Indeed so. Indeed so.
And of course the XJSs went down to Bathurst and provided a different splash, and in those days it wasn't such an international event, the James Hardy Thousands. There were some other cars, but it was Ford against Holden, and then obviously this was the start of the opening of the floodgates, and then all the international teams came down.
And another race that started off as a multi-class race, of course, the Bathurst Enduro. Now, two Bathurst Enduros. There's the short race for the Repco Supercars. They're on Tassie this weekend, with Matt Nolte making his debut on the network commentary.
Not on the Longford circuit, that most famous and amazingly dangerous circuit, but you know, it was public roads with fences alongside. But that's another circuit I'd love to go and visit and retrace its course.
The other Bathurst is the 12 hours, of course, which is pretty much twice as long as the touring car race. And one of my distant cousins won the 1 litre class when it was a multiple race, and subsequently multiple class race in a Toyota 1000, and subsequently built the engine for Peter Brock for his 75 win in the Tirana, and had the name of Hindhaugh Gown, or Gown Hindhaugh, on the front of that yellow and blue car.
I never knew that story. I'm going to have to go back to look at mine. Bathurst.
Went down there about years ago. We did a little piece for the local paper about the Hindhaugh name coming back to the mountain, because my dad had done all the research on the family tree, and Jody at that point was still running the family engineering firm down in Melbourne.
Well. So these stories just illuminating the spread of international. It looks like he's got a left rear.
Something sitting down.
Puncture. He's definitely sitting down. The front wheel's off the ground, is it not?
It looked like that for a moment, Bruce. I'm not sure. He's looking down, trying to flick maybe the secondary fuel pump, but this is the car that was leading.
Heartbreaking by a country mile, and if he's not got any fuel coming through, he's got a massively steep climb. He's not going to make it. No. Now he's blocking the pit exit as well. This is a whole different complexion. I'm just wondering if Sam Adrian's leaving this. Oh, dearie me.
Well, he's rolling it back, not driving it back. He won't get a penalty for that. And now I think he's had to unfasten his belts to do that, and he's pulling it. He forgot to go to the fuel pump. Is that what did he need fuel?
No, he shouldn't do in a 1 hour race.
You'd have thought not. He's out. He's running around. He absolutely knows what's happening. He's gone to the right-hand side of the bonnet. He's pulled the bonnet off. He absolutely knows what's happening. I wonder, was it what would that possibly be? Throttle cable? And he's got a spare throttle cable or something like that.
Well, I tell you what, the fact he had a crew near enough at hand to come and help him, that is a remarkable thing. If they'd been at the top of the pit lane, that's quite some distance away from here. But the clock continues to tick, and he continues to go nowhere in that ex-Jean-Pierre Malcher driven car. Motul and Andros, the sponsors, who would have raced in the French Championship, Super Tourisme, as it was back in period. But what a gutting error for him. So not necessarily an error, just an incident, but officials going down to check all is played. And he did his absolute utmost to get out the way. Right, more bonnet pins being tightened, and this time it's waiting for the Volvo to churn into life. But that was the car that lost 2 to 3 laps early in the race, pitted early on with problems. You will see this with the HTC2 class, the historic touring car Cup 2 category for the more modern touring cars, because a lot of them coming out of hibernation. And with each round of the championship, they'll get better and better prepared. out on track. We just saw a flash of activity as more problems for our previous race leader. Under the bonnet again, the bonnet being held up by a mechanic, we put back down, but we've got a fantastic race between Rob Huff, who's gone out in the Jaguar XJS that was started by Richard Mines, and Max Goff, who suddenly found a new lease of life and has overtaken it on the outlap. The Sierra has come back into life. I sort of sense the Sierra wasn't fully firing in the way it could have done, but it seems to have got itself back up to speed, or maybe Rob Huff is just building himself into the feel of this mighty Jaguar XJS. But bear in mind, as Rob Huff said, he effectively started in historic racing before he went to contemporary stuff. He's always raced an MGB, and as soon as he possibly could start picking up the invitations to race at events like the Goodwood Revival, Goodwood Members Meeting, he took them, and he shares all the time with Richard Mines and others who will have him as well. But, you know, he's just one of those modern drivers who adapts so supremely well.
Well, let's not forget how he got into contemporary racing. He won a reality TV show with the Seats. He was the Search for the Star winner. That's what got him into the British Touring Car Championship. Or am I making that up? Dave Ward ran that programme. And I was talking to Dave the other day, and that's just brought it back to mind. I'm sure Huffy was the first winner of that.
Okay, just put that to one side for a nanosecond. Can you name me someone else at the top of international motor racing who won a reality TV competition? 1, 2, 3. It was Zach Brown.
Oh, that's right.
Wheel of Fortune in the States.
And
that
he
gave
bought
him
a cart with the money.
And that then led to him coming to compete in Europe in the Formula, I think it was the Benelux Formula Opel Lotus Series back in period. So he's not alone. There may be others, and maybe you can don't phone in. We don't have a telephone. But right.
And if you're watching this on replay, still don't phone in, because we still don't have a telephone.
Still listed as Richard Mines in the Jaguar. I thought I saw Rob Huff coming into position. He was listed as the secondary driver in the Jaguar XJS, but at the moment it's not making the progress it was in the first part of the race. Can't quite see enough through the screen to pick out who is on board. He's certainly ahead of Sam Adrians. Here comes Sam in the Diebels Out dark green and gold livery car. That looks just so magnificent. Actually, I'll tell you, that livery would look far better on the 635 CSI with its longer flanks, but still looks pretty natty indeed on the M3s. But talking of M3s, my timing screen has still got now got Leo Bettenberg in the lead, as opposed to the driver Mats van der Brandt, who is sitting at the bottom of Eau Rouge, going nowhere. He had this race in the bag. He's been in the car, out the car, reversed it down the hill, couldn't get up the Radeon pit exit road, bonnet up, thought it's fixed, back in board. No, it's not fixed, out again, Jack in the box, but I'm afraid this race has gone away. But what he has shown to his rivals, John, is the sheer pace that he's got in this ex-Jean-Pierre Malcher car. But for today, alas, his gun has been spiked.
Original BMW parts car. BMW Taylor, the dealer coming through. They had some great liveries as well. Was it the 635 that had the almost like graph paper with all the bits drawn on, and the driver was in his correct position as well for the BMW original parts car?
Look, I mean, when it comes to race liveries, I mean, that is super, super crisp. Not because it's leading the race, it's just clever. Then they've had all the art cars. Great, fantastic news. It's not over and out for Mats van der Brandt. Can he get up the hill at the second time of asking?
No, it's not happy.
Oh, no.
It's got to be something electrical. He went in there, did he swap over a lead or something like that? I thought it was fuel to start with.
Well, the way it's jerking around, you'd certainly think that. It's almost like it's just not firing at the moment. Oh, what an odyssey. Now, in some ways, he's put into a place that's actually rather worse.
Has it fired up?
No.
Whilst we're pondering what that might bring another full course yellow, actually.
Already we've got a yellow flag, a symbol that is invariably followed with something where a car's in a position that isn't perhaps optimum.
Well, I think you're absolutely right.
Well, an overtaking manoeuvre on the Jaguar, still listed as Richard Mines, so maybe Rob Huff didn't get on board. He's been passed by Sam Adrians. That was for third place. So let's just run down the order at the moment. Leo Bettenberg leading the BMW M3. That's car number 54. And just having a little look at her out on the track. There he is, the BMW original Tyler car, leading by 21 seconds from the Sierra RS500 of Max Goff.
Oh, completely broadside coming out of Brussels. And that repeating grey BMW Original Tyler is what the parts would have been wrapped in. That's why it looks like that. That's great, isn't it?
But it's also, you know, I love a marque, a manufacturer to have something you associate with them, and those three bands of BMW Motorsport colours, absolutely classic, and they've used them forever and a day, and it gives continuity.
And do you know where that came from? Shell on board, and that's why they added the red stripe. It was just the blues of the state,
of Bavaria,
and they added the red, and Shell didn't come on board, and so they just left it because they thought it looked good. And
okay, I've got a question.
Amazing.
I've got a question for you. There's only one colour Bavaria. If you look at the BMW badge, it's the lighter blue, but do they do the darker blue for contrast?
Correct.
Okay, interesting.
That's what they were looking at when they were mocking up liveries, and they put the red in for the Shell, and incredible story. Well, that is just sheer.
That victory for Mats van der Brand wasn't just in the bag, it was in the box with a ribbon round it. It was absolutely just street clear. Now we have a leader again with a huge lead. This time it's another BMW EB3 driver, Leonard Bettenberg, but Max Goff is trying to give chase, but actually the gap between them is going out. It was 21 seconds, it's now 27 seconds. So let's look down at the older cars in the field. I mean, the best place of those is the Jaguar XJS, Richard Mines, we still think is at the wheel. In fourth overall. Just going to finish the thought, John.
Sorry.
And just looking through the next will be the best of the 5 Series BMW. There it is, that second in class. Everard ahead of Christian Traber now in the chasing 635 CSI. John?
As soon as I said it, I knew it was the wrong oil company. It was Texaco that they were trying to get in. The red of Texaco.
Yes, I suppose Shell will be red and yellow, wouldn't it?
Correct. And I knew there was an oil company involved there, and they just kept it in. 635 coming up on the 5. It's just
James Everard's having fun in that.
Is he ever?
Isn't it great? Look, there's such a clear bloodline. We were talking about the shape at the front end of the BMWs when we're walking around, and as you said, still with the small grille at the front, and it's pretty much an identical size between the 5 Series of James Everard and the chasing Christian Traber driven Bauhaus sponsored 635 CSI. Still love that shape.
And it was Jochen Deerpasch, by the way, who told me that story. So if anybody was the right person to talk to about
if anybody's the right person, to talk to Jochen, you cover so many grounds. His career with Ford, then with BMW, but the very essence, he created racing projects for both of those, for which we say a million thank yous.
He's effectively the father of BMW M, and look at what that has grown into. We were talking about that M3 Touring 24H. They are prepared still to do slightly wild and wacky thing, and if you don't know the story about that, that was a car that they put out as an April Fool, not last April just gone, but the April before, and on their socials, and people didn't really cotton on to the fact that it was an April Fool to start with, and then the response they had, they realised they had to build it.
Right, the lead has changed because Sam Adrian's car number 50. Sorry, not Sam Adrian's. Sorry, that's number 54. That was right at the front end earlier on. That's Leo Bettenberg has dropped right down the order. He was leading the race. Max Goff is now into the lead because a second run through the pits for Leo in the number 54 original Tyler BMW car. Did you pick up a penalty? Did he have a drive-through penalty, or did he just need to pop in and say hi to his pit crew?
The 46 BMW, no, that was just a warning. I can't see anything.
Well, it might have been a puncture. I didn't see if he did a much slower lap, but obviously having gone through the pits,
yes,
it would
54. Have been. 10-second time penalty, track limits again. So that they had that was at the jump start car. That wasn't it?
No, it was Sam Adrian's in the Deepest out car. Right, so our leader now is the ex-Greg Hanford Sierra RS500. There it is. I'm sitting on the lead of 12 and a bit seconds ahead of the Diebels out BMW M3 of Sam Adrian's, which is just coming to the background of the shot, out of the final corner, while the Sierra closes in on the tic-tac liveried BMW. Round La Source goes our race leader. Gosh, I remember when the Australian RS500s came over to Silverstone, suddenly with the like of Dick Johnson, suddenly all the regular British runners in the International Trophy, Tourist Trophy were going, oh my word, we thought the car's ultimate preparation, but the ones from Australia in this Shell livery, well, they blew the socks off them. It was a wake-up call for the British teams.
10-second penalties, but no drive-through. So that the Bettenberg car had a 10-second penalty for track limits.
Yeah, but
that'll be applied at the end.
Yeah, but it seemed to come through the pits, so it suddenly dropped from the lead, unless they thought they had a drive-through or something. Oh, another classic livery, the Texaco livery on the background of that 635 CSI. Not got the pace of those around, but Max Goff has got plenty of pace around the Tic Tac livery. M3 he goes at Les Combes. He'll be turning gently to the right now and then angling it a little bit more over the curb on the outside. Nice flat curb on the exit, but a gravel trap beyond. He stays out of that, and he's going to try and stretch his legs. But Sam Adrians is chipping away. 15 minutes and a little bit more to go. The gap's down to 10 seconds. That is doable.
Max Goff's pit stop is under investigation in the Sierra RS 500.
Oh my God.
What's interesting to me is Bettenberg's only shown has gone once through the pits. So if that was his one pit stop, he was I think he was outside the window.
That could explain two things in one go.
If he wasn't, he was very, very close.
Okay, we've still got yellow flag flashing. They've still got
That's
to clear.
at the exit of Les Combes.
Oh, okay. Is it turn 5?
Turn
7.
7, yeah.
Okay, well, maybe someone had a moment up there trying to work out who it may be. One person we haven't mentioned because he arrived the second half of this race is Mr. Spa-Francorchamps, Eric van der Poel. He's actually just lost position, so maybe he has gone off. No, I don't think he has. He's in a 635 CSI sharing with Alain Jadot.
It's
a Motul
I
livery
can now
car.
tell you it is the Tic Tac car.
Oh, I've just seen that.
Mark Verheeg, the Netherlands driver. And so his car will be dropping down out of 10th position, 6th in A2. So once again, after a plethora of penalties earlier, which decided major positions in one of our earlier races, I won't spoil it for you. If you are joining us live, don't forget you can go back and view yesterday's action, of which there was plenty, and some fantastic racing. And of course, earlier on today, via either spinning back YouTube or waiting until it's posted up as an archive, which will happen straight away after today. But if you are just joining us now live, you can go back on the YouTube channel for Peter Auto, of which this is our second round of the Le Mans Classic Series by Peter Auto. It is Spa Classic for 2026.
The gap between first and second, Max Goff's Sierra RS 500 and Sam Adrians' BMW M3 is coming down, but only by 0.2 of a second last time around. 13 and a bit minutes remain, so if he carries on as he is, Max Goff should be first to the checkered flag, but I really do feel today one has to consider the penalties that are seemingly being plucked from the air for all these drivers. But for this lot, for the the Heritage Touring Cup 2, this is their first event in this series. A lot to learn.
Good point. The question as he hits the yellow flag zone now at the end of the uphill straight that is the Camel Straight. Actually, they must have just been withdrawn because he's laying rubber down as he comes through. Yes, clear. Multiplication of red flag. Red flag. I've just seen a Marshall going for it. It'll be a multiplication of the time that he was short. So we'll get that through in a moment.
Okay, Eric van der Poel's car, who I just mentioned it, had stopped. Maybe that's why I saw it. He just lost the position.
So something has gone off at the end of the lap as well. Bill Cutler in the M3 E41, the number 46.
He was running in 8th place. Yeah.
And it can be towed, we believe, and that happened down at the entrance to Blanchimont. With 11 minutes and 50 seconds to go, the clock is still running, but the car needs to be removed from that spot.
Well, the number 6 CS5
race will not restart.
Okay, Jean-Louis Rion reporting
into
into the pit lane there. He obviously was near enough, saw the red flags and drew his own conclusions quite sensibly. Brought his car into the pits. Just love seeing these 635s, and even better hearing them back on the racing circuits. And to me, this is the circuit they belong to first and foremost, because it's where I first saw them.
We said this when we saw the road-going cars when we arrived here on Thursday, and we're looking around the paddock again on Friday. I know why these things have to change. I don't think I'm a stupid dinosaur who doesn't understand, but the glass area, the beautiful lines on the side, the almost pencil thin A pillar and the C-pillar in that coupe style. I understand about rollover protection and everything that's had to come in since then, but there's just a purity of design, and you could absolutely see where that car followed on from its predecessor.
Well, there we are. Curtailed race there. It was an hour of racing. We'd really galloped through it very nicely indeed. Just with about 12 minutes to go, the red flag has been thrown. But Max Goff in the lead of the race in his Ford Sierra RS500. But you'd really had to feel for Mats van der Brand. And let's go down to join Vincent Franssen, because he's got a man to me who is the man of the moment, the man of Spa-Francorchamps, Eric van der Poel.
Red flag for this race of the Heritage Touring Cup 2, the first race of HTC2. Unfortunately, the end before the end for the race, and unfortunately, the end before the end before the end for Eric van der Poel with the BMW 635 CSI. Eric, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé avec cette superbe BMW 635 CSI?
Oui, c'est sa première course, donc elle fait des petites erreurs de jeunesse. Mais simplement la commande de boîte, donc j'étais bloqué en 5e. J'aurais été bloqué en 4e, j'aurais pu continuer la course, mais 5e c'était trop juste pour le bus stop et la source. C'est d'ailleurs pour ça que je suis rentré dans les stands là où on ne pouvait pas, parce que si j'étais rentré par la F1, à mon avis je serais calé et j'aurais peut-être empêché l'entrée des stands, donc c'était mieux de rentrer comme ça. On s'arrête plus tôt, mais on va revenir, hein. La voiture est magnifique, elle roule bien, donc tout est bien.
Eric, dans votre carrière, vous avez été multiple vainqueur, 5 fois des 24 heures de Spa-Francorchamps, champion DTM, pilote de Formule 1, pilote au Mans, etc., etc. Et puis on vous voit au volant, quelque part, des années plus tard, des mêmes autos qui reviennent dans les compétitions historiques, c'est bien ça?
Mais oui, c'est un plaisir énorme, parce que c'est vrai que mes premiers vrais 24 heures que j'ai disputés, c'était avec une 635, avec Jean-Michel Martin et Pascal Huitmer en 86, et c'était vraiment les mêmes voitures, donc ça fait plaisir. J'ai roulé aussi sur une groupe C au Mans Classique il y a 2 ans, c'était la même voiture avec laquelle j'avais roulé aussi. Donc ça fait vraiment plaisir.
Merci. Eric van der Poel, recommend of the wins in the 24 hours of Spa.
Celebrating the 50th anniversary of BMW M on his overalls. A lack of gears, ultimately. He said sometimes you can get away, depends which gear it is, but you have got to come down the box eventually to get round the slower corners.
Yes, and fifth gear not ideal if you're stuck in that, going through the bus stop chicane onto the start-finish straight. But he's been there, seen it, done it. Daylight, nightfall, fog, plague of frogs. He's ticked them all off here at Spa-Francorchamps, but also the victory box many times. And don't forget, he did have fleetingly a Formula One career. Very nearly scored a great result in the sort of rather unloved Lamborghini in period. I think it was Imola, if it rings a bell. I have to think about that a little harder. But just a gentleman through and through.
So the result then will stand at the end of 14 completed laps, and that will be Max Goff's Ford Sierra RS 500 by nearly 12 seconds from Sam Adrian's BMW, the number 11 car. That's that beautiful dark green coloured machine that we were lusting over at the start of the race. Richard Mines is third and wins the A1 class in the XJS, another 19 seconds further back. Third in what is effectively the BMW M3 class, Maury Thorn in his BMW number 23. That was fourth overall. James Everard is second to the Jaguar in the first of the bigger and older BMWs, which was the 5 Series, the E28. Now, that was a 528i from 1982. That's a fabulous result for James, ahead of Christian Traber with the first of the 635s, also in the A1 class, the 1985 car, the number 34. Those were your top 6 and included the 2 class winners in there as well. Slightly disappointed we lost out on a few minutes of racing, but again, safety has to be paramount.
Yeah, and I think again we just have to think of poor Mats van der Brand, who had this race in the bag and then endless problems for him. But well, the race is over, but we're far from over in the interviews, because we're going down to join car 35, the Traber brothers car, with Vincent.
There is another family affair here, the Traber family affair here in the HTC2 with Christian and with Nicolas. On va faire une interview en français, messieurs. Christian, puisqu'il vient de sortir de la voiture, cette 635 CSI. Alors Christian, on se rappelle que l'année dernière, les 635 CSI roulaient en HTC1. Là, elles sont en HTC2 maintenant. C'est une bonne solution pour vous?
Oui, tout à fait. Je pense que c'est plus équilibré. C'est clair que les BMW vont beaucoup plus vite, les E30, les M3, mais on est au moins 6, 7, 8 voitures en groupe A, alors que l'année passée, il en restait plus que 3 ou 4 maximum, voire 2. Donc c'était absolument pas intéressant. Et là, ça remet un petit peu ça remet un petit peu d'intérêt et aussi un peu de compétition pour tout le monde.
Nicolas, ça s'est passé comment cette course avec la Bauhaus?
Plutôt bien, je trouve. On était 3e, on a fini 3e, mais on était à ça d'être 2e. Mais à la fin, c'est clair, la série 5, elle freine beaucoup plus tard que nous. Tu as juste la chance de la choper sur les lignes droites. Avec le red flag, ça n'a pas suffi, mais je crois qu'on était 0,5 derrière. Peut-être avec 11 minutes de plus, on aurait encore pu faire la 2e place, mais 3e, c'est super aussi.
Et là, s'il y a eu un drapeau rouge. Christian, vous êtes un participant Peterotto depuis de longues années maintenant. Vous voyez évoluer ces compétitions historiques. Quel est votre avis général sur l'évolution de l'Historic Racing by Peterotto?
Je suis un peu mis à des courses de voitures de continuation ou de répliques, etc. Alors bon, pour le public, c'est peut-être intéressant parce qu'eux, ils ne voient pas la différence. Mais pour nous, en tant que pilote, quand on roule une voiture historique, une voiture qui a 40 ou 50 ans, premièrement, on fait un peu plus attention. Et puis, deuxièmement, elle est moins compétitive. Le châssis, il est vieux, il est usé. Enfin, tout est un peu plus usagé. Et finalement, c'est pas très fair play vis-à-vis des voitures d'origine. Donc, et ça va pas dans le bon sens. C'est surtout ça. Ça va très vite. Depuis quelques années, ça se développe. Et il y a bientôt plus une voiture d'origine. C'est un peu dommage.
That's what Christian Traber thinks about the evolution of the Peterotto competition, of course, and he's a very experienced driver.
And they were very close, as you heard there, if you decipher French a little bit, to being second in class. They were under half a second when the results were taken back to 14th lap. 0.373 of a second away from that BMW 5 Series E28 as far as their class position was concerned. 5th overall for that A1 635 CSI with the Bauhaus livery.
But look, they've got to have a really good play against the 5 Series, and that's what it's about around
Clearly
here.
enjoyed that.
Yeah, they were almost side by side. They were very close and nip and tuck. But James Everard did a really good job, shorter on horsepower, but certainly that 5 Series car from 1982, long time ago now, really handled very well indeed.
And that was a 4-door car as well. It's not what you would have thought of as being a quote-unquote sporty race car, but that's clearly well sorted because he was fair throwing that around.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But it was a car with competition history, proper competition history. And I'm going to go home and take a look back at the European Touring Car Championship period. There are some very tempting books out there. I managed to steer clear of them at the Nürburgring during the 24 hours. I had to bite my hands and leave a shop empty-handed, but just loved delving back through the history.
So the race stopped then with just over 10 minutes to go, but plenty to look back on with a lot of pleasure. beautiful spring afternoon in the Ardennes. The track temperature, which once again got up to 46 Celsius, just easing a wee bit as we're at 2:15 Central European summertime. A very pleasant 26 Celsius for the spectators who've been flooding in this Sunday morning on a bank holiday weekend, or a holiday weekend in Europe. It is Whit Monday tomorrow, so another long weekend, this time with the bank holiday on the Monday rather than the Thursday that we had last week for Ascension Day.
By the way, I shouldn't have written the results down. They've changed completely. Max Goff had the penalty applied.
Yes.
I thought they'd already applied it and he got away with it. But Sam Adrians has been promoted from second to first. Richard Mines from third to second. And Moritz Horn from fourth to third. Max Goff with the penalty down in ninth.
Yeah, very good point. That wraps up that. Now, this is the GT3 event that we didn't get to finish last night because of the red flag. And actually, the reason we couldn't finish it was absolutely sensible. It was nothing to do with the curfew or anything like that. And we couldn't get the next race off either. Again, nothing to do with the curfew, but everything to do with some of the infrastructure of the track and the safety features around the circuit, like the barriers needing to be looked at and repaired. So the circuit wasn't ready to race again. They had stopped the clock with just under 24 minutes to go from memory, 23:48 or something like that. Just under 24 minutes to go. But what we've assembled here is an incredible array of 34 early GT3 cars. Series 1 and Series 2 of the GT3 formula. Who knew back then what an influence this set of regulations, Stefan Rattel's creation, would cause, taken on by the FIA as well, of course, and forming, as I said yesterday, one of the real cornerstones of the revival of endurance GT3 racing. It begat GT4 as well, and then all of a sudden, for the first time, we had a developmental ladder in terms of entry, finance, investment for teams and drivers, and building driving skills and experience throughout a range of cars, which I think somewhere over 20 GT3 manufacturers, if you take them on, not all still manufacturing cars, but certainly it was getting towards 20 the last time I looked, and that was a few years ago. And we've got 11 of those manufacturers represented here, Bruce.
Well, it's a considerable success. That first ever GT3 race was a bit of a toe in the pond at Silverstone in the rain, but they had about 40 cars on the grid, which is sort of the number we've got here. This is 2006 to 2013, and you can see even the travel through time. Most of these cars, of course, racing people being racing people, tend to be from closer to the upper age range. But look out, Jim Plar is going to lead the field around, coming onto the track at Eau Rouge. He's going to start for Historic and Sport in pole position, his Ferrari. Alvaro Parent, that great Portuguese racer, will be coming out next, Audi R8. And Jonathan Mitchell in his Aston Martin V12 Vantage third. Maxwell Lynn will be in the Nissan. So different starting drivers to yesterday. Not by Ford itself, from Dearborn in the States. But then we've got the Mercedes, and these are the older Mercedes, the SLSs with the gull wing doors. None of those, well, in fact, Rob Huff will be starting the Haribo livery car, black with the yellow and green flashes on it, just behind the Nissan. Actually, he'll be starting from fifth in the better place of the SLSs. More Ferraris, more Aston Martins. Porsche not having things their own way at this age. Porsche was almost the manufacturer that sort of stayed away from
That's very true.
GT3. Of course, they've had success much more recently, but they didn't always take it in with open arms for whatever reason back in period. Mercedes, Audi, they most certainly did.
Ironically for Porsche, because they had a whole bunch of products that were already called GT3. Terribly confusing, because you had a GT3, a GT3R, a GT3 RS, and a GT3 RSR. And a GT3 Cup car as well. So they had embraced the nomenclature without actually really delving in to the regulations and building something for the regulations, which was a bit of an inconsistency and rather unusual for Porsche, who tended to be right in there as far as endurance racing, and particularly customer endurance racing. They were pretty much the inventors of customer endurance GT racing, and the first manufacturer who turned it from having to spend money on it into an income line. And everybody who came after, and Audi made no bones about it, they built their Audi Sport Customer Racing on the Porsche model and sold something close to 400 around the world of the Audi R8 in its various evolutions. I mean, incredible how many cars there are out there. Getting on, it was our New Zealand guest, Scott, wasn't it? He was telling us, did he say it was nearly 2,000 cars that were out there?
It was something of that ilk, but I mean, even if it was only 1,000, it's just extraordinary. But then you look at the grids, the entry for the forthcoming Spa 24 Hours, 71 cars, and they have ejected others off that entry list. This weekend they're racing GT World Challenge at Monza, 50 plus cars on the main grid. Of course, it's the secondary category in the World Endurance Championship, as John mentioned, behind the hypercars. But it's a formula that worked, and it works because it encourages privateer drivers to come in and learn their craft, and a lot of them bring the money in and they get a pro driver to help develop them. But the models keep on passing through. There's a bloodline. Take Lamborghini, they started with the Gallardo, then they moved on to the Huracan, and now this year, end of last year, they brought in the Temerario. So there's always this evolution between the manufacturers, and right now the grid is entirely different to yesterday's start. The Ferraris were nowhere near the front, but Jim Pla absolutely on it to take pole position in a Ferrari.
So as of April this year, 59 different vehicles have gone through the homologation process with the FIA. Now, some of them weren't approved or had them revoked, but absolutely incredible. That's 59 different models of cars. The first, GT3 001, was the Coupe Grand Sport of Maserati, in going back from the 1st of October 2006, and that was GT3 001. At the same time, Dodge Viper, Aston Martin DBR S9, Lamborghini Gallardo LP 520, the Reiter engineering car, the Corvette, all of those at roughly the same time and into 2007. And if I scroll down my list to the 59th, the last car, and I would have guessed this, GT3 059 is the Lamborghini Temerario by Lamborghini Squadra Corsa, and that was homologated on the 1st of March this year, so its homologation runs through till the end of 2033. And in between, Nissan, Bentley, Porsche, Honda, Toyota, Mercedes-AMG, Cadillac, McLaren, Dodge. Oh, I mean, some come around. Mustang, of course, for Ford. Even the Morgan had a Aero Supersport GT3 homologated in 2009. An incredible success story with indeed over 20 manufacturers, I was right, have put cars up for homologation.
And again, some of those, referring back to previous stories today, have been a wealthy individual who said, I really want you to develop a car for me to take in. That was the story of the Morgan going to race in GT3 and many others underneath. But then you have cult cars. It's how fitting to suddenly look at the Nissan GTR, because that was a car that was already a cult road car in Japan, and anyone with an interest in road cars will understand the iterations that followed. But so when that came GT3 racing, it delivers its performance in an entirely different way to anyone else. I mean, when that gets on song, boy, it looks like a building brick in many ways compared to, say, the little Audis in front, the Aston Martins around it, but in a straight line. Oh my golly gosh.
In the Nismo red, white and black colours, that 105 GTR. All-wheel drive wasn't allowed, so it was a rear drive car. Same for the Audi R8s that would have been quattro for the road cars, although Audi did produce a rear drive only car as one of its run-out models to that.
Just hearing from Maxwell Lynn, one of the racing sons of Sean Lynn. He has been instrumental in getting the GT3 Revival series off the ground in conjunction with SRO. How fitting, of course, they're the umbrella organisation that got the ball rolling. And he just had some advice being passed through first by his co-driver, Andrew Bentley, who started yesterday's race. Just remember last night, though, John, this was going into darkness, proper darkness. And today it's warmer, not as warm as it was this time yesterday, but it's still going to be a very, very different track for them.
Track temperature up to 44 Celsius, air temperature 26. We didn't start the Twin Bush SLS yesterday, did we? The 44 car.
No, it didn't make it around to the start. Look out for it. It's in metallic blue and bright yellow livery. It's the second of the SLS Mercedes, or is it the third of the SLS Mercedes? But Rob Huff is in the other one, the Haribo livery car. Looks like we've got a car missing from the grid alongside the best place of the Lamborghini Gallardos. Better place, perhaps. Let's go further down. No, it's a bit further. Yeah, okay. Try and work that one out later. We haven't really talked about Callaway Corvettes, the Z06. We've got a couple nose to tail further down the grid. Gonna wend their way. But right now we're waiting for the start of this race. 50 minutes. Let's hope we can have real blast off. But the shuffling of the grid. Yesterday's second drivers are now starting today. And a fabulous mix of cars. And I tell you what, Jim Pla on pole position, still ultra competitive, brother of Olivier, but he's made his relationship with Jean-Luc Beaubelic. They've raced together for years, and a classic example of a pro driver bringing on a gentleman driver, a driver of lower rank, and they're very, very faithful to each other. So they've clearly just fostered a fantastic relationship of, tutor and pupil, which is often a strange thing if your pupil might be 20 years older than you, but if they look, listen and learn and they can develop, and you suddenly find they enjoy racing with you, that's why they've been competing in the GT World Challenge, in the French GT series over the years together. But right now, I'm still finding it extraordinary that this is a historic class. I know as you get older, the years accelerate, but these cars,
20 years,
they don't look that different. Most of these cars from 2010 to 2012 to be the latter end of this this first iteration. There must be a sort of lottery, who shares with who as well. But if you're a Porsche fan, go to a Porsche racing fan expert, and that's what he's done.
The 997 body shape, very elegant.
But in terms of race pace yesterday, you've got to look to the car that's starting third, the 007 or 7, it's sometimes called, Jonathan Mitchell, Aston Martin V12 Vantage. We had two on the front row of the grid yesterday, and the other driver that's on the front row is starting sixth to his third, which is Guido Dumoulin.
Jerry Sisk has got in touch with us at RSL_studio. Looking forward to these modern, not classic at all, honest racing cars. I think it's great. They've been given a new lease of life. I mean, in theory, and I was having this conversation at the Nürburgring with a particular manufacturer representative. In theory, of course, these old cars, if they haven't fallen out of older cars, haven't fallen out of homologation, and some of them haven't, they could still race in contemporary GT3, and it's a BOP category, and they would get potentially a different BOP from the new cars to keep them in a competitive window. In reality, any manufacturer doesn't do an evolution to make the car go slower. They're doing it for some reason. Generally speaking, if you look at the lap times, they have come down through the years, but not in great lumps. It's about getting the cars into the window at more and varied circuits as GT3 has gone around the world, and also the lifeblood are not the works entries, they are the Pro-Am entries, because that's who you sell the cars to, and therefore a non-full-time racer has got to get in your car, Mr. Manufacturer, and within 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 laps feel comfortable with the operation of the car and comfortable with the driving of the car.
Yeah, where the times have really come down immeasurably has been in GT4, because to start with they didn't have as many manufacturers. When they came in, they realised they could push the parameters forward, so it's much closer to GT3 than it was. In fact, the GT4 times now are getting much closer to the GT3 times in the very early days of the format. But take a look at the cars from 20 years ago when it all kicked off at Silverstone. They look bog standard. That is a very technical term, I know, but look it up if you're at home. But right now, it's just lovely to see these GT3 cars, these early GT3 cars. These were the stepping stones to where we are now. And 20 years on, well, the proof is in the pudding. It's a global success, the Formula.
215s around here is a good GT 3 time. See how close
I think we
get
saw
to
a
that.
2:11 in the race last night, if I recall. Jonathan Mitchell, I could be wrong. He's the 3rd place car, blue with the white key lines on it, just turning ahead of the Nissan at the top of the hill. Driver to look out for at the start of the race, definitely the black Haribo-sponsored number 69 Mercedes SLS with Rob Huff on board. That, I tell you, is probably why, of course, he didn't take over the Jaguar XJS the previous race, because he had to get ready for this one.
Watch out for Thomas Mütsch as well in the Ferrari 458 GT3. He was the 2nd best of the Ferraris. He's in 7th position in the Michelotto team car. That's a 2nd place in the Pro Am 2 class. Basically, there's a Pro Am and an Am class, and there's a 1 and a 2 in each of those categories. We will not complicate things by telling you about that until we've got 15 minutes. We might give you the leaders in the class, but ultimately, like any GT3
they're all
competition,
GT3 cars.
They're all GT3s, and when we get to the end of Daytona and all of the pro drivers are in, an AM car is going to be as fast as a pro car. And when we come round to the CrowdStrike 24 hours here at Spa in June, actually, you know, we're only just over a month away from that at the end of June. See above comment, the 71 cars, all potentially, each Ferrari has the same performance potential as the other Ferrari, regardless of which category it is, because it is the drivers that dictate the class of the car.
Now, a lot of these drivers will have raced GT3 before, but that yellow Ferrari that Thomas Mütsch is starting from 7th in the line with the DHL sponsorship, the driver who got out after yesterday's first part of the race, Stefan Jubsel, you thought, wow, that's a mountain for him to climb, and he went, and the interviewer, Vincent, said that was really chaotic out there. He went, I loved it. And that was, you know, that was also racing in the dark at Spa-Francorchamps, which obviously has a long history of GT3 cars racing in the dark right here. But you'd have thought if someone said it's chaotic, someone making their debut in a GT3 class car would be going, oh, that was crazy. But he is lapping it up. Totally different experience day. So there is that bright yellow car. Stefan watching on from the sidelines, but it will be started by Thomas Mütsch. But let's just run you down the order at the top of the field. Jim Pla will be starting the number 87 Ferrari from pole position. Alvaro Parente, fantastic Portuguese driver, will start the leopard livery Audi.
Ex-Works driver,
entirely
in GT3s.
With McLaren,
yeah,
and so on and so forth. And he raced them for a long time. And then in behind, Jonathan Mitchell, watch out for his Aston Martin V12 Vantage, number 7. And Maxwell Lynn, he's doing the first part of the race in the 105 Nissan GTR Nismo. And then Andrew Bentley, very capable driver, will be taking over. 5th on the grid, Rob Huff in the Mercedes SLS AMG, the Haribo-sponsored car, that's number 69. And Guido Dumouriez, who was in that lead battle with Jonathan Mitchell yesterday in his Aston Martin, will start from 6th place. Et al. Thereafter. What a packed field of cars. Oh, Phil Keen in another Aston Martin, car number 16.
Exactly where I was going to go.
Well, it's a car with a great livery. Looks like Spider-Man has been involved.
Top 10, Ben Ricci in another one of the historic and race cars, another 458. So Ferrari, Audi, Aston, Nissan, AMG, Aston, Ferrari, Porsche and Aston in your top 5 rows. First of the Lamborghinis, the Scott Sport Craig Wilkins driven car. That was a quick car as well until it had a problem puncture yesterday, wasn't it? The number 8 car in 18th. Watch out for that.
Yeah, but he's
silver car.
Yeah, yesterday he was 29th, and the next lap he was 17th, and he went very well a couple of weeks ago with the GT3 race at the Donington Historic Festival. So it's also drivers getting on top of their cars. But for Jim Pla in pole position, that red Ferrari, no such trouble for him. He knows this Ferrari and every racing Ferrari for the past decade very, very well indeed. Looks like they're waiting for the lights to go from red to green. No overtaking now. They go green. Looks like a better start from Alvaro Parente. He's coming across. No, they're level pegging. Jim Pla's got it covered off on the inside. And the grunt of the Nismo Nissan up the outside it goes. He's going to swing in, but Jonathan Mitchell will hold on to the 3rd place. Rob Huff in the black Mercedes is in 5th. So it's all holding station at the front field. One car, one Porsche dips its rear wheels into the gravel. But that is a neat and tidy start as you can expect. But look, the change is coming for 3rd place. Perhaps Maxwell Lynn will find himself on diminishing returns side by side. That's exactly like the start of the Spa 24 hours. Don't worry, guys, only 23 hours and 59 minutes to go. Carry on as you will, but first 2 have got clear. In behind it's going to be 3 abreast up the hill, and Guido Dumouriez is tucked behind in the 2nd Aston Martin.
I think Max Lynn might give that position back because he was off the track. He's been passed by the Mercedes of Rob Huff anyway.
Well, who then goes off the track at Les Combes. He might have had it back, so maybe Jonathan Mitchell will get back into third position, but right now he's been shuffled.
End of that Nismo GTR snaking around right in behind him is one of the Vantage. That's the Dumoulin car, isn't it? Yes, it is. And
just got to, oh dear, we've got a spinner. One of the Audis has gone round and clearly has brought some gravel back onto circuit car number 45 in the mix. Stewie Hall.
Hang on a second.
Tony Sinclair.
Stuart Hall has spun a car. I'm writing that down in my
diary.
Well,
pop down and have a word with him, but he's a bit busy at the moment, John. Right, the power of the Nissan is still clear to be seen. Another driver making progress, a third of the Aston Martins over the curbs on the inside, trying to stay in the mix, and that is a certain Phil Keane. We highlighted as him one to look for, and he's not going to disappoint. He never does. Right, these cars are right on their tiptoes at the moment, and the battling is further down the order. Phil Keane in the middle of that battle. Number 45 Audi still limping back, looks like got a puncture. And let's hope that doesn't interrupt the flow of those that have not got punctures who are coming through at an absolute full chat.
Timare, Aston Martin then. The number 4 car had a more contemporary version of that running last weekend in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Sadly came to a rather bizarre end with the right rear suspension failure on the very fast straight, the Dottinger Höhe, and had to be trailered back, and at the moment in a full-on scrap with the car that Bruce mentioned earlier on, the DHL livery number 52 Michelotto Ferrari. That's Thomas Mütsch behind the wheel of that car.
Yes, also worth clarifying, the race programme says Guido Dumoulin at the wheel of the Aston Martin, but remember it was Guillaume, son thereof, but certainly driving it very nicely. But Jim Plar, I said, expect him to escape, and he really is now. The challenge for second place still held by the Audi of Alvaro Parent, car number 47, entered by Quintec and tucked in behind Rob Huff. He was the driver that started 5th. Then that run up the Kemmel Straight, he got into 3rd position, ran sort of straight on a little bit over the curbs. Oh, it's not Audi's day. This is a different one. Number 2, I think that is, that's at its moment. That's shared by Nicolas Dauquin and Hugues Huipert, but does seem to get on its way.
Well, that's listed. That number 2 is Christian von Oysenhausen, the classic and speed car, if that was the number 2. So, if that's all the drivers have got little RFID chips on their helmets, supplied by Alcamel, which is how we get the information. Drivers, however, aren't foolproof and may not have put the right helmet on or such like. But it was a red and white car, which the number 2 is a red and white car.
Red and silver, I think.
Yeah, red and silver,
the sun hits its flanks, but yeah.
Flying lizards, same as the 45.
Yeah, exactly. Christoph van Oyenhausen listed on that within the programme, and I tell you, there's been a lot of horse trading. You know, people have brought the cars and people are jockeying for position. It's going to happen, it'll settle down after a round or two, but certainly Christoph, the driver, at the wheel of that. Little spin for him, but, you know.
Christoph, sorry, yes, I think I said Christian, my apologies. So,
well, they go past so fast, it's hard to read the names on the doors, John.
Well done.
Right, our Motorsport, they certainly burst on the scene with their Aston Martin years ago, so one of those still in the running order, but not at the sharpest end of the Aston Martin field. It's still Jonathan Mitchell, best in class for Aston Martin in 4th place overall. Guillaume Dumoulin in 6th, and the 3rd Aston Martin, Phil Keane, in 9th. And a bit further down, quite a lot further down the order, car number 62, I think it is, Pascal Hutto in the R Motorsport car. Yeah, sharing with Franz Wunderlich. Great livery. R Motorsport came in with great plans, as if from nowhere, and went very well in GT racing. And then after a year or two, the project seemed to dwindle a little bit. But that's the history of motorsport, isn't it? Ambition often exceeding reality, but you never know. I seem to recall that was a team that Marvin Kirchhofer did fantastic things. That was the first time I really noticed it. I thought his name after a while was called Martin Kirchhofer Pole.
Yes, yeah, it was a bit like that. So the car that's at the moment Rob Huff is hassling, Alvaro Parent, so 2 fully pro drivers here. Rob would probably say not. He said, oh, no, I'm retired now, I'm not a pro driver, but he's a pro driver. He still is, no doubt to me. So that livery, also we've seen in Moto2, Moto3 as well. That's the clothing company. Is it the Leopard, the Leopard company?
Yeah, they did for quite a long time TCR racing.
Yes, they did, yes.
That was, I think, where I first came across them. TCR Silhouette, years to come, there may be a historic TCR series, but their numbers have dwindled a fair bit. But of course, Rob Huff, that's where he got his world titles in TCR.
Yeah.
So he would have might have even driven a car with Leopard on the door, but I'm not entirely sure he did. But anyhow, what I do want to point out is that the way with which Jim Plott, here he is, just escaping the lead, 3.5 seconds clear and pulling ever further clear, as in fact Alvaro Parent has finally been released from the grasp of Rob Huff, and maybe he'll stop that advantage growing. And Jonathan Mitchell in the Aston Martin is trying his best to keep up. Huffy is still in third place. There he is, the black Mercedes between the pair. But instead of being on the tail of Alvaro Parent, I don't know if there was a slight mistake, but he's fallen off the tail. And in fact, in many ways, that allows those two, that trio of cars to go a little bit faster. There's a lot of them not fighting with each other at the moment. But Huffy is coming back now on the tail of Alvaro Parent. Up into the bus stop chicane they go. The order is Ferrari from Audi, from Mercedes, from Aston Martin, from Nissan. 5 manufacturers in the top 5 positions. How very GT3.
Jonathan Mitchell in that 4th position is the AM2 class leader. The Pro Am trio ahead of him, first, second and third in class. The AM1 is Eric Debar, who is down in 13th position in the Maytech Ford, that lovely dark blue car, who's about a second ahead of the Scott Sport Dan Henry. Scott Sport car, that's second in that category.
Yeah, I think I've worked out what AM1 and AM2 means. AM1 means you pay for your racing by having one job. AM2 means you need 2 to hold it down. And Jonathan Mitchell works in the City of London in finances. Very, very fine racer. By the way, I did just make that up. Just in case there was any doubt.
You had me at that one. I like that a lot. 50-minute race. We've had 8 minutes of it. The middle of the race is the pit stop window. We're nowhere near that at the moment, so let's just enjoy what is going on. The Spider-Man 2 movie livery of a Pro-Am Aston Martin, which is being driven at the moment by Phil Keane, and we've got a yellow at the first corner, so and it's at the exit of the first corner, and the car unfortunately right behind the bridge, so just couldn't pick it off, but it was I think it was might have been the Lamborghini Gallardo LP.
Craig Wilkins, was it silver of hue?
It was a silver car, but I couldn't quite
he's tumbling
see
down the
all
order.
of it.
I think that's a good guess.
He was on the grass driver's left coming out of Lassos.
He just hasn't enjoyed the form here. Phil Keane all over the tail of Jörg Eberhardt. No, he's not. I'll tell you why. Because he's got another couple of cars between. So the Porsche...
I'm not seeing that Lamborghini has stopped, so maybe the Huracan has continued. Sorry, the Gallardo has continued. One of the great lines in movies was the Michael Caine line in the Batman movie. He was speaking to Batman as Bruce Wayne. You'd be taking the Batpod, sir. Not at lunchtime, Alfred. Oh, the Lamborghini then, Mr. Bruce? Yes, so much more inconspicuous.
Yeah.
Great line.
Ever thus.
Delivered brilliantly by
Yes, it is the Lamborghini on the grass on the exit. So Craig Wilkins, the car's shown pace, but Gallardo has failed him. Still Rob Huff trying to go for second place. Earned a little flick to the right from Alvaro Parent. You didn't get to his standard in racing with leaving the door wide open. I'm trying to see if Jonathan Mitchell is catching. The answer is no. It's level pegging. He doesn't seem to have the performance that he had last night. Conditions were cooler, were darker.
Take the leader out of this, who did a 21.3. The next lap time, second, 22 flat, third, 22.2, fourth, 22 flat, fifth, 22.8 in the fastest lap of Max Lynn's race so far. Also picking up pace, Thomas Mutch, 23.2, 23.7 for Guillaume Dumaret in the green and blue Aston Martin. There's absolutely nothing in it, as it should be in GT3. If the numbers are right and the BOPs are right. I mean, the great thing about this is you've got so much BOP data for these cars going way back down the years, and at the individual tracks as well, so you'll be able to dial them in. Now the question is the Lamborghini going to be recovered?
Well, we have a yellow flag some point around the circuit. It's at turn 1, so it is going to be covered by that. And it's
still a bit of grass cutting. It's the world's most exciting, expensive and fastest grass cutter, taking up all the dandelions and daisies.
Didn't finish the job, did not finish the job. So Corvettes in the field, Ford Maytech sponsored Ford GTs in the field. They had a good run in 2012, 2013. Safety car.
Full safety car. Full safety car,
Yeah.
not a full course yellow.
Right, just bear in mind the lead that Jim Pla had over Alvaro Parent was around 5 seconds, so that will come back down. Another car I was going to put a watch on was Benjamin Ricci, the second of the cars, the Ferraris from the same team. He was getting onto the tail of Phil Keane, who was getting a bit stuck behind the Porsche of Jörg Eberhardt, who was just dropping behind Guillaume Dumoulin.
Right.
But here's Jim Pla. That lead will come down to nothing.
And in between, I think in between the safety car and the leader is the Porsche number 911 of Christian Kuhn, the Speed Motorsport Management 997 GT3R. So will he get waved through, or has he just cleared the Cupra? All of the cars in the lead group beginning to pull together. There is the Ferrari 458 GT3 Evo. So
he's got the right car.
The right car has been picked up.
But that lead is going to come down, down, down. It got to just over 5 seconds, and that will come down to nose to tail. In behind it, he'll have Alvaro Parent, as he did on the grid at the start, trying to see what he can do.
Now, if we get close enough that the pit window opens, it will not open with the safety car out there. They will postpone the pit window, and then it will open as soon as we've had the green flag. So under full safety car conditions, here's how they run. Jim Pla for the Storic and Race Cars Ferrari. And if you're thinking I'm dropping my H's, no, it is Storic, S-T-O-R-I-C, and Race Cars. The 458, number 87, in very bright racing red. Then Alvaro Parent, it's Quintec that run that Audi R8 LMS Ultra, the number 47. Rob Huff, Moto Historics, in the Haribo black, mostly black with the Golden Bear Mercedes. In third, Scott Sports Aston Martin is the blue Aston weaving around. Then the red, white and black Nismo, Maxwell Lynn, Team Parker Racing running that car. Well, they know how to turn a car out of any manufacturer, don't they? To be brutally honest. It's the 105 car in 6. Top 10, Thomas Much for Michelotto, and the number 52 Ferrari, Guillaume Dumoulin. GDM Motorsport, the V12 Aston Martin Vantage, the number 4, the blue and green car. Jörg Eberhard, the Maxted Page Motorsport 997 GT3R, the number 997. It's the white and black car. Behind them, the Spider-Man, Phil Keane, driven Britec Motorsport Aston Martin is 9th. And rounding off the top 10, another Storic and Race Cars Ferrari, in the hands of Benjamin Ricci, the number 10 car in 10th position. Other class leader, just a couple of cars further back, Scott Sports, Dan Henry in the Corvette Callaway. It's the number 15 car in 12th position in the mostly white colours, sort of not the, it's white and silver, isn't it? And has the second place in class AM1 car. The Debard Automobiles Ford GT Maytech, Eric Debard, the number 20 car behind the wheel of that. So we wait for the clean-up to occur.
It shouldn't be too long, I would have thought
so.
now. One car that's way off the back of the pack is the number 911, surprisingly, a Porsche 997 GT3R, and that's Christian Kuhn. He had a problem at some point, didn't he?
I think he got waved past the safety car, actually. I think.
That's okay. So he's playing catch-up. He's just going through.
So he's going to get
Bruxelles.
He's still on the lead lap, though.
Yes, they're all on the lead lap because of that wave by, and we've got several packs of cars, but for him, Going down the hill from Speakers toward Pouant, the next car ahead of him is on the approach to Blanchimont. So he's going to go as fast as he possibly can. It's going to be, well, I would suggest the lights are still flashing, one further lap. That should enable him to get pretty close to the end of the train of the cars. So Jim Pla leads around from Alvaro Parent. Rob Huff is in third. So it's Ferrari, Audi, Mercedes, the Aston Martin and Jonathan Mitchell in fourth. Maxwell Lynn, Nissan just coming into our shot now. White, black and red. There is car number 105. And Thomas Much, one place gain for his car. And he's in that yellow Ferrari.
So the question for me now is, when we get back racing, we're going to be very close to opening the pit lane. So, what do you do? You've had a preordained plan, but you'll have discussed something like this happening. At the front of the field, you probably stay out because you've got some clear track and you get your foot down. If you're further back in the melee, you might want to get in straight away, put your second driver in, who then gets clear track and runs to the end of the race. I'm fascinated now because we're right on when the pit lane should be opening. Race control have just told us the safety car, the Cupra, will be in at the end of this lap.
Fantastic. Yeah, it slows things down. It is a gamble, but out on these tracks, just bear in mind, balance of performance should make each of these manufacturers equal. But around the circuit, certain cars have advantages in some parts than others. And if that advantage is one that suits you better at this circuit, then you've got to use it. Particularly if you're stuck behind another driver in GT3, you have to plan. You have to pressure them into a mistake. But if you know your car's quicker in a straight line, well, you're going to maximise your run through Radion. In fact, Jim Pla getting very close to wiping the tail off the safety car there.
I'm suggesting he wants that Cupra Formento to go a bit quicker.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's a hint. A hint's been offered from a charming Jim Pla, driver who's, rock solid. He's been around for quite a while now, but it doesn't seem to matter. In a Pro-Am race, you would expect whoever he's driving with to do a decent job, and then Jim will just cover all the difference, and they've scored so many victories. Both him and Jean-Luc Bobelic together.
Well, let's see what happens. The safety car light should be going off as they come towards Blanchimont. That's the marshal's post, the last marshal's post that it can turn off the lights. We're told it's coming in this lap. There seems to be a little more urgency in the weaving in the snake of cars behind it. Yep. Safety car lights are out. There's the safety car line just coming out of curve. Paul Frere. So now it is Jim Pla who becomes the de facto safety car, and it is his pace that will determine how they come back to the bus stop, and it is up to him to decide when to go. He's got to keep a fairly steady pace. He can't be speeding up and slowing down. He's backing the field up together. How soon does he want to go? The safety car's well ahead of him and has cleared off. He's not allowed to pass the safety car before it gets into the pit lane, but he's let that car go quite significantly ahead of him now.
Yeah, there are many different
he's leaving it late. He's leaving it very late. Coming out the final corner. Now he goes. That's a great restart from Jim Pla. Waited till his front wheels were straight and everyone else was still turning left out the final corner. Here comes Huffy down the inside in the black and green fronted Mercedes AMG, but he couldn't get it done. There's some quite big gaps there. There were some drivers who were half asleep there. They must have known they were going back green. Huffy goes to the right, to our right, the left-hand side, almost puts two tyres on the grass and goes through into second place. Alvaro Parent there tried to defend, but really he must have thought, well, there's not an AMG's gap there, and there wasn't. And sadly, further back down the field, we've got a problem for that Porsche that was chasing back around.
Yeah, it's the Etuati car, and there's often a clash afterwards, but this is the ultimate circuit, and it's on the pit straight, so then obviously clattered into someone.
Car.
Oh, that's unfortunate, especially as a brilliant restart from Jim Pla, but this is the circuit in which it's easiest to defend your lead when you have a safety car restart because of the very tight nature of that final corner.
The pit window has been postponed by a minute, which if it isn't postponed again means you have to come in at the end of this lap, I reckon. Oh, big manoeuvre down the inside by the number 40 Maytech Ford. That was a very big, powerful move there.
That was Lindsay Brewer, the American racer. She did a great job there. Someone kicking up the dust in the background, but got the move done and place gained.
Yeah, Lindsay Moore having a battle with one of the Callaway Corvettes. Lindsay, who's been driving Lamborghini Super Trofeo, among other things, in recent past. Before that, dabbled in some, actually more than dabbled, did very well in some single seaters, including up to Indy Mixed NXT. So I reckon you've got to be in now. Pit window has been opened, so they haven't postponed it again. The worry would be, though, you go full course yellow again or safety car again. You've got some of the drivers at the front who are the top drivers, and here is the choice. It'll be Jim Pla who comes to the yellow flag zone now. He's staying out. Now, does this put him in a vulnerable position? All the leaders have stayed out so far. The top 5, 6, 7, 8. And there's the first taker, and that was the Porsche. That was the Eberhard Porsche that was coming into the pit lane, I think.
And we just see the second spin for Christoph van Oeynhausen in the number 2 Audi as well. So complicated, but all these drivers will see. That's come on the exit of Curve Paul Frey. You see the little kart track. That is a far more dangerous position, this one on the start-finish straight. But anyone who didn't pit, they'll go, oh, hold on a second, is that going to lead to a stoppage? Let's see what happened. Oh, over and out and way beyond the curbing on one side of the track, and then bang, into the wall on the other side for Christoph van Oeynhausen. And that's the point on the track in which you're absolutely flat-out acceleration to carry the speed up the slope back towards the bus stop chicane. So, if you were in the pits, you could be laughing now, because it's yellow flag. I'm sure with 2 cars off, we're going to go to full course yellow.
At the very least, it could be another safety car, to be honest. Everyone, Jörg Eberhard, Heiko Neumann, Eric Debard, Lindsay Brewer, Erwin Franz, Marcus Anderson, Pascal Hutto, Guillaume Maillard, Jose Garcia, all of those guys, 17 cars have stayed out, down to Tony Seiler in the Corvette Callaway in the 18th position, who now leads the AM1 category. So here are the time pit stop. You'll not see people running around like mad. So right now, they are burning their mandatory pit time under green flag. If the yellows come out now, they will be slightly disadvantaged because these guys will come in.
One small slip could just totally change the aspect of the race. I mean, the main thing we need to talk about is that Alvaro Parent got jumped by Rob Half, since in that black Haribo-sponsored Mercedes pulled ever further clear, and he's heading off after race leader Jim Pla. But Jim had it under control at the restart, as you would expect here. But what is going to happen next, and who's going to dive into the pits? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, that car's going rather too quickly for my liking. Past a spun car there under double waved yellows at the exit of Curve Paul Frey, and I think there might be 1 or 2 drivers who weren't slowing down for the double yellows there. That is very disappointing, because there's some top drivers out there at the moment. Also single waved yellows on the start finish line.
Well, it's a matter of interpretation, always has been, how much you need to snow. Obviously, you're not allowed to overtake with the yellow flag, but caution required. They now all know full well about this one, but certainly when they went past the spun number 2 Audi, that was the first time they'd have seen it down on the exit of Curve Paul Frey. But we do have other people diving in to make their pit visits, but none of the top drivers are availing themselves at all.
So that's
Danny Henry coming in, and Nathan Lucky as well, Australian racer in the Porsche, tucked in behind. Scott O'Donnell, who was our fantastic studio guest up from New Zealand, he's diving in his Porsche as well.
So right now, these guys are riding their luck, because everyone else is burning pit time in green flag conditions. They are waiting. They've decided now they are going to wait. Getting a little tap there from behind the Aston Martin battle. With Phil Keane there right in behind him.
Well, they just started to go through traffic, because some of the first cars that pitted and now came out of the path. The red and black Porsche in the background of the shot there was the one that slightly interrupted the pair of them, and Phil Keane gained a little bit ground in the Spider-Man 2 livery car. And down in the pits, I think that might actually be one of the drivers we spoke about then. Yes, it was Scott O'Donnell, his car getting a clean screen. Many bugs around here, certainly last night, even in the TV studio. Commentary booth, we had an attack of mosquitoes. Who knows where they came from, but they certainly, well...
They wanted to watch the screen spin, clearly. Absolutely, Bruce, that's all it could be. Jim Pla then continues to lead with a couple of yellow flag areas. One coming out of the final corner and one coming down through Curve Paul Frere, and then the green flag going into Blanchimont, just where the cars are coming through now. 23.5 minutes to go. Still waiting for the leaders to pit. They won't pit now, they will wait until it comes out. All of those guys who jumped in. Oh, I say that. Phil King comes in.
You know, I thought he'd take another lap and keep harrying Guillaume Dumoulin, but he's probably decided, I don't think I'm going to make it work, because we've got the 2 yellow flag points around the circuit.
Maxwell Lynn's come in as well in the Nissan.
Oh, yeah, okay. So he'll be handing over to 105. You know the answer to this, Bruce. You know for what it's Andrew Bentley. You discussed it before the start of the race. And Andrew will be taking that over. But our race leader, Jim Plurry's built a lead pretty much to half of what it was before the safety car period. It's 2.8 seconds to go. There is the Nissan X-Brian Heitkotter car.
They're just repressuring and checking the front tyres. 44 Celsius, the track temperature's just dropped down a couple of degrees. Now, a moment or two ago.
Heiko Neumann's Mercedes running very slowly on the left side of the track, the SLS. Oh, and a straight on.
That was Scott.
That was Scott O'Donnell exploring. That's the old circuit. Come up to Europe, we might as well race on the pair of them. But again, of course, just imagine if you don't know where the original circuit went on, it didn't turn right at the top of the hill at Lecombe. It went straight on and arc to the left and down into the magical valley beyond. But meanwhile, back in the modern world, with cars that aren't exactly very old in historic racing, GT3, I still find it extraordinary, putting on a fantastic show. And one of the Danny Henry largely white and black Corvette getting back up to speed, but that's had its pit stop, and a whole host of cars are coming through back of the queue there. One of the Ferraris as well, Benjamin Ricci, making its moves too, but the field a little bit interrupted now. This was the danger time for second, third and fourth. Rob Huff, Alvaro Parent, Jonathan Mitchell all being caught out to some degree or other. And Jonathan Mitchell in that blue number 7 Aston Martin, the one that really lost out the most in that traffic.
So Jörg Eberhard's Maxton Page Porsche was the first of the leading runners to come into the pit lane.
Correct.
He's currently in 13th position. Max Lynn has just pulled out in the partner racing, if it is still Max Lynn, if he hasn't swapped to his co-driver. And that's going to be pretty tight on the Kemmel Straight, actually, as to whether Jörg has got past that car. And Maxwell Lynn has jumped out of the car, and you'll see why in just a moment or two. Erwin Franz and Eric Debard's cars just put their fastest laps of the race in.
Right, whole host more coming in. Jim Plar from
you
the
have
lead.
to,
Rob
because
Huff,
you're running out of time now.
Jonathan Mitchell, exactly so. Can't afford to risk another roll of the dice.
I reckon there's under a minute to go before it changes. It was the pit stop window was postponed, if you remember, by just 1 minute. So it's going to be pretty much the last chance saloon for all of these people. So the top, we're just waiting for Stuart Hall in the Crown Racing Audi to come in. He will be the last car who has not yet stopped. He's going to be pretty tight, actually, by the time he gets into the pit lane, as to whether he manages to get in before the time elapses. The yellow flags are still out, still covering both of those incidents with just yellows around the circuit. 20 minutes to go.
Oh, Heiko Neumann, that's why we're getting a replay. That's why he's going slowly, puncture, and then unfortunately he's done that thing that they sometimes do, delaminated and bodywork damage. But let's head down to join Vincent Franssen. He's joined with the driver who's just hopped out of the Nissan Skyline number 105. It is Maxwell Lynn.
One of the well-known drivers in this GT3 Revival Series, Maxwell Lynn, with this Nissan Nismo. Maxwell, how was it?
It was very hot in there. We're pushing very hard. It doesn't have great cooling. It's got one air vent that goes from the engine bay into the car, so you get a nice warm engine, and even with a front engine, all of that temperature just comes into the cockpit, so it's very warm. Never driven a hotter Spa in my life, but it was good fun.
Yesterday evening, we have the feeling that it was quite wild on the track. Had you the same feeling today?
Yeah, the start was definitely wild. It was a little bit hectic. I mean, I definitely had my part to play. Trying to go side by side through Eau Rouge probably wasn't the smartest idea, but we tried and it didn't work. But yeah, free wide down the Kemmel Straight as well. It's a big car, so to go free wide in that thing, it's a bit scary.
Thank you very much, Maxwell. car, definitely to watch this Nismo Nissan GT3.
Yeah, and it's in a battle again. Vincent just going over the top, very quick up the hill, ahead of the AMG with the Haribo livery in it. The battle for the lead, well, the number 87 Ferrari, Jim Pla still listed at that. Alvaro Parente stayed apparently aboard the number 47. They were very, very close on the Camel Straight. But it looks like Jim Pla has held on to that as he's going down through Bruxelles. Third place should be the number 52 of Stefan Jobsdal. Yes, it is the Michelotto Ferrari. So 87, 47 and 52 are your top three. Then the Team Parker Racing Nismo, Andrew Bentley behind the wheel of that, if you're following along on the timing and scoring. Max Lynn, as we know, Maxwell Lynn is out of that car. Behind Maxwell Lynn, Philip Cadori for the Moto Historics number 69 car. It's the Benz.
Over from, if you remember, Rob Huff, who did the start of the race in that. So looking to make more progress, but the clock counting down, 17.5 minutes remain.
I think the Maxted Page Porsche has a net win there. They're well under 20 seconds away from the lead. Jörg Eberhard showing us staying aboard the 997. He's in 6th position now.
Ooh, debris on track, unfortunately. I wonder if that came off the tail of Heiko Neumann's car. That's sitting in the pits with the damaged bodywork, but remember that had a tyre that was going down and then the bodywork burst away. I'm not sure. Well, there might actually, because of the safety car, be a chance for the marshals to run out and remove that, because, of course, the cars are compressed by and large into half of the race circuit. Anyhow, they've got to check all is clear before they go out. But if we swing around to the tail of that Mercedes, it's slightly lightweight in comparison to before. You can see it's been fractured in that left rear corner. Driver out, so Team Motor Park not putting it back out there. You can see the rub of the tyre on the edge of the bodywork.
Tyre engineers to have a look at there to discern what the issue was with the
safety car.
Safety car is out. So Jim Pla, Alvaro Parente going to be closed right up again.
Yeah, what I haven't seen in recent laps, John, is whether that number 2 Audi that has spun around has been removed from position. No,
well,
not
the yellow flag is still there.
Yeah, okay.
The Porsche is also still there. 15, call it 16 minutes to go. If we get a restart here, my money's on the Nissan and possibly the Audi of Alvaro Parente. Andrew Bentley in that number 105 car will be close right up to the back of the leading three. And Alvaro Parente, if it is indeed he that is still... Was Alvaro supposed to be sharing with somebody? He was, wasn't he?
Well, on the entry list has changed many, many times. I saw his name on the roof of the car, but the entry list had 2 other drivers listed. It had Mark Cole and Strobridge down for that, Jeff Strobridge. But certainly, again, a lot of horse trading. But I think for a lot of the teams, they've had the opening round 2 races at Paul Ricard. They're just assessing what it takes to win these races and who you need in the cars. And also down to driver availability as well. So for Jim Pla, who is going solo, starting from pole position, every time he builds a lead, you get a safety car. He's already had a 5-second lead taken away from him, and now he's had a lead of the best part of 3 seconds. That allows Alvaro Parente to close right in, and Stefan Jobsdal as well to get in the mix. And remember how excited he was last night when he got out of the car. He said, I loved it out there. It was hectic, but I loved it. Thomas Much did the earlier running in that yellow DHL liveried Ferrari. And for Stefan, he's going to be absolutely thinking this is fantastic. By the time the safety car comes off, to be about 10 minutes through to the end of the race. The Corvette, however, is an outlier. An interloper, call it what you will. Hey, what's it like at the front of the field? Let's come and have a look. But best part of a lap down, but in behind our safety car pack. He's in 2nd position that run, but the cars 2nd, 3rd and 4th are all in behind him.
That is, I think, Andrea Wiege in the Seiler Racing number 1, 2, 3. I should be able to check that, shouldn't I? Right, let's go down to Rob Huff in the pit lane. He started that Haribo Mercedes, and he's with Vincent in the pit lane.
In the pitch with the major actor of the first part of the race, Mr. Rob Huff. Rob, it was funny.
Yeah, I think you can probably tell I very much enjoyed myself in that. Motor Historics have prepared that SLS, I think, to within an inch of its life, and it's beautiful. You know, we've been chipping away all weekend with my engineer Nino, with Philip, the other driver, and the owner of the car, and Yeah, I really enjoyed coming through the field a little bit there, having some good side-by-side action with Parente. Didn't quite have the legs to catch Pla, but yeah, the start was fantastic. That was real racing, wasn't it? That was fantastic.
Those GT3 of the first generation, it's a good idea to put that together on the track with the historic series.
I mean, we have 42 cars here. We have 40 cars, 31 cars at Donington a few weeks ago in the UK for MRL. And yeah, I mean, everyone loves GT3 cars, especially, you know, the SLSs, the 458s, the Audi R8s. You know, they're such a spectacle. And when you put us guys back in them, we thoroughly enjoy ourselves. You know, we take it a little bit easy, but when there's racing to be had, we want to have hard racing, and that's what we did.
Thank you very much. Ropoff, a former touring car world champion.
Well, he's like a brilliant copywriter, isn't he? He says all the right words, but the sheer love for what he just did,
absolutely.
shining like a beacon. So every single driver who gets out, you know, it's one thing from the outside. It's also, he had the decency after all that to look a little bit warm. I think, you know, when you're watching at home or sitting in an office, you never get the temperature build up in these cars. It's so hard to imagine.
Both the drivers that Vincent has spoken to after their first stints have both been front engine cars. So you've got the Nissan with the turbocharged engine right in front of you, throwing all that hot air back into the cockpit, as Max Boleyn said. And then there's Huffy getting out with the big V12 sitting on his feet. And, all right, normally aspirated, but that car is still generating that engine. He's still generating an awful lot of heat. So we're still behind the Seat safety car. There are just under 12 minutes to go.
And just a reminder that the first of the two races here went into the darkness last night, but it had to be curtailed early. There was a car off at Blanchimont and another off on the exit of Pouhon, but the main point in that was that at that stage of the night, barrier repairs were required, and it just wasn't going to be done to get the cars back on track in time. The drivers absolutely loved it, but today a totally different experience. It wasn't like a little slice out of the Spa 24 hour. This is daylight racing. This could also be a slice out of the Spa 24 hours, but again, the emotion coming through from the drivers about how much fun it is. And a lot of them are pinching themselves saying, this is historic racing. Wow, I've done historic racing, but this is another new chapter, and they're loving it.
A couple of people asking questions, and we haven't had the word that the safety car's coming in this lap, so we might get a 1 lap or 2 lap dash at the end of this, which could be highly exciting. What makes a good historic racing professional as opposed to a good current racing or contemporary racing professional? That's a good question, isn't it? I think a lot of the same attributes have to carry over. You've been talking quite a lot about somebody who has to be a mentor, and that certainly carries over. But is there a certain amount of has to be a little more mechanical sympathy?
Yes.
Maybe not for this type of car, but certainly for the older cars.
100%. You have to understand how they delivered their performance. But also, if you're acting as a driver coach, there's a fair chance that the driver you're coaching will have cars in multiple races. So you've got to teach them the different styles required for each of those. But of course, there are many ways, you know, with data boxes that you can put some figures down for them to look at. But historic racing cars, not so much these, are cars where you need the feel. It's very hard to explain it to people.
Correct.
But it's how you have to, if they've raced modern stuff and you go back to historics, you're going, where's the grip? What's happened to the brakes? You just got to find where the level is. Yeah. You've got to have trust that you will hit that point.
Hannah has asked us on at RSL's _studio. So I heard you talk about how hot it is. She's currently driving a 1998 Toyota Starlet without air conditioning in hot weather in the UK. It's given me some idea of how hot it might be in these race cars, but I love this little thing. Hannah, turn the heating up to full blast and put your blowers on and close your windows. And then get yourself into 3-layer Normex and a helmet.
Yeah, and then get a little sort of bar heater, put it by your feet as well.
Hannah, we applaud you. Little Toyota Starlet is a great car to fling around. I remember those cars from the late 1990s. There was a series for them, actually, a Toyota Starlet race
series. Absolutely so. Right, now the timing screens have finally sort of caught up with life, and we have clarity that Jean-Luc Beaubelique has taken over from Jim Pla. There was a driver change, and I was just having a little check. They've raced back, according to my records, 2018 they started racing together. Jim Pla mentoring Jean-Luc Beaubelique, and what's the thing? If they can come away with victory in this, they will be delighted. But again, when you know your co-driver, it just really, really helps in all forms of racing.
I think the safety car has pulled away. No, it has not. So we're going to get at least one. as well. No, they haven't. Sorry, that's just the tracker doing tracker things. Again, it's slightly predictive. You don't have GPS on each of the cars. One more lap under safety car will give us a 2-lap dash for the points and the prizes.
You would have to say that Jean-Luc Beaubelique leading this field around has 2 advantages that I can think of straight off the top of my head. One, there's a back marker between him and the best of the rest. That's that yellow Corvette. 2, the final corner onto the start-finish straight is super tight. It's about 110 degrees to the left, and as you pointed, anyone following you through will still be turning when you floor the throttle. So those are 2 very good advantages, but also Jean-Luc has been racing for a very long time. He's a wise head, but he's got to hope he's better than Mark Cole, who's going to give chase in the Audi.
Safety car will be in this lap. It'll pick up the pace a little bit. The last lap was 4 minutes 19. It'll pick up the pace a little bit to help the tyres get up the temperature and pressure, and therefore the ground clearance of the cars be closer to race. So it probably increased 20 kilometres an hour or so as we get ready to go back to racing, which is going to be, I reckon it will be a 2-lap sprint for the points in the championship. This is Spa Classic by Peter Auto, part of the Le Mans Classic series. And I am hopeful that everybody is reasonably sensible on the restart. Keep an eye on Andrew Bentley in the Nissan. If he gets a good start, he's an extremely experienced driver. Most of the hot shots, the big guns, have been taken out of the cars. They started the machines. Glad to see, by the way, further down the field, Dr. Afshin Fatemi in the Brightech Motorsport Aston Martin, the number 16 car, Pro-Am second place at the moment. Eric Debard, the Am leader still in the GT Maytag in 12th position. And Jonathan Mitchell for Scott Sports Aston Martin in 7th in the number 7. That's the Dumare coloured car. That car leads the Am category. Yeah, the Seat is speeding up. 5 minutes and 52 to go. Do you want a 1-lap sprint or a 2-lap sprint, Jean-Luc? How slow dare you go to the pit line now?
Probably doing some mental arithmetic as he goes around. If you like your Aston Martins, there's a 5-car train with 4 Aston Martins in it. 7th, 9th, 10th and 11th. So we're talking Jonathan Mitchell, Guillaume Dumoulin, Frans Wunderlich and Dr. Afshin Fatemi. He's at the back of the pack in the car, the Spider-Man 2 livery car.
Collective noun for Aston Martins?
A glory.
A wing? I like a glory. Very good.
Make it up as I go along.
No, it's very good.
Right, Jean-Luc Beaubelique, the car was started, the 87 Ferrari, started by Jim Pla, his long-time racing partner, and that's looking very much in top position. Historical race cars, they're 2 Ferraris with the ultimate cars in the opening 2 races at Paul Ricard. Yesterday, not really in the hunt, just scraping into the top 10, but today, leading the race, and the sister car, the Ricci family car, is in 8th place overall. So Ferrari back in the mix right here.
Right, so Mark Cole, Stefan Jobsel, Andrew Bentley, Philip Kadori will all be straining their necks. Jörg Eberhard in the first of the Porsche. They'll all be straining their necks looking at the back of the Ferrari 458. We've got in between that Corvette.
This is a gift for our race leader because it's not getting onto his tail at all. Well, I don't know why he didn't go sooner.
He should be going. He should have been going as soon as he saw the gap. He's gone now. Nobody can overtake that Corvette. He's pulled out the way. The vet's done the right thing. But really, that was Mark Cole who should have been right on the tail. Andrew Bentley, as I suggested, straight down the inside. He's been followed through by Philip Kadori.
In the black Mercedes going up the inside of Stefan Jupsel. Down the slope they go out of the Aston Martin, trying to sort themselves out. A real jink to one side, trying to go past Mauro Ricci was Guillaume Dumoulin. The Aston Martin's coming through, but Rob Huffs has handed over to Philip Kadori, and Kadori's got the wind in his ears, and he's definitely chasing down Andrew Bentley, who in turn is chasing the second place Mark Cole.
Yeah, and Bentley's almost with Mark Cole. In fact, he's going past the higher, taller, more bluff Nismo machine. Is already up to second place. Aston's having a scrap with that Porsche. That is the first car that stopped for its pit stop, if you remember, all that time ago. Jörg Eberhard in that black and white car, and he's made that work for him, coming up through the field again. But an absolute free kick for Jean-Luc Bobelic. He could have done better with that. As soon as he came through the exit of the penultimate corner, he had about a 5 cars gap and nobody could overtake that Corvette. He could have been even further up the road. Bentley then giving chase in the red, white and black Nismo Nissan. Then Mark Cole, Philippe Cadori in the black Mercedes with the green trim around the air intake. Don't count out that Ferrari yet either.
Well, the yellow Ferrari has just tumbled down the order there. Stefan Jubsel, first time in GT3, and he's finding life a little bit hard. And the battle, we're chopping and changing because suddenly Philippe Cadori's got a little too close and had to back out, trying to get past Mark Cole in the battle for third place. And Jonathan Mitchell and Blue Aston Martin suddenly right back in the mix. Remember, he was starting in, what did I say, 7th position, I think it was, 7th to 11th. It was the world of Aston Martin with one interloper. He's got to the front of that. Right now, he's all over the tail of Philippe Cadori. One little mistake from Philippe, the man from Hong Kong, who put so much passion into his racing, and he lost his chance to attack Mark Cole. He's fighting right back on the tail of the Audi now, but the first 2 cars, they're gone.
This will be the start of the last lap when the red Ferrari comes through. It was getting on for 3.5, 4
Jonathan
seconds.
Mitchell about to potentially gain 2 positions in one go because Philippe Cadori was attacking around the outside, and up the inside went Jonathan Mitchell. Had to back out because the Audi just went onto its natural line, and Mark Cole protected his position. But hold on a second, round the outside of the nose, the Blues Aston Martin goes in front and starting the final lap of the race. Surely, yes, it is the last lap of the race. Suddenly, Jonathan Mitchell very much in the mix.
2 seconds is the gap from Jean-Luc Bobelic and Andrew Bentley. Andrew taking about 1.5 seconds out of the leader, still side by side, and that is the Cadori AMG and the Porsche, the leading Porsche.
Jonathan Mitchell so quick through radial. Mark Cole will have no answer, sweeping onto the Kemmel straight. Up the climb they go, but the blue Aston Martin will pull over and go past, and the Moto Historics entered Haribo sponsored Mercedes follows suit. So suddenly for Mark Cole, 2 positions lost. And the straight line speed of that Mercedes astonishing. I thought it was a brilliant entry onto the Kemmel straight from Jonathan Mitchell, that blue Aston Martin. In behind though, another Aston Martin going well, Guillaume Gommeret as well. So suddenly for Mark Cole, had been second, went back to third, and suddenly he's being shoveled down the order. He will find that most frustrating. But our first 2 cars separated by, well, it's a descending margin. It was 2.8 seconds. Andrew Bentley in the Nissan only 1.6 seconds down. Position still changing. Another Aston Martin coming through, the grey one as well. Franz Wunderlich picking off Jörg Eberhard, kicking some dust in his face.
Still side by side. You could not have, as the R Racing machine, the blue roundel on the side of the grey car. Very distinctive livery that it's running in. All of this is building up to a run to the line. Andrew Bentley's going to be 1 lap short maybe, but he's super good on the brakes. Going in the final corner, he's closing down, and it's not all done yet. Jean-Luc Bobelic has work to do. Here comes Bentley in the Nismo. He's got the run. He's forced the leader to go to the right-hand side to defensive. Now, can he roll off the brake and try and get through, or will it be the cutback on the final left-hander? And that's what he's gone for.
The Nissan has punched. The Nissan has punched, but the start-finish line is very close to the corner. Jean-Luc Bobelic just hangs on. What's the margin of victory? 1/4 of a second. Not even that. Jonathan Mitchell coming home in third place. A blink of an eye ago, he was down in 7th in his Aston Martin. That final lap sort out was astonishing, and the driver who lost the most sadly for him was Mark Cole in the best of the Audis, dropped eventually from third. Look, still behind the Maytech Ford, side by side as they charged the finish. A far more successful stab here in the second race for the GT3 Revival Series at Spa-Francorchamps. They had night racing, day racing, and it all was absolute racing.
Eric Debard was the best of the Ford GT Maytex and wins the AM1 category. It was Celia Martin who finished the Clausen racing car, not in the same class, of course. So Jean-Luc Bobelic wins overall in the Ferrari from the Nismo. with Andrew Bentley finishing that up. AM2 won by Jonathan Mitchell in the Scott Sport Aston Martin. And where's the AM1 winner down at the bottom? It was
Eric Debye.
It was Eric Debye, sorry, yes, of course. We had the invitational class as well. Pierre-Alain France in the number 556, which was the 458 Italia. That's the car that it was, the GTD car out there. So, well, a little bit of a stop-start race, but what it gave us was that 2-lap dash to the end, which was frankly outstanding.
It really was brilliant. You almost needed a drone just to follow the cars around to get the vertical perspective, looking down on the overtaking manoeuvres. But I think a lot of the drivers out there go, you know what, that's a good formula. That works very nicely. Of course it does on the global scene. Now it's in historic scene, and it really is cementing its place.
But did that even look historic to you?
No, not at all.
That could have been a contemporary GT3 race.
100%. Absolute 100%. But then again, you know, you think about the nature of these cars, they are created from road cars, effectively road car models. That was the start of the iteration.
Yes, absolutely.
But the body shapes are very identifiable, and those don't change a huge amount. But what has changed is the pace. But what has changed even more after today's second race for the GT3 Revival Series is going to be a long, long queue of people saying, can I come along and play?
And what I liked about that is something that we sometimes don't see in the rough and tumble of particularly Works GT3 racing and Works drivers. That was raced with respect.
There was.
Side-by-side racing through some of the toughest corners on this track, which means some of the toughest corners anywhere at high speed. And I don't think we saw anybody trading paint. Certainly not in that. That I was excited about a 2-lap dash, and then I thought, ooh, this could get really messy really quickly. And perhaps if that had been a World Championship race, it would have. I was very impressed by that. I'm absolutely delighted for my friends, my friend Andrew Bentley, who I've known for a very, very long time. One more lap, in fact, one more corner, he might have won that. Ferrari, Nissan, Aston Martin, Mercedes, 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. Yes, please, we'll have some more of that. And, of course, they'll be at Le Mans. For the Le Mans Classic as well, on the wide open spaces of the 8.5 miles of the Circuit de la Sarthe. Well, are we not entertained? Answer yes, we jolly well are this Sunday afternoon. Temperature in the air climbing to 27 degrees. Good stuff wherever you are in the world. Quite a lot of you in the UK and a holiday weekend there as well, tuned in. Sitting enjoying the sunshine just on 3:30 Central European summertime, so an hour earlier back in the UK. I'm getting a lot of notes saying that some chilled Provençal rosé is being passed around in the UK. That is obviously the drink of choice for this spring summer.
I think that's very unfair to mention it when we're sitting in the commentary box, but actually I'd rather be here talking about the racing right now because this is what I'm all about. But
and look at what we've got coming out now. This is Heritage Touring Cup 1. Again, this is the first time we've seen these cars this weekend. They've waited till the Sunday afternoon, and these cars are just incredible. You think, when I first saw this field, I thought, when did I last see BMW 3-litre CSLs, RS 3100 Ford Capris race nag? You get a smattering, but the number always seems to be increasing. Little RS 1600 Escorts try to keep them honest, but in the middle there's a metallic green Chevrolet Camaro Z28 or Z28. But the thing I love about it, to do that. But anyhow, great to see. And was that the car that was just completed in time for this race last year? Yeah, and it didn't really get to feature, but with the years to come, it rained as well, didn't it? That race didn't really get underway. But the front end of the field, it's a BMW CSL from 2 Capri RS 3100, 2 more CSLs, nobody complaining, 2 more RS 3100s. Then the Chevrolet Camaro we were talking about, car number 111, will be starting from 8. It will provide its performance in very different ways, the cars in front of it. In a straight line, fabulous, not so wonderful in the corners. Then we got a very early BMW 635, that's in Group 2 class, and that's why it's allowed to run in this event. That's Nicolas Treber. And Nick Hyatt from the Hyatt Racing Empire will be starting his CSL from 10th, just ahead of the best of the Escort RS 1600s, a whole gaggle of those around the mid-grid. But really, it's about what's going to happen at the front of this field. The eternal battle, think 73, 74 around Europe, 72 as well to a lesser extent. The BMW's CSLs against the Ford Capris, and the performance just kept going up and up. And some of the drivers who raced them in period were Formula One drivers at the time, but under, kept in hock to the checkbook of Ford Motor Company or BMW Motorsport. And the racing was epic. And to me, it was always images of them racing here, particularly racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife as well, often with a leap of joy at various points around that classic circuit. And then coming to the expanses of Silverstone for the Tourist Trophy as well. Wonderful, wonderful races. But again, privateers cars as well as the works cars. So a lot of liveries stood out across the years, and a lot of very tip-top drivers came out to play. Difference between the Cologne Capris and the RS 2600. Beautiful RS 26, very rare car. That's the number 20 car, Jean-Marc Demier. And they're coming round to the start of this race. Right. Stand by for action, stand by for some noise, bring it on. This is the real history of Spa-Francorchamps, and the 24 hours coming to the line. 1 hour on the race clock. Green light a little bit earlier. The Liquid Moly Capri doesn't quite get the start on the inside. The BMW of Leo Gieco. The Camaro's down the inside.
There was no braking at all. It already clattered another car. That spun it around on the approach. And oh dear, the car in second, the Liquid Moly Nigrin sponsor Capri and Maxime Guénard, the innocent party. And I'm afraid Nystrom coming through in his Camaro just didn't get the braking done at all, Pekka Nystrom, and that has really shuffled the pack. That's so unfortunate. And there's more cars with damage down the back, cars having to go up to avoid that Camaro C28. Yeah. Well, and I'm afraid for Maxime Guénard, there's the car. It had already lost half of its front end. You can see the bumper had gone missing at the front. It was over-ambition or maybe a complete lack of braking, but the white and gold, there's the yellow flag, and it'd probably have a full course yellow, I would think, but Maurizio Bianco leading from Frans van der Link and Rafael de Boerman. So an Escort coming up from about outside the top 10 into the top 3. That shows you that something weird went on. The only thing I think that could be mitigating for that Camaro was if he got tapped from behind, and I couldn't see that, but there was something not right at all there, Bruce. Look, there was just no retardation at all. No, when a car starts 7th and it attacks the tail end of a car that was starting 2nd, it's only a very short run up to the first corner to La Source, so something was amiss. And you have to feel for Maxime Guénard, who came 2nd in this race last year in the first race, and then in the second race here in 2025 he took victory, so that's double disappointment for him.
there are still battles. We are green around the far side of the circuit. Look, it's a long lap here, and our hard-working marshals and track services crew will do their best to clear up, but there is an RS31 Capri that is sitting on the outside of La Source. It's being covered by double yellows at the moment. The Camaro continued for a little bit, but there was rear right suspension damage on that car, and also a yellow flag at the right. The yellow flag starts at turn 18. I was going to say can't have had an issue there, so it's double yellows from the entry into the bus stop, which is where the leaders are right now, and they'll have to slow down.
Okay, those that lost ground at the start starting to make it up, but the one that's probably going to be first to be picked off will be Raphael de Bourman, third place in his Escort RS 1600. It's the ex-Dave Matthews car, but he will be so short of horsepower. Orange and black livery on that one.
Track is clear at turn 1. Magnificent work. If that Capri's been pulled out of the way, that is outstanding work. And we are showing clear. Here come the leaders to the scene of the accident. Little bit of debris, light lenses, etc. And there is a challenge for the lead down the inside with the BMW, but from a little too far back for Frans Wunderlich, with Armand Miel in the Hermitite Capri sitting behind there.
Well, he's managed to pick off that ex-Dave Matthews Escort. Raphael de Bourman back to 4th place overall. There it is, black with the orange flashes. But the green and white and gold Armand Mill driven RS 3100 Capri is now setting off after Frans Wunderlich, and you really also feel sorry for the pole starter Leo G, also known as Sebastian Glazer, well, at least by his family. He was one of the front runners last year. He started on pole. He too was clattered. And the two front row starters, innocent parties. Hermitite, long-standing sponsor of many people, including Tom Walkinshaw in single seats. He's got bodywork damage. In fact, he's running a little light.
A whole left-hand rear wheel arch, but extension. We were talking about this earlier on. I suppose that is the advantage. That was not a part.
Frans Wunderlich is suddenly slowing from 2nd place. That BMW is becoming an all-Capri affair, so problems possibly from contact in the opening lap, taking a lap or so to manifest themselves, but sad to lose Frans, that great-looking BMW CSL. Wonderful race on that, but the first two are way clear now. Look at that.
That's not a structural part, so it's it's not an issue. Showing his rear wheel a little bit more. He'd already gone through into 2nd, and you've got to ask yourself now, was that the portent of a problem for Frans Wunderlich, that the Capri came up on him so quickly? I'm not sure it was, to be honest, because there's so much pace for Armand Miel.
Well, he's just taken the lead.
He's gone through into the lead now in the 3/4 of a Capri that has gone through. It does allow us to see how the cars are constructed, though, underneath, because you can see the bodywork still underneath that, where that rear wing should be and how it was mounted on, which we don't normally get to see the underpinnings.
So 3/4 of an RS 3100, does that make it an RS 2350 or thereabouts? I don't know.
Only if it was running.
You could tell I'd fallen quiet for a moment there, couldn't you? You could see the cogs.
Yeah, that's very good. So bad news then for the car that was in 2nd and just dropped down to 3rd, and as it came out of the top of the hill and the run down towards Bruxelles, pulled over to the right-hand side. Again, very gentlemanly behaviour there. Maybe a box full of neutrals, maybe something else. But the slightly underweight machine. Now, there are air intakes there as well, which I'd be slightly worried about. Ducting air onto the back brakes and onto the differential at the back. But I think they're okay. That's the fastest lap of the race from Armand Miel. 2 minutes 40. 0.802.
And off on the outside of the circuit goes the car.
He hits Armand Miel first. That is Armand Miel that he hits first.
That's the moment the bodywork goes, and then he clatters Frans Wunderlich. No, Frans is on the inside. He clatters another one. Then our pole starting car is pushed across into the car that started 2nd. BMW into Ford. Both blessés, as we say in this part of the world. And Armand Miel pulled off at the side of the circuit, and then onto the grass going down the hill. The slowing, battered, tattered Chevrolet Camaro. Pekka Nostrom going to pull it off at the side of the circuit, but the whole race sorted out. It put Maurizio Bianco into the lead of the race. He's still running 2nd, but at this point, arms in the air, nothing at all that Armand Miel could do about that. Sorry, not Armand Miel, Maxime Guéna, and he just has to walk away.
There was he'd already hit the back of Armand Miel. I think if he'd released the brakes there instead of being locked up, he'd have gone zinging straight on, but the fact he locked it up actually just pushed him straight into the side of the pole sitter, and then cannoned that car in to the Ford Capri. Well, that was untidy, to say the least, and that is not the kind of behaviour we like to see. Anybody can make a mistake, but damaging other people's cars is rather looked down upon.
There would be no malice aforethought.
Oh,
it
no,
was simply
indeed.
enthusiasm running in. You don't get malice in historic racing, and if there does, it needs to be shoved out. I'm afraid it was just over-ambition into the first corner, maybe not enough heat in the tyres, in the brakes, and I guess also not a lot of racing mileage under that Chevrolet Camaro Z28's wheels, because it's one that's been brought back to come and play in historic racing. But lesson learnt, but unfortunate for our front row, it's taken both of them out. Now it's an all Capri affair, and Ford in fourth place with the Escort that's losing ground but still doing a great job and still ahead of Nicolas Treber's 635 CSI. But Armand Mill will be stretching his legs. He's 3 seconds clear. And in fact, Yves Simama is now closing in on Maurizio Bianco, the green and white and gold car behind Bianco's white and gold version. These cars, when you look at them up close in the garage, are exquisite.
Yeah. Twin headlights, and the
the Celica is off at the side of the circuit.
Yes.
Holbert car.
2 litre, and that has brought out a yellow at, I think that's coming down. Was that coming down at Brussels?
Yeah, it was coming down the slope. So yeah, off at the side of the circuit. And now the challenge is for second place out of La Source. Maurizio Bianco holding on. Yellow flag, flashing symbols around the circuit, of course, for that Toyota to be removed. But I think the driver's put it in a fairly sensible position. It shouldn't be too far to get it off the circuit. A bit of a mistake there from Maurizio Bianco, struggling to stay on the track at Raidillon. Better run, but actually a slight mistake too from the chasing Yves Simama. 3 seconds has become 4 seconds for our race leader. Here he comes in the Herbetite Capri as he goes up the slope. Armand Mill still leading, and the challenge, surely it's coming through Yves Simama. And again, Maurizio Bianco realises no point fighting it. No. He's coming through. I'm not going to damage the cars. So he's now got number 3 on the door, and number 3 is his position in the race, Maurizio Bianco. Leo G's battered Capri BMW CSL coming into the pits at last, but that was the one that got clattered at the start.
Frans Wunderlich has been through the pits as well in the other 3 litre CSL, the number 138. And
yeah, he was the one who suddenly lost pace. Do you remember?
Yeah, that's right. Well,
running
he's
in
been in
second
and back
place.
Out again.
Okay.
But he's not back up to pace. He hasn't cleared the Kemmel Straight yet, and the pole-sitting car that you just mentioned, I think that's just gone behind the wall in American parlance, back to the paddock. Don't think we're going to see that again. 50 minutes still to go. Full course yellow. We've upgraded from yellow flags to full course yellow. I have a feeling that this is for the Frans Wunderlich TC2 runner, the 138. He came out of the pit lane, but I haven't seen him clear the first sector, which is right in the braking area at the end of the Kemmel Straight going into Les Combes.
We have had some cars running through the pits, including Raphael de Boorman, who was running 4th place in his Escort. So that is ahead of schedule in this 1 hour race, which only just crested the first 10 minutes of the race. And there's going to be a rescue down towards Campus. You can see one of the towing vehicles running through the back of the gravel trap there. But for our race leader, Armand Mill, a little bit frustrating. He got roughly 4 seconds clear. Now it's going to be clawed back in.
We've also had one of the invitational cars that has pulled over as well. That was further round the track. Has that got going again? I think it might have. That was down at turn 14. Turn 14 is the entrance to curve.
Yeah, well, that's where I've just seen the rescue vehicle charging across to.
Yes, that was the number 94, the Alfa Romeo GT-AM
of Prala. Taken out, Hans Luginbull will be taking the second part of the race, but maybe not on this occasion.
Yes. So that car with some kind of issue. Our leader coming to the end of the lap. So clearly see the bodywork underneath there, the wheel arch cut away, and then what you'd normally have is the blistered arch over the top of, that's the blistered arch, what a great name for a pub. Over the top of that to clear the wider track of the wheels.
We've also got Olivier Breitmeyer stopped out on circuit. Car number 22, BMW CSL. But let's have another look at the start again from the rear. Look for the car from 7th, the sort of metallic green.
Fine. Brakes. Oh, just didn't stop.
Camaro going through, and you think the front two are okay because he's dived to the right up the inside, but unfortunately keeps going with that momentum. Clatters our pole starting the gold BMW CSL of Leo G. And then, look, minding his own business in the car with a liquid moly front spoiler, surely out of the way of any problems at all at that point, but then it's a game of snooker. And unfortunately, he's ended up on the outside. No blame attached to either the front two drivers, but for Pekka Nyström, that won't be a bit of footage he's going to enjoy looking at all, I'm afraid.
Just a moment there, as I say, when if he'd let off the brake, he'd probably gone off the track, but I think he'd have cleared those front two.
I think he was doing all he could in his power to avoid everyone, and having managed to be first into the first corner, but of course the cars on the outside had to turn in.
Correct.
And there's nothing else you can do.
The brake lights came on early enough and the front end of the car went down enough. I was wondering when I saw it from the back, I saw the brake lights come on as early, if not earlier than everybody else's, but he was moving a bit quicker. I thought, maybe he has had brake failure. But when you saw how hard the front of the car went down, the only thing I can think of is that he had no rear brakes and it was all on the front, and that's where he locked up. Flat spotted the tyres, banged up the front end of that car. And again, as Bruce said, I think it's important, no malice attached to that, just a misjudgment.
Well, certainly some repair work for the Keep Europe crew coming up when that car gets back, but it's shown great pace and in Hermatite livery, looking magnificent, if a little battered.
Do you think it's slightly more aerodynamically efficient now because it's not quite as wide at the back?
I think if you wanted the greater aerodynamic efficiency, you want the other rear arch coming off the car. I don't know, just guessing.
15 minutes into this race, which is slated for an hour. Pit stop race as well. Pit stop window around about 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes in the middle of the race.
The other cars have just seemed to have lost form and been parked up. Nick Hyatt's BMW CSL, that's the Pegasus example, sitting in the pit lane at the moment with bonnet up for them, so that'll be disappointing, but still trying to get the whereabouts of Olivier Breitmeyer's number 22 BMW 3-litre CSL, but we're going green and just a very, very quick restart, and the driver at the head of the field has not reacted. Armand has been passed by Yves Simama. Down to the bottom of the slope they go, and that was okay. Maurizio Bianco stays in third place in number 3 Capri, but change of positions at the front of the field. Not hanging around Yves Simama with the green flags from his guys going, yep, I'm off into the distance if I possibly can. Don't know if there's a problem for Armand Mille, but certainly the change of positions, just as the flags waved, the green flags to say you can go again, and the green and white Capri into the lead of the race.
And it is the benefit of that type of Code 60 virtual safety car, call it whatever you will, because you don't have to wait for a safety car to pick everyone up. You don't have to wait for the safety car to come back to the line, so you can go back racing straight away. That's what we've done, and we've turned it up to gas Mark 7 straight away. Capri on Capri. Look at that round the outside once again.
Well, I almost think it seems as though Samama thought, have I done wrong? Have I gone too soon?
Yeah.
And backed off to give the position back. Because he would have otherwise braked not quite so heavily into the chicane at the end of the lap. So the positions as they were behind in the full course yellow period. Armand Mille ahead of Yves Simama, Maurizio Bianco, top 3 runners, all in Ford Capri RS 3100. Cologne's the racing version that had such great effect on the European race circuits in the eternal battle against the BMWs. But today it's a Ford day here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Blue oval to the front, as Bruce rightly says. The car you always promised yourself is the way that it was marketed in the UK. The stylish coupe that fit with the modern driver's life. A couple of back seats if you had kids.
Good to see the Toyota's got going again.
Yes.
Dominique Holvouet on home circuit, Belgian racer in Belgium. So, and again, keeping something different in the race. There's no way the Celica would be battling at the front of the field, but just remember back then, of course, there were various classes as well. Of course, there always were classes for the smaller engine cars.
1972 vintage, that particular car.
Still make it one of the very early Toyotas imported into Europe.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
That was their sort of halo model of the time.
But there again, that was a similar idea to the Ford Capri. For them, there was a two-door coupe styling, in some ways kind of evoking the mid to late 60s pony car styling from the US, but in a more European size and weight and engine capacity, one should say, as well. But there was a lot of styling cues there, and established, you know, as you said, as a halo car that could sit at the top of the range, out of the pit lane for
the
one
second
of the escorts.
time. That's the car that Raphael de Bourman was running. Remember, up in 4th place after the opening lap, and the black and gold, it's black and orange. It's the ex-Dave Matthews car. And they ran so strongly for Broadspeed in the British Saloon Car Championship of the day.
We are 7 minutes away from the pits opening, so at 35 minutes to go, and it will stay open until 25 minutes to go.
So you have to feel that Raphael de Bourman, having made 2 pit stops before the pit window is open, has been nursing a problem.
I think you might be right.
I'm no technician, but
track limits starting to come in for a number of the cars, but as yet not any of the leading runners. You get 3 strikes, or you get 2 strikes, should I say, and then on the 3rd strike you do get a penalty. Battered, bruised, but still rapid. Across the line for Armand Mille, and the gap is still only a second and a half. And then into 3rd position, that's a change of position. Olivier Breitmeier breaking up the Ford domination with that beautiful BMW 3-litre CSL from 1975.
There you go. He went missing on my timing screen. He's now back on board. I couldn't understand where he was. I was seeking him on a map, but there it is in the classic BMW racing livery. And then that engine note. Oh.
We have been spoiled this weekend, haven't we, Bruce? Let's be quite brutal about it. If you have not been here, and I accept that, you know, we love the fact that you're watching around the world on the World Field stream, but if you have not been here, you have missed out in the pit lane. Peter Praller in the Alfa 1750 twin car. Oh, straight on.
Maurizio Bianco. Well, remember he led the race very early on, and does that mean he's got no
he's
brakes?
Out the 4th.
No, I'm afraid he's got something rather worse than no brakes there.
He's gone straight on at Les Combes through the chicane and behind the wall. Well, again, he's out of harm's way. And does he get brakes and then no brakes? He's just been passed. No, that's not braking. That's something else going on underneath the bonnet. He's braking now, but I think he's got some fluids making a break for freedom there.
Yeah, got some fluids, but had more at the start of the race. And
yes,
the diminishing element is not a good thing.
Slightly later version of the Capri than the 2 ahead of him, with the larger tail lights. Might tell them apart. I did like that twin round headlamp version.
Look,
of the cars.
Twin headlamps on the BMW CSL as well. You know, it's funny, you just got used to them in period. You thought, whenever I saw them, I thought, oh, that's a performance car in my rather simplistic, childish way.
Yep, absolutely right. There was a big discussion at Ford with the Escort rather than the Capri about why the rally and race Escorts had the 7-inch round, almost certainly Lucas sealed beam units eventually, when the top of the range models had square ones, and the marketeers wanted the rally Escorts and the race Escorts to have the square ones from the top of the range cars, and the engineers told them an absolute no because they weren't as efficient as the round lights, and so they were outvoted. But if you look carefully at the front, that dog bone front end of the Ford Escort, the bright work goes round it in a bit of a square to try and make it. They all had that, but that was the discussion that went on at the time. In fact, we've got a Broadspeed Escort in the pit lane at the moment.
For its 3rd visit, Raphael de Bourman just not having the race of dreams. Early on, when the seas parted in front of him, thanks to that flying Camaro into the opening corner, got up way ahead, gained about 10 positions, and then just cruelly something has started to tick away. an effect, and that's third visit. They've still got time to get on the circuit. We've still got 38 minutes remaining in this race, so they might as little BMW there, Katrin Jacobs' car, orange with the black and blue bonnet. Again, I love those little 2002 TIIs. Great little cars.
Again, it's the big spin for the silver and green number 47 Escort. Now, did he jump or was he pushed? No, he jumped into the gravel, couldn't quite get it back. That's Guy Fabrice Mestro. He was sitting in the top dozen and starts to drop down. And can he get the car going again? Yes, he has.
Which is good. You don't want to leave it over the curbing on the exit of Blanchimont, one of the fastest corners on the circuit, but gets out of the way. What we're having now, though, is Olivier Breitmeier is catching Yves Simama.
Yeah, that was coming out of Pouhon that he had that spin.
Oh, was that a Pouhon?
Yeah, into the little gravel trap and then back out. But what you said is absolutely right. Still one of the faster corners, so you can't see all the way around it. So, at the moment, BMW 3rd, 4th and 5th, but it's two Capris at the front of the field. That gap is coming down, though.
Yeah, no, it's definitely coming down, but I think Armand Mille will... Remember, he was overtaken by Yves Simama just at the time of the restart. He immediately handed the position, two corners, well, about 3 corners later, handed it back, the lead to Armand. Armand's building that lead all the time, but yeah, the BMWs are starting to come in third place. Breitmeier is closing right on the tail of Yves Simama, not finding a way past yet, and every lap that Yves can stay there will help his good friend Armand Mille to escape a little bit more. Not yet at the halfway point in this race, still plenty to be going on with.
2:39.2 for the leader, fastest lap of the race. Breitmeier's done a 39.5, so there is pace in that white number 22, the Whiteman M striped car. Going down past the endurance pits now, through the right-hand kink, absolutely flat out at this point. Position the car to the right-hand side. Take a deep breath. You can ride the yellow and red curb on the entry, not in the middle. And look at the BMW coming right up on the back of the green Capri. Slight kink to the right for the drivers, and it's a defensive line taken by the Capri. It's also the shorter line now, diagonal across to the racing line, but the BMW will not be denied here. And Olivier Breitmeier braking late, braking in a straight line, gets the car stopped and defends. Almost a motocross block pass there. That's perfect. Got to the apex and then sat the car in the middle of the road. So there was absolutely nothing that Yves could do behind it. Oh, he's locked up the front. He's going to go wide and give it back. Right front just didn't give him the retardation he wants. So after a beautiful passing manoeuvre, he's handed it back with just a momentary lapse of concentration.
And the second attempt, which will certainly follow, he's going to have to do that with a slightly flat-spotted tyre, and immediately he decided to make the move down to Pouhon. Yves Simama was going, you've got the pace, you've caught me, you can go through. But will Pouhon be a corner too far for the BMW? He's running wide, not too wide though, so he gets that second place. What's the margin to the race leader? By the way, it's gone out from 4.9 seconds to 8.5 seconds. So while Simama and Breitmeier were fighting over second place, Armand Mille has pinned his ears back and he's escaping. Still not yet at the halfway point in this race.
Note that down somewhere, 8.5 seconds. It's a fairly doughty response though from Yves Simama in that green machine. I'm really intrigued to see where the relative strengths and weaknesses of these two cars are. The original overtake was beautifully done into Le Combe, and then just turning... did he turn in a tiny bit too early?
He did. He turned in too early, and suddenly it just makes the corner so much harder. I think he was possibly slightly looking in his mirrors to double check where Yves Simama was.
Defended fresh air.
And just lost his marking points.
And there is a slight change of surface there, actually, as you come in. There's a bit of a patch. Well, Shimama's come into the pit lane. The pits opened about a minute ago.
Saying on my screen, pit window closes in, saying 10 minutes, or it's saying 14 seconds. I can't really tell. It's a very, very small bit of script. What's it saying on yours?
I think it's from 35 minutes to go to 25 minutes to go. There's a 10-minute window. So I think it opened effectively 2 minutes ago, so it should be 8 8 minutes, yeah, 7:59.
Oh, okay,
now.
it wasn't 0-0,
It was an
I think
8.
it was 0-8. Very, very small script behind another graphic that shouldn't really be there. But Olivier Breitmeier, 10.8 seconds down on this car, the race-leading Hermitite liveried Ford Capri RS3100. Armand Miel at the top of the Kemmel Straight, at the bottom of the Kemmel Straight, charging, trying to now reduce that gap, comes Olivier Breitmeier.
Well, Olivier has got a car that is of a similar pace, 2:39.2 to 2:39.5, the best laps. He dropped a second and a half in the overtake, the misbraking point, and the re-overtake on the leader. So that, as we said, it was just over 8 seconds, and now it's nearly 11 seconds.
There's another element, John. He would have flat spotted at least one of his tyres. The inside front right tyre would have taken the damage there, and he's got to nurse that for another half hour and a little bit more. So that makes it doubly frustrating when you get it wrong, particularly when you've just pulled off a really good overtaking manoeuvre to take second place.
And he was flying before that as well.
No, he really was. But I mean, once you know, he had lots of space behind him, because the next guy in the field behind Yves Semama, the car that's just gone from second to third, is Nicolas Traber, and he's in the 635 CSI, just wouldn't have the pace. That's nearly 50 seconds further back in fourth overall.
Just a quick mention for the sixth place car, the Ford Escort RS 1600. Best of the Escorts now. That's Pantella Cristoforu.
Lucky Cristoforu, as he's known, and he's been racing those RS 1600s for quite a while. But yeah, so he's ended up as the top RS 1600 Escort. But just remember, early in the race, Raphael de Bourman was way out front in class, in fourth place overall. But 3 pit stops before the pit window opened indicates all is not right for him, I'm afraid.
Just trying to work out who is the leader of the pit-stopped cars. People just coming out of the pit lane at the moment. And I'll wait till they go through the next. I mean, Peter Pralo is well down in the Alpha. He's a couple of laps down, but it's going to be possibly Hervé. No, Hervé's just come in, Odioni, in the other Escort. So it might be Konstantinov Zanos again in an Escort that leads the pit stop cars. Well, except for Yves Shimama, who's now out as well in the Ford Capri, but they're well back down the order. Now there is Olivier Breitmeier about to get in the BMW number 22. So once again, we have been slightly misled in terms of who is driving what. His helmet and him standing in the pit lane. So he's getting ready for the second place car to come in. We'll find out who started it when they get out.
Yes, we'll watch the race and let you know who won it afterwards.
Voyage of discovery.
Right, the gap went out to 12.2 seconds, so it's going out in advantage of the leader, the leading Ford Capri Hermitite livery car. Armand Miel at the wheel. It was 10 and a bit seconds. It's now 12.2 seconds. Chase is on, and Yves Semama's car is back in the race. Double check whether that was taken over, but Yves only has his name down on the entry list, so hopefully he's stuck with that and hasn't brought a ringer in to complete the race. So we've just passed the halfway point in this race, 28 and a bit minutes remaining in this race. Sunshine here at Spa-Francorchamps all week. A weekend ago, we were all at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and those who came from there, whether it was on the edge of sleet, almost snow coming, getting to be about 3 degrees overnight. And certainly it swung the pendulum here as well. A lot of the cars came from the Nürburgring 24 Hours to come here. Had a good couple of days of testing in advance of next month's Spa 24 Hours. And but then the weather just got better and better and better. But certainly with Olivier Breitmeier standing in the pit lane, we will find out who's running in second place in that Chasing Works BMW CSL from 1975 when they come into the pit stop. Someone's had a big smoky moment. Oh dear, one of the Alfa Romeos is leaving its own little signature around the circuit, and that's not what drivers want. They never know how much oil is really being put down, but that should be the Hans Luginbuhl car, I think. Car number 94 by appearances as it comes up the slope. Wasn't that already in the pits with Peter Prala, I think you mentioned. Yes. At the wheel at the time, but that is limping home. Still listed as Peter Prala on the timing screens, but we don't know things for sure for that one. But Armand Miel in the pit from the lead of the race. In the pits from second place, Olivier Breitmeier, listed as 18.8 seconds down. So Breitmeier maybe had a problem on his in-lap, but certainly it is advantage for Armand Miel.
So into the last half hour with the leader in the pit lane having a little bit of, again, of remedial work looked at. Actually, that's one of the later cars as well, with the later tail lights. Intriguing to be able to see that, which we can't normally, where the bodywork of the original side of the car would have had the wide arches tacked on. In from second place then to the pit lane, and it's one of the first pits.
Right, let's see who hops out, because Olivier Breitmeier is about to hop in, unless they both drivers have got the same overalls. Emil Breitmeier hops out. There we go. So the family line is continued. So I'll just have to change my entry list again.
That was very well driven. Just bleeding a little bit of air out the front tyres. The mechanics well trained. There's bags of time to do this. A bit of damage on the right front grille of that BMW. That's been attended to in a very non-period standard way with
well, that would have happened at the first corner.
Yeah.
Because the Breitmeier BMW was on the right-hand side as you look back down the start-finish straight, but on the left-hand side from the driver's point of view. And it was diminishing returns as that green Camaro went barrelling up the middle, and lots of cars got a little tap from others, but both of the front rows started to be eliminated. Was very, very unfortunate indeed. And certainly time was lost for the, as we now know, Emil Breitmeier driven BMW, but it did fight its way back and keep on fighting. Another BMW going well is now up into third place overall, having served its pit stop. Christian Traber, that's the early 1980s, actually 1981 Group 2 BMW 635 CSI. And the later iterations of that car now run in the Heritage Touring Cup 2 category. But he's going very nicely, thank you very much.
Earlier on today, I had made a note in my diary that Stuart Hall had spun a car. Remember that?
No, I've erased it from my memory, luckily.
Well, he's just passed on a message that the gearbox failed and locked the rear axle, so I can rub that out now. I'll put it in pencil, Stuart, just in case.
Okay, it's a bit like speeding points. You can keep it on record for 5 years, and it only counts the next 3. Okay.
Yes. That's so. I thought it was a bit of an oddity, and said so at the time. Good afternoon, Stuart. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine, and we've got 25 minutes of this one still to go. 27 Celsius in the air, 45 on the track. Pit window has just closed, and an opportunity now to have a quick word down in the pit lane. Emil Breitmeier has vacated and Olivier Breitmeier is in, so Emil can talk to Vincent.
It's once again a battle between the Caprice and the BMW 3.0 CSL in this race of historic touring car. With Emil Breitmeier, we'll do it in English this time. Last time it was in French, but this time in English. Emil, let's speak about the start of this race. It was quite chaotic.
Yeah, exactly. It was really, I never see that. The Camaro lost the brake and make a big strike in front of me. And yes, I get stuck behind Glaser. I got to go on the grass, and yes, it's very sad for Maxime Guénat and Sébastien to lose a race like this. But it's happened. I think it's not luck for us, but it was a good race. It was fun after, because it's big remontada. I have to overpass a lot of cars, so it was really, really fun for me to drive. But yes, I think Armand have damage on this car too, so I will see what my father can do, but it's good for us, so we will see. But really sad for the guy who are in the crash, but it was a fun race.
Emil, what can you expect of Olivier, your father now? What do you expect of him?
To survive, and the car to survive too, because it's really hot today, so it's really hard for the car, the differential, every part gets really hot. So I hope the car gonna last all the race, and the tire, everything, and don't make mistake. He got the second place for the moment. I hope he can do it, I think. So we will see during the race.
So maybe we'll have a Belgian podium in Spa, and maybe we'll have a Belgian victory in Spa. Wait and see.
Hope lives eternal.
Yeah.
Anyhow, we will see, and certainly Olivier Breitmeier going very nicely now. We thought he was in at the start of the race, but it was son Emile who was pressing on at that point. 10.1 seconds is the gap. We'll just wait for the next timing sector to be reached to give you sheer accuracy after those pit stops. A few cars
the Alpha stopped.
Warning. Oh, well, that was the smoky one, wasn't it? That
Yeah.
we saw limping along. And that's on the grass at the side of the circuit, looking down the slope.
I think that's... How far has he got down the hill?
Well, I'm trying to see, because it's a large expanse of grass, and he shouldn't have been on that. Okay, we'll look for clarity. He'd had a much longer pit stop, of course, and then he ought to be coming back into the mix.
Well, he's only 3.2 seconds away from second place. Best laps relatively similar for all of those top three. 2 minutes 40.8, 2:39.5, 2:39.2. Not a lot to choose between these cars. And here is the Herbert number 60, which is the Armormille car. And again, with that sort of odd look to the rear end, with the wheel arch extension being wiped off. And again, the BMW going in early, so that maybe that is the way to drive the car. That is both of the Breitmeiers who've done that at that part of the circuit. Not seeing really what they gain in that, taking the first apex, running wide in the middle, and then cutting back for the second apex, rather than going in later and pulling the car round to get down the hill to Speaker's Corner on the right-hand side. It's an interesting one.
It seems maybe just lacking a little bit of confidence in the handling of the car to try and just
end, yeah.
hold that line. If you're coming around, you're going around the outside. I'm taking the tighter line. Right now, the tighter line is being taken by the chasing Capri. Armand Mille trying to pick him off. 20 minutes to go, so he's got plenty of time to head off. But Yves Samama in another Capri is leading by 14 seconds. So with every lap that the Herbert Grand Prix Capri is delayed by Olivier Breitmeier, and oh dear, it's escorts falling to the side. 265 was one of the few remaining escorts in the race, and
Constantinos Zanos in 5th position, and that I think was just, well, it is that he can't have just been coming out the pits. The pits has been closed long enough.
Okay,
and there's the pass for position
for second place. It was coming. It was a question of where, not really so much when. Well, in fact, it was where and when, but we knew the move was coming. And immediately there's a gap opening out between them, because here comes the second place Capri with the missing bodywork, goes past the 222 Alfa Romeo. That's Stefano Reversi, who's only just not so long ago made an exit from the pit lane. But already the important element is Olivier Breitmeier is falling away in the white BMW CSL in the background with the motorsport stripes of the BMW family. But the gap between those has opened out by about 3 seconds since that passing manoeuvre.
Under 20 minutes to go. One more race this afternoon. Hope you can stay with us for that. What a festival this has been. Start making your plans now for next year. Super easy to get to. Great part of Europe to be in. Right in the middle of two major motorway link roads. Come up from Sankt Vith or from Germany in the south, across from the west, from the Netherlands or France. Fly into Brussels if you so desire. Grab a car, drive down in 90 minutes, 2 hours, depending on the Brussels Ring Road traffic.
No, way better. Join a car club and come across with similar friends, and there are track sessions in which you can get out and go around the track as well, and then enjoy the rest of the weekend watching the racing and tut-tutting as the drivers take the wrong line.
Still got double yellows at the entrance to Eau Rouge up over the top to the Radion area, and that is for the black Escort 265 falling down the field for Constantinos Zanos in that RS 1600, one of the TC2 cars. So Yves Samama leads in the RS 31 Cologne Capri by 15.2 seconds. Remember that, from Armand Mille in second and Olivier Breitmeier in third, another 5 seconds further back. And we're somewhat bereft of other class winners, actually, because all of those top cars that are still running are TC2 cars. We only had the one invitational car, the 323i from 1981, and Charles Veillard is in the pit lane and has been for quite some time. So what you see is what you get on the timing screen at the moment and on the track. They are all battles for overall and class position.
Right, Armand Mille finally having got past Olivier Breitmeier's BMW CSL in that number 60 Hermitite livery Capri, is now heading off after race leader Yves Semama. 16 3/4 minutes remain. 13.5 seconds is the gap between first Semama and second Mille. They've raced together. They grew up together as friends, and we saw them yesterday. Just great support for each other after race. But you can be sure that Armand is going to chip away, and close in. But also just so lovely to hear the drivers when we heard from Emil Breitmeier just talking about how sad they were that the front row drivers got removed from this race.
5 seconds difference in lap times last time around to the advantage of Armand Mille. So it's now down to 11 seconds. 2:45.7, 2:40.8. Now, this is going to be very interesting with still 16 minutes to go. And the green, gold and white number 52 going through some traffic. Picks his way through past Catherine Jacob in the 2002 TI from 1970. That is the number 44 car that's just been passed. Lovely little car. Again, the proportions of that, the slim pillars and the glass house. There was also an Escort in there as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, very much. We have these different classes up and down the field, but we always knew the front end of the field was going to be fought out between the Capri RS 3100s and the BMW CSLs. We lost a handful of them at the start, which is very, very disappointing. They will be back, I'm sure, in a few weeks' time, and the next time they're on the agenda for the Le Mans Classic Series, which is something that evolves from race to race. Not everybody and every championships within the overall package gets to do each of the events. There's a bit of pick and mix in that, but great to see the vast majority of these classes at each of the events.
So that was Eric Seychaud going a lap down. He's just done his fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 40. Check that, 2 minutes 50.0. Eric in that Ford Escort number 47 is in 8th position overall. So the leaders have lapped up to 8th position. I do like this era of car with those, as I said, the narrow pillows, the low window line. Sir William Lyons, head of Jaguar, as well as the Grace, Space and Pace moniker for Jaguars. He was the man that said there needs to be enough glass so that when I stand at the side of the car I can see the top of the seats above the glass line of the car. That was one of his requirements for new Jaguars. He believed that's what gave the right proportions.
It also just makes the environment on board so much nicer, and that's something that very much got lost. That's why so many cars these days have to have a panoramic sunroof to get light into the car. There was so much more, look at that little glorious little Alfa Romeo there. Just there's so much light within that car. Makes it cheery, but also little Alfa Romeo like that.
Capri ahead of it. So moving into the closing stages, the gap is down to 8 seconds at the front of the field. Shimama and Mille, two RS 3100 Capris, RS 31s, the 52 and the 60, and the leader comes down to Bruxelles again. See, that's a much later turn-in than we saw from the BMW.
It's a much more traditional turn-in. It's what they teach you at racing school, but is that going to be fast enough to resist the charging Armand Mille? As you said, 10 seconds has come down, 10 seconds has come down to 6.69. Wow. There's a GT Am Giulia between the pair of them, but that should be dispatched by the time they get down from Speaker's Corner to Pouhon. Then it'll be a chase, the chase. But the thing for Armand Mille, he'll have clear line of sight to the green and black, the green and white car he's chasing. Into the background of the shot, he should just about be coming. So slight delay for Armand Mille in this chase. They're getting past the back marker. He is through, though, on the exit of Pouhon.
Well, he's just done his fastest lap and the fastest lap of the race last time around with the 39.2. He's about to beat that now. He's just gone outright fastest in the first sector, under 45 seconds, 44.6 seconds. The middle sector is the long run down from the braking area to Le Combe to just before Curve Paul Frere, so the downhill section, if you will. And then from there, the run to the start-finish line is the third sector. But he's taken another second, so half a second out of the leader in the first sector, over a second in the second sector. This is coming down very quickly indeed. And what has Yves got to staunch the flow of time or to fight with if they do come together? And they're going to be on the front straight at the same time now. Well, that's nowhere near the gap that we were expecting to see. That's got to be somewhere under 5 seconds now as they come across the line. And the battle for the lead is well and truly on for the next 11 minutes or thereabouts. That doesn't mean that there's not other people charging as well, but Olivier Breitmeier has dropped back now another 27 seconds from the two Capris. He's only just coming onto the start line now, but surely being hampered by that right front tyre that's locked up a couple of times.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. I mean, Emile is much quicker than his father, and obviously that was challenging at the front, but Olivier nursing that particular issue. Jean-François Besson, his Capri has just had a lap put on it by the number 22, Olivier Breitmeier, but the best of the BMWs does not have an answer to Armand Mille and Yves Seman. But Armand here with a new recently lightweight model, as you can see, the shark bite on its one of its haunches there from, well, the first 150 metres of the race. That charge up to La Source, contact with many cars up there, but the first two cars, Leo G or Sebastian Glazer, as his name is, and Dominique Guénard, two of the favourites of the race, Maxime Guénard, removed right from the outset. And in fact, this field has been one with an unusually high number of mechanical failures today, and we heard from Emile when he got out the car. Emile when he got out the car about the sheer heat, and it's just not kind on these cars.
Under 4 seconds now for the. Well, now you've said shark bite. All I can think of is Mac the Knife, the Mac the Knife Special Edition Capri RS 31, coming down to the bottom end of the circuit and turning gradually right back onto the old road circuit, the old tremendous road circuit. Has to be said, when that middle sector, when that cut through was put in, it really has, down through the years, it's worked really well. It absolutely overheated tyres, I think, for our second place driver Armand Mille, but it really has echoed the character of the circuit and indeed the public roads around, which is what the original circuit was.
Yeah, it has. I mean, cutting right at Les Combes, but instead of diving into the neighbouring valley over towards Malmedy and then Stavelot before turning, you had to put a section that had character. Of course, they had vertical fall from Les Combes down to where it would rejoin the return leg from Stavelot, but the twists and turns they knitted in. They used not just using the terrain and the fall of the land, but they put creative thought into that. So whoever did that did it incredibly well.
Long before computer-assisted design and all that sort of thing, I hear circuit designers now talk about putting in corners that are mistake-inducing. I'm not sure I really understand what that means, because you're not allowed to put tightening radius corners in into racetracks now, which is tends to what used to increase the propensity for making mistakes. But whoever did this one did a cracking job. Little bit of corrective opposite lock there for the second place driver. Yellow flags are out further round the circuit, and that's at the bottom of the hill at Fagnes.
So I don't know who there is. Car 16 suddenly seems to be a little bit not going anymore. That could be the one that's hit problem, or maybe my timing screen is locked up, which is the
that would be the Ford Capri 2600,
Yeah, that's the one we saw with the Texaco and Pepsi livery, but that's the one that appears to have got to stop somewhere actually just a bit after Fagnes.
Yeah.
And first and second are still in that order, but for how much longer? Because Armand Mille, that's been cleared, the yellow flag, that's good, it won't interrupt them. And as they come down the slope, a couple of cars from the junior classes down below, a couple of escorts Are they going to help or are they going to hinder? Yves Samama with 7.5 minutes.
Vauclair is one of those, so he should know what he's doing in the red and white car.
Yeah, but...
nose and tail here, 3 across the track, Bruce, coming into P1.
As if it's not a tricky enough corner in its own right, but the Escort couldn't do any more to get out of the way, so that was absolutely fabulous.
It was just the way Bruce pulled his face there for a moment as they were
I do
coming
that from
down.
time to time, you know.
Now down to Fan. Down through to Fan, right, left, and then right at the bottom of the hill, and there's nothing in it now. Even these fairly innocuous looking corners, that chicane at Fine is not easy because you're coming downhill and it's a fast entry and you need to get the car balanced for the 2 right-handers afterwards. Very late turn in by the leader. Will use a little bit of curb on the exit. No, he pinches back to close off that inside run, slightly climbing now up towards Blanchimont, and it's almost side by side again for the lead. But the second place car, Armand Miel, drops back in behind, and there's yellow flags ahead of them. Yellow flags out at the final corner, and no, they've just got pulled in as well. So big defensive line by the leader, staying all the way over to the right, and there's a little lock up there from the leader. Will go wide, that will compromise the exit onto the front straight, and here comes the 60 car. Armand Miel got a much better exit, but that leading car punched away very well there.
It did, but Yves Samama, when he looks at the replays, will go, I didn't actually have to go defensive there. Armand Miel wasn't quite close enough, but this time, can he get the braking done? Goes through into the lead in the Herbetite livery Capri. Will have a slower exit from the corner, but I really think Yves Samama will happen at some point, but he was given a little bit of a gift there. But then again, you got to guess, you got to, box the shadows very, very carefully and wisely. And unfortunately for Yves Samama, didn't quite manage that, but he's closing right back up, and the Ford Escort RS 1600 getting a little bit twitchy in their path up to Les Combes, turns in, turns out, but surely now for the, as we say, the car with the shark bike, for Armand Miel, he should pull clear again. He was pulling clear, got caught out, then the pit stops, the whole pack was shuffled, worked his way back to the front. Even now he's taking dangerous. A tight line, but now the Ford Escort is staying to the outside, and actually the law of physics dictated there wasn't any way he should come across the inside, but the order has changed. Our new race leader, second time of asking, Armand Miel.
Just lapped the 6th place car, Pantelis Christoforou, in the 127, that all-white car, not showing any sponsorship livery on there. Well, 3/4 of the Ford Capri seems to be enough at the moment, certainly in terms of its wheel arch extensions. And still leads, not pulling away decisively, but enough. Half a second. So a 10th here, half a 10th there. And is there another twist?
I don't think so, because I think having got into the lead, Armand Miel knows he's got a performance advantage. His best fastest lap in this race is 1.5 seconds quicker than the best lap offered by the green and white chasing Capri. But really, for Yves Samama, one little slip up. He knew the attack was coming, but he sort of slightly helped it. But then again, he had a choice. Do I leave the door open potentially, or do I try and defend? He defended, but it was a question of trying to hold back Quicksilver. Wasn't going to happen.
I offer you a bit of a battle for 7th and 8th in the overall landing class. Hervé Odioni holds it at the moment in the white with blue striped Ford Escort. But closing in on him is Eric Serchaud in a similar car, the number 47 machine, and he is coming like a train in that RS 1600 that I think he was sharing with Guy Fabrice Mestro, and that is a little Escort battle. 5 seconds taken, nearly 6 seconds taken last time around from Hervé out, from Eric out of Hervé. So that little battle, perhaps one to keep an eye on for a bit of meaningful passing that's going on for 7th and 8th. That's the 64 and the 47 car. Just coming to the first corner now, actually. Just coming to Lassos right now. 2 Ford Escorts in competition for position.
Well, it's been a wonderful race. Same, we lost a handful of cars at the very first corner on the opening lap. But just lovely to see the BMWs taking it to the Ford Capris. The Ford Capris coming out on top this time around. Also great to see the Escorts. This is the battle you've been talking about.
Perfect timing.
Towards the end of the race, a little mistake from the chasing Escort there. And Eric Serchaud lost a little bit of momentum. the bottom of the dip there, car number 47. Away, blue flags, means that's fine. Oh, looks as though Sesho is going to sweep around the outside there. Much bigger air dam on his car if you look on the right-hand side of the screen. Didn't see that in the Ford parts department. Maybe that's something that was done by Eric Zakowski at Zakspeed.
Yeah, because that is actually going up and blending very nicely into those bubble blister arches, rather than just the parallelogram of the air dam. So that was a change for position then.
Well, I tell you what, there's actually been a problem for the car he overtook. I couldn't work out why he'd gained so much ground. It hasn't yet come into shot. That's a different Escort coming through in the background. There in the gravel at the top of the hill is car number 64. That's by Evio Dioni. It did not come down to Bruxelles and beyond. He'll be gutted with that. Yes, that was a
red
close
flag.
back.
Red flag. So
well, we only had 1 minute 25 seconds left on the clock.
That means that lap, that pass won't net him the position.
Count.
Hang on, I've been passed. I'll throw it in the gravel and stop the race.
Said nobody ever, or maybe they did.
Indeed. The other battle that was very close was Stefano Rovesi and Thomas Studer. They were battling in the Alpha and the Capri RS 2600 for 9th and 10th. Now, Armand Miele did get the pass done before that red flag, didn't he? Yes, he did. So he's been a lap ahead. We're on 19, or they are on lap 19. It'll go back to the end of 18.
In fact, Armand Miele only got that move in just in time.
Yes. Yes. We've only lost probably a lap, but that may be significant as the battered, bruised but unbowed Ford Capri comes in. Built Ford strong is the advertising slogan nowadays, and that car, despite having lost a significant part of its left rear bodywork, not load bearing or structural, in fairness, I do wonder what it was doing to the aerodynamics, but it didn't seem to slow them down. Really good round right-handers, not so good round left-hand.
Yeah, for some uncanny reason, you get out of the car and go, oh, that's why. Right, there you go.
That makes
so
sense.
Waiting still for the final results to be put on the screen, but I'm not entirely sure Armand Miele did get that move in time. I think he did. He's listed as winning, but as 3.8 seconds clear, but that was the lap that just had the red flag thrown on it, so we've got to go back. And where did he make his move? That's the big question.
He made the move
but it's whether
at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, but remember, he accelerated far better out of the chicane. I think he did a lap in advance. I think he's okay, but he's looking a little unhappy as he walked away. But he's still not got the official results on screen, but it was definitely a Ford Capri RS 3100 1-2, a BMW CSL Olivier Breitmar held on in third place, and the best of the rest was the Traber family BMW 635 CSI. However, behind them, the Escort are probably going to be a little bit shuffled back on recount there.
Yeah. So the original bodywork has been bent and broken, and the whole of the extension has been ripped off. Meantime, we're still waiting for an official result. Katrin Jacob in the BMW 2002 Ti from 1970, standing by the ex-Hans Joachim Stuck BMW. Beautiful little car, really lovely machine. I've not seen anything, so that was 19 laps. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's go down to the pit lane and to that very car I was talking about, the BMW, Katrin Jacob.
Not with the winners of the race on the other pit lane of the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, but with this lady in the race. In 2025, I would have said Catherine Behrens, but it's Katrin Jacobs because she got married. First of all, Katrin, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How was the race? It seems to be quite exhausting.
Yes, because the car, but yeah.
How is it on this track? It was hot today.
Yeah, it was very hot, and maybe this is the reason for our problems, yes.
How are the men?
Every time we had shitty weather conditions, and with rain I feel fine, and in hot not so good.
She's the only one who wanted rain for this weekend. How are the men with you on the track? How are the other competitors?
Yeah, the Capri is like every time fast and overtake me as I know it. And yeah, with the Alphas, I can have a battle, but not today, not as I want to.
Maybe for next time. Thank you very much. Catherine Jacob.
Well, we've got the results in, and as we suspected, that red flag by 0.3 of a second has given the win to Yves Zamama in the number 52, Armand Meal. Bruce spotted his body language as he walked away from the number 60. That pass not made before the red flag. We've gone back to the results at the end of the last green flag lap, 18, and so the first two are reversed. And all of a sudden, we arrive at our final entertainment of what has been an extraordinary Spa Classic by Peter Otto for the Le Mans Classic Series second event of 2026. And we like to leave you wanting more. And after this next race, you certainly will. We have the Classic Endurance Racing cars out once again. And this is the 1 hour contest and includes, of course, the big bangers of the Lawlers. We're looking at 1966 to 1974. This is Jackie Hicks country, isn't it? Around about here at Le Mans, and people like Gerard Larousse, Henri Pescarolo, Derek Bell as well. Ford GT40s, Porsches, Ferraris, yeah, and we've got the Lolas in here, which will be running at the front of the field, possibly with the Chevron B16s.
Yeah, the Lola T70 will make up the very front few rows of the grid, and in fact a lot of the mid-grid. I think we've got about 15 of the T70s, a car that's still, to my eyes, one of the most beautiful made-for-purpose races. They often didn't win the big races because you were against works cars, and they were generally run as privateer teams, but they won a lot of the smaller races, so not World Championship races, but endless races around Europe, and very, very popular to race. And as soon as we arrived at the circuit, we were talking to Jan Magnussen, weren't we, on, gosh, all the way back on Thursday, I think it was, or was it Friday? Thursday we got here in the evening, wasn't it? We were walking around. And do you remember how he described racing, or how he had to describe the Lola T70, its performance?
He said it was a bit of a beast.
Yes, indeed. but in a lovely way, a nice sort of beast. But certainly we've got some of the drivers having to go hot foot from one paddock to the other. Armand Miel he left in a shade of disappointment, just having victory snatched away from him on countback in the Heritage Touring Car 1 category in his Ford Capri RS 3100, and he's now got to quick foot it down to get on board a Lola T70. Maybe that'll give him sucker, because that one is starting second on the grid behind Jan Magnussen. Emil Breitmeier likewise moving from one race to the next, and David Hart makes it 4 Lola T70s on the top 4 positions. Let's hope we have a cleaner start than we had for the previous race for Heritage Touring Car 1s, where a driver starting 7th was a little over-ambitious and used the cars ahead of him as basically billiard balls to bounce his way through. But we never want to see that, and there was no intent to do any damage, but just over-enthusiasm in a Chevrolet Camaro against the more refined RS 3100s, Capris, and the BMW 3-litre CSLs. Totally different mix of cars here, and a lot of cars from junior classes coming to play. We've got the Porsche 911 Carrera RSRs in abundance, which will certainly keep your attention, John.
Track temperature still holding at a toasty 45 Celsius, 27, very pleasant in the air. No, British newspapers, 27 is not a heat wave. Let's just get away from that. I know it's going to be a hot day tomorrow in the UK, but I don't know why all of a sudden high 70s to mid 80s in the old Fahrenheit scale has been dubbed to be dangerous, and all the weather maps are in bright orange.
Wrap up warm if you're going outside. Oh no, that's the other end of the year. Right, here we go. 1 hour to finish this fantastic meeting for the Le Mans Classic Series at Spa-Francorchamps. You can hope for good weather, but it's never a guarantee here in the Ardennes and the eastern end of Belgium. But we have had good weather in abundance. But as I said last weekend, this part of the world, very close to the Nürburgring, suffered just above freezing temperatures, driving rain, high wind. Well, I'm putting the high wind in for a little bit of dramatic effect there. But anyhow, the weather was not lovely, but by the start of the week it picked up and it's been exquisite. And in fact, for a lot of the drivers, rather too warm in the cockpit. But these cars are some of my favourites, and talking to drivers up and down in the paddock, they say, oh wow, the classic endurance racing one. It's, even if they're not in it, it's one of their favourite classes, and just great to see the mixes. So many Lola T70s, lovely little chevrons, little Porsche sports cars in the mix as well. The Outlaws has been decided he will take the start. And as you said earlier today, John, if there's a deficit because a longer pit stop has to be served, that is the red meat held on a stick in front of Jan Magnussen, and he likes the charge, likes the fight back.
Yeah, he sees it as his responsibility. We mentioned this earlier on today. Sees it very much as his responsibility. They've got the penalty, if you will, the extra time in the pits because of him, and therefore he sees it as his responsibility to fight back from that, which in point of fact actually is pretty cool.
I'm talking cool. Look about 8th place down the line of cars, and it is a Martini liveried silver flanked 9083 Porsche. This is a car that was entered by Works and took victory with Vic Elford and Gerard Larousse, the driver you just mentioned, at the Nürburgring in period. But they were changing fast. Remember, at that time, that was a car built in 1971. They'd already got the 917 in its Langheck and its short-tailed bodywork examples. And Porsche, of course, in 1970 took the first of their victories at Le Mans. And the rest, as they say, is history. But really, this field is about the privateer cars, the Lola T70s at the front, in the middle and at the back. Plenty of them up and down the order. Basically, you can choose whichever one you like the colour of the most, because they've got all sorts of different liveries. Nick Chester, top engineering man at Cadillac in Formula One. This is a weekend off for him. I know they're competing in the Canadian Grand Prix, but I'm fairly sure I saw his dark blue and light blue striped car. Yeah, he started 18th on the grid, so he gets to play occasionally. But don't forget, not all the designers and design chiefs end up going to all the Grand Prix, because travel time is counterproductive time for a lot of them. But right now, Chris Ward will be starting from the pit wall side of the front row. His car dark with the silver stripe up its middle. Armand Miel will start alongside car number 35, and his will be running in black with 2 silver stripes as well. So 2 fairly similar liveries at the very sharp end of the grid. We'll see how they shape out and who's going to get up into La Source ahead of the rest of the pack.
Behind them, it's Lola Central, isn't it, with the top 5, the first of the Lawless, the Porsche short tail car, the K, 917K from 1970. What a car that is. Claudio Rodaro in the number 1 car, runs in Gulf oil colours as well. There were other colours were available in that car. I'm a fan of the Richard Atwood winning car, the 23 Salzburg red and white car. Always a favourite. Some classic Porsche liveries down through the years. Best of the chevrons. Rolf Siegrist in 8th position.
Bad news before the start. I didn't think I'd seen it. The Claudio Rodaro Porsche 917K, the short tail, the Kurzheck is not there. So Bradley Burns all alone on his Lola T212, the black and gold livery car, and they come out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight. The little Lola behind the 4 big Lolas looking to make its position, but waiting. It's a big field of cars. Everyone else getting in position to be a long hold. Waiting for the start, waiting for the start, waiting for the start. Red to green, off we go.
Number 70 on the pit wall side. Watch out for that bright yellow STP car coming in from further back. The number 124, Emil Breitmeier. He manages to keep his nose clean, metaphorically and literally, as he goes down the hill. That little Lola that Bruce was talking about is the best of the sub 2 litre cars. Expect that to fall away right now as the bigger bangers go through, and that's exactly what's happening. But he's got a good lead in the sub 2 litre prototype class. Oh my goodness me, right off the track for the Lola Spider.
Well, I tell you what, no change from the start because it's Chris Ward in the lead, but David Hart, the green car, has come up from 4th of the T70s into 2nd of the T70s. Emil Breitmeier in the bright yellow STP car is into 3rd, and that means Armand Mill, just hot under the collar from coming 2nd in the previous race, has dropped 2 positions back down to 4th, and in behind Michael Gans has made it 5 Lola T70s in the top 5 positions. The driver falling back in the middle of your screen, black with the gold stripe, is qualified brilliantly, Bradley Burns, but he hasn't got the horsepower. He's under 2 litre class and he's fallen from 5th down to 8th position. No disgrace in that at all.
But this is the part of the track where he can make hay. Down the hill, he'll pick up speed very quickly and he can take more speed through the corners. And look at him immediately hassling away Henri Champerlier right ahead of him as he tries to have a little look through there.
But what a lead Chris Ward is building up as the battle for 2nd place with the green T70 of David Hart and the yellow Challenger for Emil Breitmeier. They're putting both ending up offline in the defence and the attack of 2nd position. That means Chris Ward is pinned back. He's built, I would reckon, probably nearly a 4-second advantage, and the opening lap isn't even complete. So it's dream time for him. Already he's getting out of their line of sight as he goes through Curb Paul Frere and on the climb back up towards the pits and the end of the opening lap. The next 3 Lola T70s tied together by string. Hart, Breitmeier, Armand Mill, and not too much further back is Michael Gans, and then Enrique Gempele in that absolute aristocrat of a Porsche, the 9083.
We should mention there is a GT category as well. It's been led by Jörg Eberhardt in a Porsche at the moment. He's got past the pole-sitting Marcus van Oenhausen Ford GT40.
Oh, Gempele coming from a long way back, just out of our shot. Oh, he had an attack on Michael Gans's dark green T70, didn't make it stick, and then the tail of that 9083 Porsche swinging a little bit wide over the curbing, but he gets it straight down the start for the straight. It looks like it's the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, but it's not. It's the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th as Gempele attacks again. End of the opening lap, 5.7 seconds. Chris Ward has cleared the pack.
I do like the Martini silver livery on the Flunder, the 908 Flunder side by side down the hill. That's brave, but it's done before the curb and the turn-in point. So that's a position made up by Emil Breitmeier. He goes up to 2nd place. The gap is 5.8 seconds, and there's a problem on the circuit ahead of the leader, but a little further down the hill, that's coming down towards the exit of Pouhon and Fagnes. I think someone's gone off the track down there. It is, yeah, it was a quick spin and a rejoin for the number 66 at the back of the field. So no harm, well, you see, I say that, and the light blue Ford, actually that was much further round than it was telling us. That was at the final. Oh, Well,
going around the outside and just cutting across its nose, cut across a little too quickly was the number 6 Porsche, Kurt Thiel, the Swiss racer. And I'm afraid the innocent party there was the Ford GT40 driver.
Indeed so.
He held his line and got clattered, and that's a little unfortunate. It was number 66, wasn't
6
it?
and 66 almost coming together.
Yeah, so that was Jean-François Decaux, the man from the family who so famously have almost all the advertising hoardings all around Britain and all around Europe, and he has an exquisite collection of cars, and they are beautifully, beautifully prepared. So let's hope there's no damage to his. You know, at events like the Targa Florio in Italy, that famous road race, the more nimble car like this is far more suitable. That's why they were entered by Porsche rather than sending down a Porsche 917. Of course, they were at their very best on fast open circuits like Le Mans. But Jean-François Decaux running in the pits and coming to a halt. I don't think there's any damage, but certainly his race was rather ruined by the clattering of Kurt Thiel's Porsche into his flanks.
Bruce Jones and John Hindhaugh, last race of the weekend. The Mans Classic Series by Peter Auto, Spa Classic meeting. Dijon-Premois coming up the first weekend of June. Bruce and Andrew to cover that with Vincent, and then of course the big one for everyone concerned, it is Le Mans Classic. Oh, broken wheel rim for the number 66 Ford, so there was a bit of contact there with that and the Porsche cutting across the nose.
So the 90803 getting very, very effective. Michael Gans is just been demoted, but he'll hang on as much as he can. His car's always absolutely beautifully prepared, so there's no doubt. Emil Breitmeyer in second place in the yellow T70. He's now 8 and a bit seconds down on Chris Ward, but at least having shaken off the pack. By the pack, I mean number 42 and number 35. I mean David Hart and Armand Mill. They're still in that order, despite their fight there for third position, up at the crest of the hill in Les Combes. Michael Gans hanging on number 83, and the fly in the ointment is certainly Enrique Gemperl in that glorious 9083 Martini liveried short bodywork on his Porsche. David Hart looking very doughty, keeping the inside line. There is no inside line for an attack, but that gives Enrique Gemperl in the background of that shot as they go down to Speaker's Corner. The wonderful high-up shot. I love that shot, John. It just shows how dynamic the cars are and the flow of this circuit.
And it's the flow that makes this circuit what it is. Is it challenging? Yes. Is it fast? Yes. Is it beautiful? Yes. But there is a character and a personality to this circuit that is defined by, Bruce summed it up perfectly earlier on this weekend, the way that there are complexes of corners that run into each other, and you've got to link it all together. Getting one part of the lap right just isn't enough here. Good news is that the Ford GT40 number 66 in the GT category has had a left front wheel replaced and it's back out.
Yeah, that's rather special for GT40. They obviously built an awful lot of them, but that one was actually raced in Austria by none other than Jochen Rindt. That gives it a sort of celebrity status there. Good passing manoeuvre, 71 on 74 in the battle of the Porsches, somewhat further down the order, but again, racing from the front of the field all the way to the back is what's required.
That was Annette Rollner going past Hans Christian Leerdam for 6th and 7th in the GT category, 37th and 38th, and a gaggle of prototypes with the Flunder going up onto the right-hand side curb, the open top car, and look at this around the outside. That was 2 positions made up by this sub 2-litre car.
Yeah, Bradley Burns, he lined that up perfectly, but basically poor old Armand Mill got blocked and couldn't get the power back down. Now he's gone to the outside of the turkey to take a wider line. Didn't know Bradley Burns was there, couldn't see the smaller open top Lola, and sort of eventually the muscle was going to pay, but that was opportunistic from Bradley Burns. He's still fighting back alongside Michael Gans. Down the hill they go, but at this point, of course, the grunt of the T70s, the big Chevrolet engines, will pay. But look how much more nimble the little T212 is in the background. Then it loses away on horsepower, but its advantage will come once they get to Les Combes. They start going down the hill.
And he's held on to them really well while they were scrapping there, and took his opportunity to mug them a little bit round the outside of the final corner. But it is the 9083. A very special car, this actually. It's one of the early numbers. It's chassis 2, one of the development cars. Thanks, Johannes, for that. And this car goes down the inside. Will easily get that car stopped as well. So that's a change of position. So that's now 3rd position for Enrique. The that 908, the open top car made famous by Steve McQueen, had one, of course, and raced it at Sebring. And of course, it was the camera car for the movie Le Mans. Michael Kaiser, one of the drivers in that. Michael, who literally wrote the book on the making of the movie Le Mans, A French Kiss with Death, it was called. Excellent publication. Get an opportunity. Well, I think it's out of print now, but get an opportunity, it's worth reading through. An extraordinary story of the making of that movie, which has become a classic. Wasn't at the time, but the 908, A908, not that one, was used in the making of the film because they put it into the race with the camera pointing front and back. Finished, I think they finished 9th or maybe 11th. They had to stop more often, not to fill the fuel up, but to fill the film up, which was amazing.
Yeah, entered by Solar Productions, which was the film company of the time. But Bradley Burns in the background of this battle between the two T70s of David Hart in the green one with the black stripes. And again, he doesn't really do much braking coming into the bus stop chicane. Get past one, and Armand Mill, who got mugged there a couple of laps ago and lost a bit of ground. And remember, that move around the outside doesn't work this time. David Hart's got it covered off. Bradley Burns will be smiling from ear to ear, but at every point on the lap, he knows he's giving away performance.
Have you seen how fast his hands are working? You can see down into that little open top Lola sub 2 litre car, but he's able to pick his line so easily, and it really is the difference between a scalpel and a chopping axe, isn't it?
A bludgeon.
A bludgeon. And that's not to say the T70s are bad cars.
No,
not at all.
all.
But that is just a completely different implement that is being used. Now, down at the first corner, Lasso's bit of a hairy moment for Porsche number 74. That just taken that position, and then it was Ford on Ford at Lecombe with the number 30 losing a position further up further down the field rather. If you think the Ford should be further up the field, in fairness, these are some of the earlier cars, aren't they?
Yeah, the early ones with the 289 engine, the 4.7 litre engine, and they didn't have the horsepower, but what they did have was wonderful handling. But just remember, that was a project that took a while to come from the Lola GT that was created. It became the Ford GT40, but it was a program that took a while to get going. A lot of interference from management, which is something that will often happen in the world of motor manufacturers, and whenever a manufacturer takes over a team, you just want them to leave the team people in place. They know how to make decisions on the hoof, and particularly Lola got involved with the outset of that project. Harold Shelby then made it happen. He said, I fully understand why Eric Broadley walked away. It was the management.
Yeah, absolutely right. Gave us a classic car though from the Lola Mark IV GT.
Yeah, no, they certainly did, and we saw it when Jaguar had the manufacturer hierarchy hovering over the Formula One team. Even with Niki Lauda acting as a wonderfully wise and humorous buffer in between them, it still at times really held them back. And the Formula One team in particular really needs to be light on its feet. You can see that.
908-3, the 1971 car, might just be giving Chris Ward a wee bit of help at the moment, but it is fast. 2:31.755 last time around was the fastest lap on that lap. Not quite as quick overall as Chris Ward, but Chris is working his way through traffic at the moment, coming up to the back of another group of cars which he will have to negotiate. He's just coming up to the end of the Kemmel straight now and coming up to Jürgen Westphal.
Right, well, we've had a change of position now. Finally, Armand Mill has got back ahead of David Hart. Remember, Armand had qualified better, had a terrible start. David now has lost a bit of ground in the green T70 with the black stripe up the middle, and Bradley Burns is just hanging in there in the background. He's got Michael Gans in the dark green T70 behind him. Another thing I want you to think about, we've not even got to the quarter point in this 1 hour race. Everybody's been talking about the heat here at Spa, and I'm sure it's going to have a role to play. It'll tire the drivers. The cars will have to work that much harder, and for a lot of these people, they've really got to consider that. What's it doing to their tyres around here? It was hotter yesterday, but it's very hot for a May day here. And you sort of think that the Lola T212, the little black car with the gold stripe, Bradley Burns at the wheel, that surely will be lighter on its rubber and should have an advantage later in the race.
Start line penalty for the number 62 Lola. Driver is listed as junior. Well, Junior jumped the start, overtaking before the start line. So that will be a penalty there. And also, that's a 60-second penalty. And the number 133, same offence, but a 30-second penalty. And that is the second place GT car, the Ford GT40, number 133 of Nick Ditting.
Nicolaus Ditting. Right, here's the man of which I spoke at the start of the race. It's the Chester car, going very, very nicely indeed. Nick Chester up to 9th place overall. Bruno Pereira tucked in behind in another T70, shares with the Hyatt family, a Portuguese driver who saw these races and last year decided to have a go and seems to really enjoy them very, very much indeed. So tail end of the top 10 having a fantastic battle. Oh, Bradley Burns super, super wide. Oh my golly gosh, that was on the exit of Blanchimont. Oh, don't blink, actually don't breathe at that point, just start praying. But he got it back on the track, forcing David Hart to make a very defensive line into the final corner of the circuit. Much more grunt from the Chevrolet V8 up in front, but Bradley Burns has all the handling that David Hart would be absolutely praying for. But again, the wonderful battle, little against large.
David Hart's just done that car's fastest lap of the race, but you've got to think he could let him go there and maximise his own line, get a more optimum line through the final corner. It was a slide actually that took Bradley off the circuit, the back end just breaking away, but he handled that with aplomb. Not sure that fighting at that point of the circuit is helping David Hart's cause in closing down Armand Mille, who's just 2 seconds ahead.
Yeah, but Bradley Burns has suddenly lost an awful lot of pace.
Yes, he has.
I don't know if he then overcooked it at La Source or somewhere. He was close enough coming out of the corner, but look how car number 83, the T70 of Michael Gans, has closed right in, and more to the point, Bradley Burns is no longer harrying David Hart, and it's often the case you finally pluck your chance and take it, and if it doesn't work, you're far worse off than you were before you made that chance. And if there's another car close behind, like Michael Gans, then it's going to be a problem. But in fact, Gans just can't catch Bradley Burns. I
suspect he got caught up with the blue Porsche RSR, the Jürgen Westphal Stefan Muka car, when he was coming through to one of his better parts of the circuit, which is up through Eau Rouge into Radio.
Yeah, and I think it was actually slightly blocking him on the run down from La Source, and he may have obscured his line. But with a couple of back markers being overtaken, certainly one of them a Chevron B8, two of them being Chevron B8s, that will obscure the run for Bradley Burns to get back on the tail. Can they spot him? One moves out the way, the other one moves out the way. So it's a B16 and the B8. And now battle rejoins. But just remember that little Bradley Burns Lola, the T212 from 1971, by far the leader of the under 2 litre class. He should be lighter on his rubber. He's got the handling. He'll keep on coming back, rest assured.
Just love the way these cars are being driven. Yes, they are aero cars, as we have the Di Tommaso Pantera spinning coming out of the final corner, and I can say because it is the only one in the field. Detlef van der Dijk behind the wheel of that number 21 car, 7th in the GT category.
Yeah, he shares always with Ralph Kellener's. I think I sensed there might have been, is there a car, no yellow flag? I thought I saw a pale yellow and blue ex-Ulf Norinder T70 spun in the wall. I did. He's gone round the corner out of the exit of La Source, looped it. Now he's parked it, but also quite hard to get out of that when it's hard against the wall there. So I think we will have some form of flag and some form of delay, and that's the pit entry sign is just alongside. In fact, he's blocked the pit entry. He's moved the barrier around.
I think he has. He's moved the tyre wall. We're 7 minutes away from the pit opening. I think that might be either a safety car or a yellow flag, and something's gone wrong there for the guys that the Lolas are passing, and a bit of a misjudgment by Bradley Burns there, as there were cars that were...
I think he lost his brakes.
Well,
he's on the grass. Brakes don't work on grass very well, but he did the rock and roll rodeo ride.
He's broken the suspension, bouncing over the curbs. But why was the Porsche? Where was the T70 going so slowly? That was the thing for me. At that point, he's already got a broken left rear wishbone, I reckon. That's very, very odd. So now we're going to have to keep an eye. Did the full course yellow come out? No.
No, it's only just come out now, and it's called out a chevron as well in the background of the shot.
That's the number 85 chevron.
Okay, well that's hooked up and going again, and that's the Robin Tului Harry Rice car.
But that was the right there. Was that the? It must have been the David Hart car, was it?
Well, he overtook the David Hart car going down the hill,
which was going slowly, and I don't understand why.
Well,
the full course yellow was not out at that point.
No, but I think what possibly happened is David Hart went past round the source, saw the spun Lola T70, and then maybe lifted very slightly. And Bradley Burns was already on the catch-up again. I think he then went round the outside, decided he wanted to get the back marker out of the way, and went round it, but unfortunately on the grass, up in the air, down on the deck, and then again, you've got potential damage into the compression at Eau Rouge up to Radillon, and that did the rest, I think.
Yeah, because of the yellow flag. And maybe Bradley was using that as an opportunity. Olivier Breitmeier's come in the number 5 Chevron B19. He's in the pit lane. Not sure how he's managed to get in the pit lane because the pit entry is blocked.
Yeah, it was Martin Wachter who spun, driver from Liechtenstein. That was in the number 77 Lola T70. That's the ex-Ulf Norinder car, run by Tony Seiler's team. But great.
Yes, well, she'll be ever known as that now.
I'm afraid so. Stuck in my mind.
Yeah. Well,
so Chris Ward, just remember, was leading, 21 seconds is what it shows at the moment. Last time I blinked, he was just under 20 seconds, but he's been pulling away ever since the start. Remember at the end of the opening lap, he was, 5.7 seconds clear? Astonishing.
We haven't, as yet, postponed the pit lane time, although, again, is there any way for people to get in other than coming in through the
Grand Prix entrance? Well, they have to make that signal very clear to the drivers because that's going to be a very tricky one for them. Marc Doncier continues on his way in his Ford GT40. And just remember, of course, that the incident involving Jean-Francois Decaux's number 66 Ford GT40 led to him having to come in and get a new front wheel because the other wheel rim was shattered. The contact with it, with the bright yellow Porsche number 6 that came across the curbs on him, that was Kurt Thiel, the Swiss racer.
This means Daniel Balfour is going to assume the lead in the sub 2 litre category. That's a Lola T210 from 1971, the number 64 car. So with that, with Bradley's car being parked at the side of the circuit, keep an eye out for that Lola number 64 that has now gone into the lead, actually, of the sub 2 litre category. Bradley Burns, who was playing with the big dogs and for one reason or another got bitten by them.
Yeah, in fact, he'd pulled the tail and got away from the assailant, but then suddenly getting on the grass, and mechanical frailty is obviously going to be exposed if at that point you're going into compression, you're coming down to the deck as the track is kicking up the other way. But certainly for the prize for the most attacking drive of the day, I would suggest goes to Bradley Burns across a day of astonishing action, the second of 2 racing days here. And I think that's Bradley taking his helmet off, and Balaclava probably quite cool to pleased to cool down a little bit.
So his car needs to be recovered, which is right in front of the new Radillon grandstand. What an addition that's been, by the way. That's been packed all day, all of the days here. It's a great vantage point, and the cantilever roof is just far enough over to give some respite from sunshine, as it has been this weekend, but also, if there is inclement weather, it tends to help on that as well. And we've got some contamination on the circuit that has been dealt with by our hard-working marshals and track services team.
Yeah, well, that was at Eau Rouge that suggested maybe some fluid coming out of Bradley Burns' car when it dropped back down onto the deck and was moved up the hill. But just still waiting to see. I'd love to see a shot of whether that number 77 Ford Lola T70 is still across the pit entrance, having moved the wall around. That was the car, the ex-Ulf Norinder, not Coriander, car. Martin Wachter, the driver of that one. Simple spin out of La Source can happen at any time, but it did seem he pincered the movable tile wall across, unless there's another one a little further up and just out of shot. But it does look as though he might have caused a bit of a problem. Pit window opens in 55 seconds.
Well, that suggests that Martin's car's been moved then. Martin Wachter's car's been moved, and what we're still doing is recovering Bradley's car, the Bradley car, from the top of the hill. So he's gone past the 42. He gets squeezed by that blue number 12 Chevron B16. Then he's over the curb. I think after that, anything that happens after that, he's not really in control, because it looks to me as though the left rear suspension's completely collapsed on that car.
Yeah, again, the high-up shot, you can see he's being very wise and he's trying to control it. It's still carrying speed and he's just trying to get off the racing line. He was off the track but wants to tuck the car away as much as he can. So cars coming up the start-finish straight. There is a rescue vehicle. When they get up to La Source, the hairpin at the top of the straight, we're looking at car number 62. That's Junior. If we sweep around, be really interested to see if the ex-Ulf Norrinder T70, the pale blue and yellow car...
Pit windows open.
Pit windows open. Let's have a look on the inside. And the car has been shifted and the
they
pit
didn't
lane...
come in.
I think, oh, well, there we go.
So, right, where's Chris Ward? Well, Chris Ward is way back the leader. I do not understand why none of those cars came through and straight into the pit lane.
Were we entirely sure that pit lane, I mean, it says on the clock that it's open, but was that pit lane, I couldn't quite see if there's enough of an entry with that tyre wall that had been knocked around. Has it been moved back into position? I sensed it had, but the angle of the camera didn't leave clarity of mind to me on that account.
Well, race control message is that pit lane, the pit window is open. It was shown as pit entry blocked at 16:10 and 47 minutes, and 17:10 and 47 seconds rather, and pit window open on time at 15 minutes past the hour.
Full course yellow there we have all around the circuit, and a bit of an advertisement for Lola T70s. If I look at the top 12 positions in class without that pesky Bradley Burns and his Lola T12, there is only one other car in the mix. In third overall, the Porsche 90803, Henri Gempel at the wheel, but everybody else in a Lola T70 where grunt and beauty are combined, I would suggest.
That's a T-shirt. There's a career for you in marketing.
Oh, I'd rather not.
The number 73 Chevron B8 has come in. That's an unusual colour, that car. And I actually rather like it. This is the red, white and black car. And now we're getting some other cars coming in. Chris Ward is coming to the pit lane and Shuley will stop. He's at pit lane entrance now. Well, actually, no, he's not, because he's coming in through the endurance pit lane. So he's coming down to the La Source hairpin now. I think you've got to take this opportunity, though, haven't you, if you're at the front of the field? Chris's lead was just about 20 seconds.
Yeah, just looking at those who come into the pits. Jim Norman, we saw his white Lola T70, the American racer. He's in the pits. Michel Spare in the Lola. I look from Lola. It's a Porsche 908 Langheck. He's in the pits as well. And John Sheldon, long-standing racing driver, Driller Sheldon, in his Chevron B16. He seems to have had that car forever and a day. But the best of the rest, well, they are coming in, including Chris Ward. Yeah. From the lead of the race. Remember, his advantage was just over 20 seconds. Driven beautifully. He'll have a longer pit stop than his rivals, but it's full course yellow, so nobody on the track is gaining any advantage. So Jan Magnussen arrives at the car. He'll be hopping, and yes, absolute clarity. The pit lane is clear and widely open. They didn't have to dive in through the Grand Prix entrance. But what a thing to happen just before the pit window is about to open, for someone to pincer the pit open. It's like closing a toothpaste tube. Very
good.
Then it all got cleared.
So, no hurry for Jan Magnussen as he installs himself in the right-hand seat of the Lola T70. Expertly prepared by Chris up in, well, I would still call it North Yorkshire area. Mid Darlington, County Durham maybe. But certainly from that area of the world. Part of the legacy
cars for the various races within are bunched together, but sometimes you get a driver's got three cars, he wants them in neighbouring tents, but certainly wonderful chance to get a look at these cars close up, and that's really part of the magic of these events. You see them static, you see the people who run the cars, the people who own the cars and people who race the cars, all just having a relaxed atmosphere, And you have to do this off the track. You can't turn up and have no catering. Imagine if this was a rainy day here at Spa-Francorchamps. Seems impossible to imagine that, but John, you've been here many a time. I've been here many, many a time, and we know that the weather can be extraordinary. But what never disappears is the majesty of this circuit, and that's why so many people come out of the woodwork to make sure they get to race here at least once a year.
Now the question for me is, did Chris Ward get enough of a lead that Jan Magnussen will get out in a reasonable time? Who's the first car out of those pit stoppers from the front of the field? Still waiting to see if Armand Miel or Michael Gann's car or David Hart's car gets out first. The number 70 is still sitting there. There are cars going past it now. So this is what they're used to, and down goes the car. Congratulations to Chris from his wife Jill. That was a stunning drive from the tall fella.
He'll really enjoy looking back at that opening lap when he gained 5.7 seconds, I think it was. He got clear up at the top, but I tell you what, it's been very busy down in the pit lane, and we're going to hear from the driver who started car 70, handed over to Jan Magnussen. It's Vincent.
Yeah, and
waiting for position down there, but busy out on the track. Busy.
Magnussen's right behind Armand Miel, so Miel got out ahead of Jan Magnussen. It doesn't say that on the timing screen, but by our eyes, because they came in a different order, that's yet to be reset. So it is, I think it's one of the, yeah, it is. It's Henrik Gemperle in the Porsche that is leading from Armand Miel. But for some reason, I don't think Henrik has stopped yet. So he's miles around the circuit. We'll sort that out. And Chris Ward is standing by with Vincent in the pit lane after a stunning opening drive.
As usual, it's a spectacular race here in Classic Racing 1, and after the first part of this race, the leader of the race is Chris Ward. Chris, it was all right during the first part of the race.
It was, and we've got lots of thanks to do, thanks to the Legacy team, but also thanks to the likes of David Hart, Brightech, Team Leos for helping us get out today, because we had wishbone failures yesterday, and without their help we wouldn't have been here.
Okay, Jan Magnussen is at the wheel now, so you can reasonably think that you can win the race.
Hopefully, yeah. We've yet to win a CR2 race, so hopefully we can do it today.
How is it on the track? It's quite hot today, of course. How is it?
Yeah, it's very hot out there. The track's a little bit greasy, but we've still got a lot of vibration in the car, so I backed off a little bit just to try and save it, because the vibrations were buzzing my eyes. So fingers crossed it all holds together for the end of the race. And again, thank you to Peter Auto for an exemplary event.
Thank you, Chris. Till now, it's P1 for Chris Ward and Jan Magnussen.
Well, that's quite a thought. That you know, that is the eternal hurry and flurry of motor racing, isn't it? But to then have something that's causing such discomfort and still be able to pull clear.
By the way.
Yeah, well, you can hear the roar of that. Absolutely, you can. So it's a case of number 70 giving chase, and that's the car that Chris Ward handed over to Jan Magnussen. A longer pit stop for them, but right on the tail already of Armand Miel.
Well, and Henrik Gemperle, Bruno Pereira, Romain Balteste, Stefan Jobstel all had not pitted, and they've had to come in now under green, and that's absolute nightmare. It's Frank Jacob in the Lola 210. He hasn't pitted, so he's up the road a little bit. Effectively, our leader on the road is Armand Miel, but right behind him, Jan Magnussen. And how long will Magnussen be behind him?
No time at all, because he had a far better run through Radillon, because unfortunately for Armand in car number 35 as they're making a passing manoeuvre. Well, I'm amazed he's still ahead, because he was obstructed through Eau Rouge and Radillon, but I think the traffic also slightly obstructed Jan Magnussen.
Christophe Gades in the bright red prototype behind them, but this is what they wanted. Chris Ward has done his job. We know that Magnussen is the closer, so he had to pull out a lead to mitigate the extra stationary time in the pits. Now, Magnussen does not have to charge here. He can build up to it if he needs to. He still has 26 minutes to go, and we know how fast that car is. 2:29.0 in Chris's hands against a car in Armand Miel's hands. Its best time is a 2:32. The performance differential is there. It's a question of how and when Jan Magnussen uses it.
Yeah, that's not to downplay the performance of Armand Neal. Of course, he did the opening stint of the race. Jan just getting a feel. And just remember, the message passed across to him from Chris Ward is the track is greasy. Something you need to attend to. But certainly right now, there is time aplenty and just feeling his way in. But Armand Neal definitely has got plenty of grunt. And I must confess, whenever you get the cars going past the cameras, the lovely Chevrolet V8 rumble, I adore it.
And there is a slippery surface flags out at 2, 3 and 4 after the 2-litre Lawler went across the track. And I was pretty certain that the left rear wheel wasn't pointing the right direction. Might well have popped an oil line or something like that, as well as it bounced across the curbs heading into Eau Rouge. So Magnussen now with target acquired comes onto the front straight. Armand Neal in the darker of the two Lolas with the two broad stripes on the nose. The number 35, a slightly defensive line as they come up to put a lap on Jean-Francois Besson in the T70 from 1969. And number 160 is the red and white car. So that car with a similar performance level to the two behind, and Magnussen has gone through already down at, and there's the oil dry on the road from that 2-litre car. Fairly easily done at La Source.
Yeah, no, it was. I really think that he'd been warned about the greasy track and just wanted to feel it, and maybe just, even if he hadn't been warned, with his sort of hyper-tuned sensitivity, sensed it when he went down to Eau Rouge. That's maybe why he didn't get the drag up the hill last time around on Armand Neal. This time he has got the job done. However, Armand Neal will hang in there as long as he can, but with best part of 24 minutes remaining in this race, it's under control now, into the lead of this race. Unusual position for Jan in these races. So many times he's chasing and hoping he can close the gap before the end. But as you heard from his teammate Chris Ward, they've never won one of these races in the classic endurance racing 1 category. They'd rather like to do so here today, and particularly after they've had to bounce back from all that went on and all the help from the other teams. So again, lovely to hear that spirit in the paddock.
And that is actually something we were talking about earlier in the weekend, and it's so I do believe that the way this series is run and officiated rewards people for doing the right thing, and I like the fact that much as we had at the Nürburgring actually last weekend, you are putting the responsibility back in the hands of the competitors and saying, come and do the right thing, come and drive and compete as hard as you want, but do it in the correct way, or don't bother, quite frankly.
I think a quiet, polite word in the air is absolutely expected from all the drivers if anyone oversteps the mark. And I must say this weekend has been just a wonderful example of people behaving in the right sort of way. But right now, Jan Magnussen, look at the dirt on the nose of his number 70. That's all the quick dry dust down at Eau Rouge. It's kicked up the car. I like a greasy looking racing car, I must confess. They look all the better. John Sheldon, always little chevron moving around just in front of our new race leader. And Jan Magnussen is now going to start stretching his legs. He was 3 seconds clear as he went over the start-finish line from Armand Neal, and with every lap you do expect that to go out. And Jan, frankly, he would race if it was a bicycle. He's one of those people who's always been about racing, and I think he's just really loving his sort of later racing career in life, in historic racing. And he said his son Kevin lives, in the same street, and they go out training 5 days a week.
3 doors down from him.
There's just no break for poor young Kevin, is there?
Good dad and lad time. And a supremely talented driver, Jan Magnussen, and by his own admission probably got to Formula 1 a little bit too early. Maybe didn't really take it even seriously enough, and with a team with Sir Jackie Stewart, of course, that demanded that kind of behaviour.
He steamrolled that year in British Formula 3, had a record number of victories, and then exactly with all the blue chip companies that were attracted to and by Jackie Stewart, the carpet was rolled out, and great driver. But you're absolutely right, and it's rare to find a driver who will own up and say things didn't quite go according to plan.
Leader in the GT category despite the spin to win, Danny Sullivan or Ralph Kellness. He didn't spin the car, but Joy is in the car at the moment. Ralph looking as fit as a butcher's dog's personal trainer when we saw him the other day. Absolutely ripped on his arms and upper body, still keeps himself right on top of things. And this Di Tommaso Pantera, he flings it around and drives it as if it was a Mark 1 Golf. He just has the measure of it.
No, he really does. And of course, there are eternal glimmers of light about the Di Tommaso project coming back to be. Obviously, Alejandro Di Tommaso, an Italian brought up in Argentina, came back to Italy to see what he could do. He loved racing cars, he loved motor cars, and he was incredibly effective as a motivator of people, because he managed to convince, well, no smaller enterprise than the Ford Motor Company to put the Panteras in their showrooms right across the United States. And there are still some wonderful examples of those early 1970s Panteras before they sort of sprouted wings and things, driving around in California. I still think they're one of my favourite looking cars. But in racing trim, look at the size of those rear tyres. That's a little more than you get on your road car. But yeah, Ralph is going to just pull off clear. Second in class is it's a car we saw having a slight contact, a little bit of a moment earlier in the race with Dutch racer Belgian racer Hans Christian Leerdam, but he's quite a few positions further back in his 911 Carrera RS.
Back to our leader, who's working his way through the field. Jan Magnussen just stretching the legs a little bit. 2:31 last time around. He got down to a 2:30.1, and that was just about. In fact, has he just done that car's fastest lap? A 2:29.0. I think Chris did a 2:29 as well. So there's been nothing between them in the smaller engine Lola as well, which was a winner earlier if you weren't with us, and that's a race that's worth going back to have a look at as well. Two bright red cars down at La Source.
Possible as we're looking at as a replay, is going to be a spin, but the 160 coming through, much more grunt for him. Haven't talked about the under 2 litre class for quite a while, because it was totally in the hands of Bradley Burns, who's running around harrying and troubling, running in 5th place overall amongst the Lola T70s, and he then went off, and now having taken over from Rolf Sigrist, it's Nigel Greensol in the number 19 Chevron B19, leading that class by about 4 seconds. So look out for car number 19, Nigel on the charge.
Yeah, I think he's just passed Gianluigi Candiani actually for the lead of that, either the last lap by or the time before. They're running in 13th, 14th and 15th actually, with Daniel Balfour in the Lola 210. So 2 Chevron B19s and a Lola T210. And Daniel Balfour, he has, I think, also just been passed by Gianluigi. So there's been a bit of a change around, because it was the 210 that was leading. That was the car that took the lead of the class when the previous leader stopped at the top of the Radion Hill.
Yeah, exactly so. Right, the gap between first and second between Jan Magnussen and Armand Mill, both armed with 1969 Lola T70 Mark III B GTs. That's a bit of a mouthful, but there we are, 7.3 seconds, so it's going up incrementally.
It's a lot of those little letters you were talking about.
Yes.
If you put them, that was like the Ford Cortina GT XLR, or in about 7 different scripts on the back.
Yeah, entirely. Yeah.
Fonts.
Yes, entirely. Going across half of your boot lid. Then, of course, if they could have had a turbo version long before the turbos, that would have added a bit more width to that.
Yes, absolutely right.
And don't forget, a lot of the early turbo cars, you knew it was a turbo because it said it on the boot lid. However, it would take a while for the turbo to spool up and get going to add the difference. But anyhow, those are different days.
Armand Mill comes past the traffic that the leader passed about 8 or 9 seconds ago, and still that line of oil preparation on the track there. It's been a good weekend for Armand Mill. He's been quick in everything that he has driven, and driven a huge variety of cars. You've got to say he puts himself through it, because most of the cars he drives solo. Even in the longer races.
Yeah, no, he does. And I mean, this weekend, at the end of this race, I mean, a lot of people were going a 1-hour race driving solo in the T70 around here. That's a workout. But he just got out of another 1-hour race driving an RS 3100 Capri. And that's physical enough. And then you factor in the fact it's a very, very warm day here at Spa-Francorchamps. He's going to sit down at the end and go, I'm quite tired. And then his body was telling him, no, you're very, very tired.
Yeah.
It's one of those moments where you think you have a cup of tea and you're asleep before it's been made.
I hope he's got someone to drive him home tonight, or he's staying somewhere comfy. I suspect if he's staying somewhere nearby, he'll not take a lot of rocking to get to sleep this evening. Jan Magnussen then by 9 seconds. A 31.5 last time around. Traffic affected. Armand Mill a 34.5, also traffic affected. A 33.9 for Olivier Hart. Count out that number 42 car. Need to keep an eye on that.
We're talking 26 seconds back to Olivier Hart. Michael Gans, who's had a really good run, but the one who's starting to fight back is Enrique Gemperl in the 908-303 Porsche. He's starting to close in. Remember, he stayed out longer than everyone else and really hampered his chances by serving his one and only pit stop rather later than maybe was sensible.
The full course yellow is under investigation, so don't count anybody out yet. I'm
not going to write the results down for a good 5 minutes after the race. I can
Sounds
guarantee
reasonable.
you that. I do eventually learn things, you know.
Well, I think it's a testament, first of all, our race control have been superb this weekend, as ever. They've tried to keep the racing going where they can without compromising any kind of any part of the safety, which is absolutely right. Safety must come first. Secondly, they have applied the rules fairly and, more importantly, consistently across every single class across the whole weekend. So if you're waiting to go out and you're watching another race and you see an infringement, you know that it's going to be penalised. It's going to be the same for your race, and I think those are the kind of messages that are really important for race control to set out their stall and make the decisions as quickly as possible. Quite a lot of the penalties that we've seen are black and white. There have been matters of timing, either for pit stop times, pit stop infringements getting into the pits at the right time, or indeed for speeding under full course yellows, etc., or starting and overtaking people before the start-finish line. So there can't be any argument about those. Those are absolute. They are not a matter of opinion. And I think it just underlines how hard all of these drivers are pushing. I've said before that this is not a parade, and the fact that the drivers are pushing to the nth degree tells you everything you need to know. Michael Spare in the very lovely white Porsche 908 long tail.
Yeah, the Langhead clearly doesn't want to be in the pits right now, but just remember, a lot of these cars are only just coming out to play in historic competition again, and in these hotter conditions, better to be safe in terms of thinking, I think there's a problem with the car, you know what, I'm not in a great position, I might as well get it checked out. No such problem for Jan Magnussen though, 11.5 seconds clear of Armand Mill pretty much as he comes up to put lap 16 on the board, and only 12 minutes will remain after that. It's almost very sad this meeting's about to come to a conclusion. It's been fantastic.
Oh, hang on. It's a holiday Monday. Shall we just come back tomorrow and do it all again, kids? In the fine tradition. If only we had a double-decker bus and a band, we could kick it all off.
And a beer festival.
Well, if you insist.
So, Chris Ward spoke to us. He gave a winning advantage to Jan Magnussen. Jan Magnussen had to wait longer in the pits, of course, before coming back out. But he made his moves early on, and we've only got under 12 minutes remaining in this race. And he's sitting on a lead of the best part of 12 seconds.
The Porsche 908, the front-running car in 5th position, is the car under investigation for speeding under the yellow flag. Frédéric d'Egidio in the Porsche Carrera, 3rd in the GT category at the moment in a very lovely 911.
Well, he's not too far off the tail of Hans Christian Leerdam, so that could, there they are, both in the same shot. Both very, very similar shape, of course, 911 Carrera RSs. All purpose, weren't they, in so many ways. There's the second place car of Hans Christian Leerdam, and Federico D'Egidio has been racing this car for a very, very long time, always with that livery, white with the red, green and blue stripes up it. Very smart indeed.
These two are somewhat in the shadow of the Dietmers of Pantera that Ralph Kellners is racing. I think that gap's coming down, you know, Bruce, between second and third, between these two wide-bodied 911s. God, that looks a little bit edgy, that number 51 car. Frederic Hindhaugh under braking the back end, just starting to move around a little bit. You said he's been racing that car for a long time. He's clearly very confident in it to be able to stamp on the brakes that hard to get the back end moving around like a world superbike.
Yeah, I'd say the attitude of the car was interested. The chase is on. it's the hunter, but the hunted is up ahead. And definitely with time starting to run out, under 10 minutes remain in this race. It was always going to be a Lola T70 parade, but certainly a great run from the 908-03 Porsche. Still in 5th place overall for Enrique Gempel, but Jan Magnussen's got this one potentially in the bag. You'd think a driver of his calibre with an 11-second margin had been slightly larger than that. Other earlier T70s in the mix as well. Number 33, that's Patrick Jack and Rory Jack. Patrick started the season in it. That's an early one. You can see the front end is rather higher. It's not got such a long nose. And that's the ex-Grand Bahama racing car that Mike Daoudi and even Frank Gardner would have raced back in period. It's a very different front-end treatment on that, but the latter models, the Mark III Bs, sleeker. The one in behind, car 35, 2nd place overall, is in one of the newer T70s, and evolution, eternal part of motor racing.
Yeah, that is quite different, isn't it?
The headlights are different, the nose is different, but again, what do the customers want? They want a fast car. How do you can make it faster and also more balanced? If you've got a sort of wedge nose, it's very, very good for holding things down. Under 2 litre class, being led by this car now in 9th place overall, the number 19 Chevron B19, Nigel Greensall, working off the starting speed of Rolf Sigrist, his teammate. He's comfortably leading the class. Well, Gianluca Candiani a little bit further back, in fact 18 seconds further back. 2:31.5.
The fastest lap for that car in the hands of Nigel Greensall. So that is the fastest class lap as well, even including those early, fabulously entertaining laps for Bradley Burns. He did a 32.3. So Nigel Greensall making that car sing, and that's quicker than an awful lot of the over 2 litre cars.
Well, including Armand Miel in 2nd place. His best is 7/10 of a second slower, and he's in a T70 with ample amount of grunt from his Chevrolet. But, you know, power isn't everything. Certain circuits, it really has an advantage. But at Spa-Francorchamps is half a chance. Yes, there are some long straights, but with so many twists, as you go down from Les Combes, etc., all the way until the point on the circuit we're just looking at there, in Curve Paul Frere, then your power deficit really begins to hurt.
Nigel's going to unlap himself from the leader at that point of the circuit, because Jan Magnussen's eased his pace to 33s, and Nigel Greensall has been doing 33s all day. 3rd place, Olivier Hart in the green, number 42. He's just put his fastest lap of the race in at a 30.9, 2 minutes 30.9. Well, we'll come back
John Sheldon, he had his problems early in the race. I noticed his gearbox was out, and Driller called that because his profession was dentist. We are so original in the United Kingdom, aren't we, with our little quips, but he has had to pull off, so that's a real shame. John was running 8th in the under 2 litre class, having a good little battle, but unfortunately hasn't quite come to the end. I'm sure that's a heat-related element on a very warm day here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Just your thoughts, not just on the race that we're seeing, but more in what we've seen overall this weekend. This is the 2nd round of the championship. You were at the first one at Barcelona. Just a little bit of something, one of the ceiling strips on the front of that car blowing up on the lead.
Been doing that for most of the race, I think. My thoughts overall really is the season started superbly in Barcelona. We've got even greater numbers attracted to race here at Spa-Francorchamps. It allows them to race in different ways. And again, when we go to the next round, in just a few weeks' time at Dijon-Prenois, it's a totally different sort of circuit, and it will favour other cars. But I tell you what, that was my first sighting of that last year. For some reason, it's always taken me until then to go. It's a brilliant circuit for historic racing, but an entirely different equation to this particular one. Now, our race leader, you're quite right, is being hunted down by the under 2 litre class runner who's lapped. That's Nigel Greensall, but he's coming back, and that's his target. He wants to unlap himself. The message needs in some way to get through to Jan Magnussen. Don't take any risks to hold him back. He's not challenging you, but then Jan's going to go, I don't want to be overtaken by an under 2 litre class car. No way, sir.
Just get it home. I have news of 2 90-second penalties, and they are for significant cars. The speeding and full course yellow that I said was being investigated, the number 4 Porsche, the 908 Flunder, and the car that sits behind it Nick Padmore's Lola T70, both are going to get 90-second penalties at the end of the race, and at the same time there is an incident under investigation for the Michael Gans number 83, and
okay, that's
that
the
was
cars
contact.
4th, 5th, 6th,
yes,
all in potential problems. So Charlie Hyatt in the Hyatt family Lola T70 could go from 7th up to 4th. That will be really a foot up the order.
The 83 and the 27 was the other car that was involved in that, which is John Sheldon's car, which we saw pulling off to the side of the road.
Oh.
So what had there been a coming together or some kind of, well, it's an incident, that's all I can tell you. But that is, as you say, 4th, 5th and 6th, with 5th and 6th getting 90 seconds, a minute and a half, and the sword of Damocles hanging over a number of other cars. 61 getting a penalty. That's Nick Padmore. That's another penalty for Nick Padmore. So 90 seconds plus 12 for a pit window infringement. So that's getting out the pits too early. And also the Leerdam Porsche, which is the second place GT car, which we saw fighting with the Gideon car, that's going to get a 9 seconds time penalty. So that'll swap those two cars around in the GT, and off has gone the Chevron.
Number 85 car, that's Robin Tulu and Harry Rice. So I shall certainly not be writing any results down as yet. I won't even do them straight after the checkered flag.
Harry behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, taking the second leg in that. So Jan Magnussen leads the race by 16 seconds, under 3 minutes, or just 3 minutes to go in this race. So surely he's safe as long as he's not picking up any penalties.
What are you saying,
no
John?
risks being put in his path. Got to control this one through to the end. Armand Miel in second place. Olivier Hart took over from Father David in third place. So it's all Lola Mark III Bs at the front end of the field.
If he takes it easy here, and the driver of the Chevron, that's Harry Rice, out of the Chevron, he's not happy, is he? So I don't know what's happened there. If Jan Magnussen just soft pedals a little bit here, and he's got 16 seconds, Armand Miel has closed in a little bit, but not a massive amount. But if he soft pedals just a little bit, I rather like the faded pins, the faded nose on that car. Not period correct, but it's all the dust and debris. He might get the last lap sign this time around. Yes, he will. So I think Jan Magnussen, working backwards in base 60 math or arithmetic, has managed to make this, as he comes round now with under 2 minutes remaining, this will start the last lap of this 1 hour CER contest and the last lap of the weekend, the last racing lap of the weekend, with Jan Magnussen leading it. Circuit on which he had some success in his contemporary career, and Magnussen then heading down the hill for the final time, right in behind him. That little 2-litre Nigel Greensall driven car in 9th. Nigel probably doesn't want to do an extra lap, so maybe he doesn't want to unlap himself.
Just wants to be in the winning photos, I think, at the moment. But we're getting through to the end. A few cars have had their problems back out of the pits, including the Dozan Chevron car number 12, but up this climb for the final time at racing speed. Jan Magnussen tucked in behind, a lap down, but matching him pace for pace in the leading car in the under 2 litre class. Yeah. Nigel Greensall.
He's lifted off.
He's backed off as well.
Yeah, he could have quite easily made a move there. He's making it clear with the body language of the car that he's not going to try and pass the leader. He doesn't need to do another 7 kilometres, 4 miles, but he's going to be right on the tail of that T70 as they come round the last half a lap. Well, I've got to say a big thank you to everyone involved with this, starting of course with the Peter Auto team, and thanks to our new coordination team led by Solène. My first opportunity to work on this project with Stop and Go, and again big thanks to all of the production team, the voices in our ears, Amelie, Melanie, all of the rest of the crew who have looked after us brilliantly, not just from a broadcast point of view, but from making sure we've been fed and watered And the coffee machine is absolutely superb, I'm going to say as well.
These little things matter enormously. So it's been a fantastic race meeting. It's only about 4 more corners to go for the last race here on the Sunday. And it's the diversity as well as the majesty of the track. It's the friendliness in the paddock. And I struggle every single time to pick out a car I like more than everyone else.
Michael Gans has been given a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. So his position may well be under threat. I think he's got enough on Jean Perlet, who's got penalties of his own. The one thing we can say with some honesty, and it's a win for Chris Ward and the closer. Jan Magnussen brings it home, and that's about what we can say under certainty. Armand Mill, I'm sure, will be in second. Yes, comes through 15 seconds down to a very good second place and a very successful.
Gompel and Nick Padmore, who we understand has accrued a couple. Here comes Olivier Hart, the green car with the black stripes, the third of the loaded T70s in the top 3 positions. And then I would expect Charlie Hyatt with the penalties in front to be promoted up into 4th place overall after flag 4.
Nigel Grensol, of course, followed the leader across the line, so he's going to win the sub-2 litre category. Gianluigi Candiani second, some 35, 36 seconds behind, and Daniel Balfour in the Lola TT10 will be in 3rd position in the sub-2 litre category, all finishing inside the top 15, those cars.
Doors popped open by the likes of Jan Magnussen. I would like some cool in the car. Enrique Gompele as having a real tussle with Michael Gans.
Oh, he spun it!
Gompele, he should hopefully not be obstructed by anyone else and loop it around a couple of the chasing cars and
get a gear,
finding a gear. He's got a large area of painted track on the outside. He gets it away from one of those. He should pop back into view
Exit
and come
stage
and
left.
Take the finish, followed by Bear. Yes, he manages to do that and get back onto the circuit, but it wasn't for want of trying. But that's racing. Take it through to the end. Now he's going to find out about the penalties. That won't improve his mood.
Yeah, waiting for all of those to be put into the system. Other thanks have to go, of course, to our timing crew from Alcamel and all of our techs and camera operators.
And here comes our GT class winner, and also just ahead of him is Charlie Hyatt in that blue Lola T70. He'll be 7th across the line, but we think with the penalties to his rivals in 4th, 5th and 6th, he should move up into 4th place overall. Great run there for Ralph Keller's too in the background, the white and black Pantera.
Winning the GT class. Vincent was our voice and our eyes and ears in the pit lane, with some brilliant interviews right on the spot for all of the emotion that, whilst this is not a world championship, it doesn't mean that there is any lack of emotion and competitive spirit, and I think all of the interviews have showed that in spades, to be honest, Bruce.
And also, not to put too fine a point on it, it's a very, very noisy working environment here. Some of the cars make epic sounds. Here's a replay of the final corner of the final lap of the final race of this meeting. And Rowdy goes, what does one flank of your car look like? Very much like the other, but we, anyhow, for Enrique Gompel, he would have enjoyed the race. Not necessarily the result. At the moment, in fact, having said Charlie Hart be promoted to 4th, he's listed as 5th, but I think there were some penalties coming the way of Michael Gans. You need patience as they're all applied, but I think no doubting the identity of our winning crew. Started by Chris Ward, finished by Jan Magnussen for Legacy Outlaws, their Lola T70, car number 70, top of the pile. And as Chris said, we haven't won one of these yet. Well, you have now.
You have now. What a cracking way to end the weekend. New winners. There is, as I have been noticing in the past, there are some new names on the trophies this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely so. So just to reiterate, that's far from the end of the season. Oh, no, sir. We have plenty coming your way. 5th to 7th of June, Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, Circuit de Dijon-Prenois. Then we go 2nd to 5th of July, Le Mans Classic, you know where that's being held. Circuit Paul Ricard, 28th and 3rd to 30th of August, 10 000 Tours, Paul Ricard. Then we go to Estoril, great circuits here, 18th to 20th of September. Imola Classic, 9th to 11th of October. And then a couple of flyaway races, potentially Qatar, if that happens, supporting the World Endurance Championship in October, but most definitely happening in the middle of November. One of the classes, the 60s endurance group, they get a chance to go and race on the fabled Daytona circuit in Florida. So what a mix from Le Mans Classic Series for 2026. It's growing, it's getting ever more colourful, the cars are getting better, and it really is a formula that works so well. And here, I think, was almost the ultimate offering to just show the quality of what's been assembled and why the Le Mans Classic Series is something that is growing, getting better, and so attractive. But let's look back on the highlights of the final race of the programme for the Le Mans Classic Series here at Spa.
And that, Mr. Jones, brings us to the end of a superb weekend. Hard work from everyone, and we are signing off on a beautiful Sunday evening at a little before 6 o'clock Central European summertime. Bruce and Andrew will take you through the Dijon-Prenois race that he's just been telling you about, and then we'll all be together for Le Mans Classic in July. I'm John Hindhaugh for Bruce Jones, for Vincent, for the whole production team from Stop and Go, and of course from Peter Auto and the Le Mans Classic Series. This has been round 2 of the 2026 series. Spa Classic is in the books. Bye-bye. Have a good Sunday.